The degradation of agriculture in the capitalist countries and the ruin of the peasantry. The deepening of the general crisis of capitalism after World War II is characterized by the strengthening of the domination of monopolies and finance capital in agriculture, the further degradation of agricultural production, and the growth of differentiation and ruin of the main mass of the peasantry. Finance capital is taking greater and deeper hold on agriculture. Mortgage banks, granting loans secured by land, become the actual owners of the land plots of the ruined peasants, their implements and other property. Short-term credit banks and insurance companies entangle farmers in a web of debt. Monopolies profit from all stages of the passage of agricultural commodities from producer to consumer. By setting low prices for the products bought from the small peasants and inflating retail prices, the monopolies appropriate a large part of the peasantry's income. Huge profits are made at the expense of the bulk of the peasants by the monopolies engaged in the processing of agricultural products, in the flour, meat, canning, and sugar industries. The measures taken by the state authorities, tax policy, purchasing operations, and various types of so-called aid to agriculture, lead to the further enrichment of the monopolies and the impoverishment of the main mass of the peasantry. The exploitation of the peasants by the monopolies is combined with numerous survivals of feudal exploitation, and above all with sharecropping, in which the tenant is compelled to give the landowners a considerable part of the harvest in exchange for the lease of land and implements. In the United States, the share of large farms with an area of more than 500 acres, which accounted for less than 6% of all farms in 1950, in the total land area increased from 44.9% in 1940 to 53.5% in 1950, while the share of latifundia with an area of more than 1,000 acres increased from 34.3% to 42.6%. According to the 1950 census, 44% of all farms produced only 5% of all marketable products, that is, they conducted a primitive, unproductive, consumer economy, while 103,211 large farms, which accounted for only 2% of all farms, produced 26% of all marketable products. In France in 1946, small farms with an area of up to 10 hectares, which accounted for 58.2% of all farms, owned only 16.4% of all agricultural land, while 4.3% of large farms owned 30% of the land. In West Germany, small farms with an area of up to 5 hectares, which accounted for 55.8% of all farms in 1949, had only 11% of the total land, while 0.7% of large farms owned 27.7% of the land. In Italy, there are 2.5 million landless peasants and 1.7 million smallholders. Over the decade from 1940 to 1950, more than 700,000 farms went bankrupt in the United States. Total land rents in the United States increased from $760 million in 1937 to $2.1 billion in 1952. In Italy, several hundred landlords receive annually 450 billion lire of land rent, while the wages of 2.5 million agricultural laborers amount to about 250 billion lire. The total debt owed by American farmers to banks and other credit institutions almost doubled between 1946 and 1952, reaching $14.6 billion by January 1, 1953. The property tax on the farm population in 1952 was 2.3 times higher than in 1942. After the Second World War, the unprecedented increase in the impoverishment of the working class and peasantry in capitalist countries and the enormous costs incurred by these countries for armaments led to a drop in effective demand and a narrowing of agricultural markets. In this regard, a new agrarian crisis is growing in the capitalist countries. Stocks and surpluses of agricultural goods that cannot be sold are rapidly increasing, crops are being cut, the income of the main mass of the peasantry from the sale of their products is falling sharply, small producers are being massively ruined, a huge amount of food is being destroyed, while food consumption is being reduced and the working masses are directly malnourished. In 1953, U.S. wheat rolling stocks exceeded the maximum level of reserves during the crisis of 1929 to 1933 and were 4.4 times higher than the average annual reserves for 1946 to 1948. In order to maintain inflated food prices, government agencies in the United States are buying up and destroying huge quantities of potatoes, vegetables, fruits, livestock, and poultry. In 1953, the net income of U.S. farmers decreased by $4.5 billion, or 35%, compared to the average annual income for 1946 to 1948. At the same time, production costs and other expenses of farmers have increased significantly due to rising prices and the depreciation of the dollar. The further deepening of the general crisis of capitalism after the Second World War is characterized by the steady sharpening of all the contradictions of capitalist society. The contradiction between the productive forces of society and capitalist relations of production, which has reached its extreme limits, clearly demonstrates the historical doom of the obsolete bourgeois system. The second stage of the general crisis of capitalism brought about an aggravation of the crisis of bourgeois democracy. The bourgeoisie threw overboard the banner of bourgeois democratic freedoms, the banner of national independence and national sovereignty. Hiding behind the slogan of cosmopolitanism, the bourgeoisie trampled on the principle of the equality of individuals and nations. This principle has now been replaced in the capitalist countries by the principle of the full rights of the exploiting minority and the lack of rights of the exploited majority of the members of society. Thus, the anti-people and anti-national character of bourgeois rule is now more and more openly manifested. The bourgeoisie seeks a way out of the general crisis of capitalism by means of war and the fascization of political life. The masses of the people of the capitalist countries, marching under the banner of proletarian internationalism, are seeking a way out by means of an active and determined struggle against the entire system of imperialist slavery and for national and social liberation. Proletarian, socialist internationalism is the basis of the solidarity of the working people and of cooperation among the peoples in the defense of their independence against the intrigues of imperialism, in the defense of peace. It teaches the workers to unite in every country to fight against the power of capital, to ensure the transition to a socialist economy. It teaches the working class and the peoples to develop the bonds of international solidarity in order to better wage the struggle for peace, to isolate and neutralize the provocateurs of a new war. As a result of the First World War, Russia fell away from the capitalist system. As a result of the Second World War, a number of countries in Europe and Asia, and the Third World War, if the imperialists had succeeded in igniting it, would inevitably have led to the collapse of the entire world capitalist system. In this war, the imperialist aggressors would not only be confronted with the invincible power of the states of the socialist camp, but they would be confronted with the fact that all the sharpest contradictions inherent in modern capitalism would explode. Between labor and capital, between the imperialist powers, between the metropolises and the colonies. By virtue of the immutable laws of historical development, the laws of the class struggle, the rear of the imperialist front, in the event of a new world war, would inevitably become an arena of fierce battles between the working class and all working people and their oppressors, an arena of irreconcilable struggle between the enslaved peoples of the colonies and dependent countries for their freedom and independence. This would lead to the collapse of the imperialist system as a whole. The progressive, democratic forces of the peoples, led by the working class in its vanguard, the communist parties, are rallying in active opposition to imperialist reaction, the fascist danger, and the plans for new wars. The camp of peace, democracy and socialism led by the Soviet Union now unites 900 million people in countries that have fallen away from the capitalist system, with many hundreds of millions of people in countries still subject to capital. This camp is a powerful force that has a decisive impact on the entire course of modern history. Brief conclusions. 1. In the period of the Second World War, especially after the fall away from the capitalist system of the people's democratic states in Europe and Asia, the second stage of the general crisis of capitalism unfolded. As a result of the formation of two opposing camps in the international arena, there was the disintegration of a single all-encompassing world market and the formation of two parallel markets, the market of the countries of the socialist camp and the market of the countries of the capitalist camp. The sphere of application of the forces of the main authorities has been sharply reduced. Capitalist countries, the USA, England and France, to world resources. In the capitalist countries there are growing difficulties in sales and chronic underutilization of enterprises. 2. One of the most important results of the Second World War was a sharp aggravation of the crisis of the colonial system of imperialism. The new upsurge of the national liberation struggle in the colonial and dependent countries led to the beginning of the disintegration of the colonial system and to the secession of China and some other countries from the world system of imperialism. 3. The further intensification of the uneven development of the capitalist countries is causing an inevitable aggravation of the internal contradictions in the camp of imperialism. U.S. imperialism, having embarked on the path of unrestrained expansion, seeks to subjugate the economies of other capitalist countries. The militarization of the economy leads to a widening of the gap between the productive capacity of the industry of the capitalist countries and the possibilities of selling its products, and thereby prepares for new economic crises and catastrophes. 4. The second stage of the general crisis of capitalism is characterized by a further sharp deterioration in the material conditions of the broad masses of the working people. This finds expression in the fall in the real wages of the working class, in the increase in the standing armies of the unemployed, in the widespread use of sweatshops, in inflation and the rise in the cost of living, in the increase in the tax burden, in the impoverishment and ruin of the main masses of the peasantry of the capitalist countries, and in the intensification of colonial exploitation. The strengthening of the camp of peace, democracy and socialism, the weakening of the imperialist camp of reaction and war, the upsurge of the liberation struggle of the working class, the peasantry and the colonial peoples show that the present epoch is the epoch of the collapse of capitalism, the epoch of the victory of communism. Economic doctrines of the epoch of capitalism. With the development of capitalism and the growth of its contradictions, various trends in economic thought were formed and developed, expressing the interests of certain classes. Bourgeois classical political economy. In the struggle against feudalism and for the establishment of the capitalist order, the bourgeoisie created its own political economy, which debunked the economic views of the ideologists of feudalism and for a certain time played a progressive role. The capitalist mode of production was established first of all in England. It was here that bourgeois classical political economy was born. William Petty, 1623 to 1687, whose activity dates back to the period of the decay of mercantilism, in his efforts to discover the intrinsic connection of the economic phenomena of bourgeois society, made the important discovery that commodities are exchanged according to the quantity of labor required for their production. The physiocrats played an important role in the creation of bourgeois political economy. At the head of this trend was François Quesnay, 1694 to 1774. The physiocrats appeared in France in the second half of the 18th century, during the period of ideological preparation for the bourgeois revolution. Like the French Enlightenment philosophers of the time, the physiocrats believed that there were natural, nature-given laws of human society. France was at that time an agricultural country. In contrast to the mercantilists, who saw wealth only in money, the physiocrats declared that the only source of wealth was nature, and therefore agriculture, which provided man with the fruits of nature. Hence the name of the school, physiocrats, made up of two Greek words meaning nature and power. Central to the theory of the physiocrats was the doctrine of the net product. This is how the physiocrats called the total surplus of the product over and above the cost of production, that part of the product in which surplus value is embodied under capitalism. The physiocrats understood wealth as a definite mass of products in their material, natural form, as a definite mass of use values. They asserted that the net product arose exclusively in agriculture and cattle breeding, that is, in those branches in which the natural processes of plant and animal growth took place, while in all other branches only the form of the products supplied by agriculture was changed. The most important work of the physiocratic school was Quesnay's economic table. Quesnay's merit lay in the fact that he made a remarkable attempt to present the process of capitalist reproduction as a whole, although he was unable to give a scientific theory of reproduction. On the premise that the net product is created only in agriculture, the physiocrats demanded that all taxes should be imposed on the landowners and that the industrialists should be exempt from tax burdens. In this demand, the class nature of the physiocrats as ideologists of the bourgeoisie was clearly manifested. The physiocrats were advocates of the unlimited domination of private property. Asserting that only free competition corresponds to the natural laws of economy and to human nature, they opposed the policy of protectionism to the policy of free trade, and resolutely fought against guild restrictions and against state interference in the economic life of the country. Bourgeois classical political economy reached its highest development in the works of A. Smith and D. Ricardo. Adam Smith, 1723 to 1790, made a significant step forward in the scientific analysis of the capitalist mode of production in comparison with the physiocrats. His major work is in Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, 1776. The wealth of a country consists, according to Smith, in the whole mass of the goods produced in it. He rejected the one-sided and therefore erroneous conception of the physiocrats that the net product is created only by agricultural labor, and for the first time proclaimed all labor, in whatever branch of production, to be the source of value. Smith was an economist of the manufacturing period of the development of capitalism, so he saw the basis for increasing the productivity of labor in the division of labor. Smith was characterized by the interweaving of two different approaches to economic phenomena. On the one hand, Smith investigates the interconnection of phenomena, trying to penetrate through his analysis into the hidden structure or, as Marx put it, into the physiology of the bourgeois economic system. On the other hand, Smith gives a description of phenomena as they appear on the surface of capitalist society, and consequently as they appear to the practical capitalist. The first of these ways of understanding is scientific, the second is unscientific. In investigating the intrinsic connection of the phenomena of capitalism, Smith determined the value of a commodity by the quantity of labor expended in its production. At the same time, he regarded the wages of the wage worker as a part of the product of his labor, determined by the value of the means of subsistence, and profit and rent as a deduction from the product created by the laborer's labor. However, Smith did not consistently pursue this view. Smith constantly confused the determination of the value of commodities by the labor contained in them with the determination of the value of commodities by the value of labor. He asserted that the determination of value by labor referred only to the primitive state of society, by which he meant the simple commodity economy of small producers. Under capitalism, however, the value of a commodity is made up of incomes, wages, profit, and rent. Such an assertion reflected the deceptive appearance of the phenomena of the capitalist economy. Smith believed that the value of the total social product consisted only of revenues, wages, profit, and rent. That is, he mistakenly omitted the value of the constant capital consumed in the production of the commodity. This Smith's dogma precluded any possibility of understanding the process of social reproduction. Smith was the first to outline the class structure of capitalist society, pointing out that it breaks down into three classes: 1. Workers, 2. Capitalists, and 3. Landowners. But Smith was limited to the bourgeois worldview and reflected in his views the underdevelopment of the class struggle of that era. He asserted that in capitalist society there is a community of interests, since everyone strives for his own benefit, and out of the clash of individual aspirations arises the common good. Resolutely opposed to the theoretical views and policies of the mercantilists, Smith ardently defended free competition. In the writings of David Ricardo, 1772–1823, bourgeois classical political economy was completed. Ricardo lived during the period of the Industrial Revolution in England. His major work, The Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, was published in 1817. Ricardo developed a labor theory of value with the greatest consistency possible within the framework of a bourgeois outlook. Rejecting Smith's thesis that value is determined by labor only in the primitive state of society, he showed that the value created by the labor of the laborer is the source from which wages, profit, and rent arise. Starting from the premise that value is determined by labor, Ricardo showed the antagonism of the class interests of bourgeois society as it manifests itself in the sphere of distribution. Ricardo considered the existence of classes to be an eternal phenomenon in the life of society. In Marx's words, Ricardo consciously takes as his starting point the antagonism of class interests, wages and profit and ground rent, naively regarding this opposition as a natural law of social life. 93 Ricardo formulated an important economic law. The higher the wages of the worker, the lower the profit of the capitalist, and vice versa. Ricardo also showed the contrast between profit and rent, but he was mistaken in admitting the existence of only differential rent, which he associated with an imaginary law of diminishing fertility of the soil. Ricardo played an important role in the development of political economy. His doctrine that value is determined only by labor was of outstanding historical significance. Observing the growth of capitalist contradictions, some of his followers began to conclude that if value is created only by labor, then it is necessary and just that the worker, the creator of all wealth, should also be the owner of all wealth, of all products of labor. Such a demand was made in England in the first half of the 19th century by the early socialists, the followers of Ricardo. At the same time, Ricardo's teaching bore the characteristics of bourgeois narrowness. The capitalist system, with its antithesis of class interests, seemed to Ricardo, as to Smith, a natural and eternal system. Ricardo did not even raise the question of the historical origin of such economic categories as commodity, money, capital, profit, etc. He understood capital unhistorically, identifying it with the means of production. 93 Karl Marx, Capital, Volume I, 1953, page 12. The emergence of vulgar political economy. With the development of capitalism and the intensification of the class struggle, classical bourgeois political economy gave way to vulgar political economy. Marx called it vulgar because its representatives replaced the scientific knowledge of economic phenomena with a description of their external appearance, with the aim of embellishing capitalism and glossing over its contradictions. The vulgar economists rejected everything that was scientific and took up everything that was unscientific in the views of the previous economists, especially Adam Smith, everything that was conditioned by the class narrow-mindedness of their outlook. From now on, it was no longer a question of whether a particular theorem was right or wrong, but of whether it was useful for capital or harmful, convenient or inconvenient, consistent with police considerations or not. Disinterested research gives way to the battles of hired scribblers, impartial scientific research is replaced by biased, obsequious apologetics. 94. In the sphere of the theory of value, vulgar economy, in opposition to the determination of value by labor time, has advanced a number of propositions which have already been refuted by the bourgeois classical school. These include the theory of supply and demand, which ignores the value underlying prices and replaces the explanation of the very basis of commodity prices with a description of the fluctuations in these prices. The cost of production theory, which explains the prices of some commodities by means of the prices of other commodities, i.e., it actually revolves in a vicious circle. A theory of utility which, in attempting to explain the value of commodities by their use value, ignores the fact that the use values of heterogeneous commodities 94k. Marx, Capital, Volume I, 1953, page 13. Are qualitatively different and therefore quantitatively incomparable. The English vulgar economist T. R. Malthus, 1766–1834, invented the idea that the poverty of the broad masses of the working people, which is characteristic of capitalism, is due to the fact that people multiply faster than the amount of means of subsistence provided by nature can increase. According to Malthus, the necessary correspondence between the size of the population and the amount of means of subsistence provided by nature is established by famine, poverty, epidemics, and wars. Malthus's misanthropic theory was created with the aim of justifying a social order in which the parasitism and luxury of the exploiting classes coexist with the back-breaking work and growing need of the broad masses of the working people. The French vulgar economist J. B. Say, 1767–1832, declared the source of value to be three factors of production: labor, capital, and land, and concluded that the owners of each of the three factors of production receive the incomes due to them: the worker, wages; the capitalist, profit, or interest; and the landlord, rent. Asserting that under capitalism there was no contradiction between production and consumption, Say denied the possibility of general crises of overproduction. Say's theory was a gross distortion of reality for the benefit of the exploiting classes. Speculations about the harmony of class interests under capitalism were assiduously disseminated by the French economist F. Bastiat, 1801–1850, and the American C. Carey, 1793–1879. Under the pretext of defending bourgeois freedom of labor, vulgar political economy waged a fierce struggle against trade unions, collective agreements, and workers' strikes. From the second quarter of the 19th century, vulgar political economy gained unchallenged dominance in bourgeois science. Petty bourgeois political economy. At the beginning of the 19th century, a petty bourgeois trend in political economy emerged, reflecting the contradictory position of the petty bourgeoisie as an intermediate class of capitalist society. Petty bourgeois political economy has its origins in the Swiss economist S. Sismondi, 1773–1842. In contrast to Smith and Ricardo, who considered the capitalist system to be the natural state of society, Sismondi criticized capitalism and condemned it from the standpoint of the petty bourgeoisie. Sismondi idealized the small-scale commodity production of peasants and artisans and came up with utopian projects for the perpetuation of small property, failing to see the inevitability of the growth of capitalist relations inherent in small-scale commodity production. From the fact that the incomes of workers and small producers were declining, Sismondi erroneously concluded that the market would inevitably shrink as capitalism developed. He wrongly asserted that the accumulation of capital is possible only if there are small producers in a foreign market. The views of petty bourgeois political economy were developed in France by P. J. Proudhon, 1809–1865. He advocated the reactionary idea of curing all the social evils of capitalism by establishing a special bank that would carry out the non-monetary exchange of the products of small producers and provide free credit to the workers. Proudhon sowed reformist illusions among the masses of the workers, diverting them from the class struggle. In Russia at the end of the 19th century, the reactionary utopian ideas of petty bourgeois political economy were preached by the liberal Narodniks. Utopian socialists. With the advent and development of large-scale machine industry at the end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th century, the contradictions of capitalism and the calamities which it brings to the working masses became more and more apparent. But the working class was not yet aware of its historical role as the gravedigger of capitalism. During this period, great utopian socialists came out: Henri Saint-Simon, 1760–1825, and Charles Fourier, 1772–1837, in France; Robert Owen, 1771–1858, in England, who played an important role in the history of the development of socialist ideas. In the explanation of economic phenomena, the utopian socialists remained on the same ground of the Enlightenment philosophy of the 18th century as the representatives of bourgeois classical political economy. But while the latter regarded the capitalist system as corresponding to human nature, the utopian socialists regarded this system as contrary to human nature. The historical significance of the utopian socialists lay in the fact that they strongly criticized bourgeois society, mercilessly lashing out at its plagues: the poverty and deprivation of the masses of the people, who were doomed to hard, exhausting labor; the corruption of the rich elite of society; the enormous waste of productive forces as a result of competition, crises, etc. on the basis of private ownership of the means of production and the exploitation of some classes of society by others. Utopian socialists opposed the coming socialist system based on public ownership of the means of production and free from the exploitation of man by man. But the utopian socialists were far from understanding the real ways of realizing socialism. Ignorant of the laws of social development, the laws of class struggle, they believed that the propertied classes themselves would realize socialism when they could be convinced of the reasonableness, justice, and expediency of this new system. Utopian socialists were completely alien to understanding the historical role of the proletariat. Utopian socialism could neither explain the essence of wage slavery under capitalism, nor discover the laws of its development, nor find the social force that can become the creator of a new society. 95. Revolutionary Democrats in Russia. In the middle of the 19th century, in Russia, which was experiencing the crisis of serfdom, a brilliant galaxy of thinkers came to the fore who made a great contribution to the development of economic science. A. I. Herzen, 1812–1870, castigated Tsarism and serfdom in Russia, calling on the people to wage a revolutionary struggle against them. He also sharply criticized the system of capitalist exploitation that had taken hold in the West. Herzen laid the foundation for utopian peasant socialism. He saw socialism in the emancipation of the peasants with the land, in communal land ownership, and in the peasant idea of the right to the land. There was nothing really socialist in Herzen's views, but they expressed the revolutionary aspirations of the Russian peasantry, which was fighting for the overthrow of the landlord power and for the abolition of landlordism. The great Russian revolutionary and scientist N.G. Chernyshevsky, 1828–1889, made great contributions to the development of economics. Chernyshevsky led the resolute struggle of the revolutionary Democrats against serfdom and the Tsarist autocracy in Russia. He gave a brilliant critique 95 volts. I. Lenin, Three Sources and Three Components of Marxism, Works, Volume 19, page 7. Not only of serfdom, but also of the capitalist system, which had by that time been consolidated in Western Europe and North America. Chernyshevsky profoundly exposed the class character and limitations of bourgeois classical political economy and subjected to devastating criticism the vulgar economists, John Stuart Mill, Say, Malthus, and others. In Marx's estimation, N.G. Chernyshevsky masterfully elucidated the bankruptcy of bourgeois political economy. To bourgeois political economy, which serves the selfish interests of the capitalists, Chernyshevsky contrasted the political economy of the working people, in which labor and the interests of the working people must occupy a central place. As a representative of utopian peasant socialism, Chernyshevsky, in view of the underdevelopment of capitalist relations in contemporary Russia, did not see that the development of capitalism and the proletariat created the material conditions and social force for the realization of socialism. But Chernyshevsky, in his understanding of the nature of capitalist society and its class structure and the nature of its economic development, went far ahead of the Western European utopian socialists and took a major step towards scientific socialism. In contrast to the utopian socialists of the West, Chernyshevsky attached decisive importance to the revolutionary activity of the working masses and their struggle for their emancipation, and called for a people's revolution against the exploiters. Chernyshevsky was a consistent, militant revolutionary Democrat. Lenin wrote that his writings reeked of the spirit of the class struggle. Chernyshevsky's economic doctrine represents the pinnacle of the development of all political economy before Marx. In his philosophical views, Chernyshevsky was a militant materialist. Like Herzen, he came very close to dialectical materialism. The revolutionary Democrats, Herzen, Chernyshevsky and their associates, were the forerunners of Russian social democracy. The revolutionary upheaval in political economy accomplished by K. Marx and F. Engels. By the middle of the 19th century, the capitalist economic system had become dominant in the principal countries of Western Europe and in the United States of America. A proletariat was formed, which began to rise up in the struggle against the bourgeoisie. The conditions arose for the creation of an advanced proletarian world outlook, scientific socialism. Karl Marx, 1818–1883, and Friedrich Engels, 1820–1895, transformed socialism from a utopia into a science. The doctrine elaborated by Marx and Engels expresses the fundamental interests of the working class and is the banner of the struggle of the proletarian masses for the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism and for the victory of socialism. Marx's doctrine arose as a direct and immediate continuation of the teachings of the greatest representatives of philosophy, political economy, and socialism. 96 Marx's genius, as Lenin pointed out, lies precisely in the fact that he gave answers to the questions which the advanced thought of mankind had already posed. His teaching is the rightful successor of the best that has been created by human thought in the field of the science of human society. At the same time, the emergence of Marxism was a radical revolutionary upheaval in philosophy in 96 volts. I. Lenin, Three Sources and Three Components of Marxism, Works, Volume 19, page 3. Political economy and in all the social sciences. Marx and Engels armed the working class with an integral and harmonious worldview, dialectical materialism, which is the theoretical foundation of scientific communism. By extending dialectical materialism to the realm of social phenomena, they created historical materialism, which represents the greatest achievement of scientific thought. They contrasted the non-historical approach to human society with a historical approach based on a thorough study of the actual course of development. They replaced the previously dominant idea of the immutability, of the immobility of society, by a harmonious doctrine that revealed the objective laws of social development, the laws of the replacement of one form of society by another. Marx and Engels were the founders of a genuinely scientific political economy. By applying the method of dialectical materialism to the study of economic relations, Marx brought about a profound revolutionary revolution in political economy. Approaching political economy as the ideologist of the working class, Marx fully revealed the contradictions of capitalism and created proletarian political economy. Marx developed his economic doctrine in an irreconcilable struggle against bourgeois apologetics for capitalism and petty bourgeois criticism of it. Using and developing a number of theses from the classics of bourgeois political economy, such as Smith and Ricardo, Marx resolutely overcame the anti-scientific views and contradictions contained in their teachings. In his economic doctrine, Marx summed up and generalized a vast amount of material on the history of human society, and especially on the history of the emergence and development of capitalism. Marx discovered the historically transitory character of the capitalist mode of production and investigated the laws of the origin, development, and death of capitalism. On the basis of a profound economic analysis of the capitalist system, Marx substantiated the historical mission of the proletariat as the gravedigger of capitalism and the creator of a new, socialist society. The foundations of the Marxist worldview were already proclaimed in the first programmatic document of scientific communism, the Communist Manifesto, written by Marx and Engels in 1848. In the preface to this work, a classic exposition of the foundations of historical materialism is given. Marx's main work, which he rightly called his life's work, was Capital. The first volume of Capital, The Process of Production of Capital, was published by Marx in 1859. The second volume, The Process of the Circulation of Capital, was published by Engels after Marx's death in 1867, and the third volume, The Process of Capitalist Production as a Whole, in 1885. The preparatory manuscripts he left were published after the death of Marx and Engels under the title Theories of Surplus Value, in 3 volumes. A number of Engels' classic works are also devoted to the development of the theory of scientific communism. These include The Condition of the Working Class in England, 1845. Anti-Düring, 1878, which deals with the most important questions in the fields of philosophy, natural science, and the social sciences, the origin of the family, private property, and the state, 1884, and others. In creating proletarian political economy, Marx first of all comprehensively substantiated and consistently developed the labor theory of value. In his study of the commodity and the contradiction between its use value and value, Marx discovered that the labor contained in the commodity has a dual character. It is, on the one hand, concrete labor, which creates the use value of the commodity, and, on the other hand, abstract labor, which creates its value. The discovery of the dual character of labor served Marx as the key to the scientific explanation of all the phenomena of the capitalist mode of production on the basis of the labor theory of value. By showing that value is not a thing, but the production relation of people covered by a material shell, Marx revealed the secret of commodity fetishism. He analyzed the form of value, investigated its historical development from the first rudiments of exchange to the complete domination of commodity production, which enabled him to discover the real nature of money. Marx's labor theory of value served as the basis for Marx's doctrine of surplus value. Marx was the first to show that under capitalism the commodity is not labor, but labor power. He investigated the value and use value of this specific commodity and explained the nature of capitalist exploitation. Marx's theory of surplus value fully reveals the essence of the basic production relation of capitalism, the relation between capitalist and worker, and exposes the deepest foundations of class antagonism and class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Marx not only revealed the origin and source of surplus value, but also explained how capitalist exploitation is disguised and obscured. He investigated the essence of wages as the price of labor power, appearing in a transformed form of the price of labor. Marx gave a profound scientific analysis of the various forms that surplus value takes. He showed how surplus value appears in a transformed form, in the form of profit, and how it further assumes the form of ground rent and interest. This gives the deceptive appearance that wages are the price of labor, that profit is generated by capital itself, rent by land, and interest by money. In his doctrine of the price of production and average profit, Marx resolved the contradiction that under capitalism market prices deviate from value. At the same time, he revealed the objective basis of the solidarity of the capitalist class with regard to the exploitation of workers, since the average profit received by each capitalist is determined not by the degree of exploitation in an individual enterprise, but in the whole capitalist society. Marx developed the theory of differential rent and was the first to provide a scientific basis for the theory of absolute rent. He explained the reactionary, parasitic role of large-scale landownership in the nature and forms of exploitation of the peasants by the landlords and the bourgeoisie. Marx was the first to discover the laws of capitalist accumulation, establishing that the development of capitalism and the concentration and centralization of capital inevitably lead to the deepening and sharpening of the contradictions inherent in this system, which are based on the contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation. Marx discovered the universal law of capitalist accumulation, which causes the growth of wealth and luxury at one pole of society and the growth of poverty, oppression, and the torment of labor at the other pole. He showed that with the development of capitalism there is a relative and absolute impoverishment of the proletariat, which leads to a deepening of the abyss between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, to an intensification of the class struggle between them. Marx's analysis of the reproduction of the total social capital is of the utmost importance. Having eliminated Smith's mistake of ignoring the constant capital consumed in the production of commodities, by dividing the social product according to value into 3 parts: C plus versus plus T, and according to its natural form into means of production and articles of consumption, Marx analyzed the conditions of simple and expanded capitalist reproduction, the deep contradictions of capitalist realization, which inevitably lead to crises of overproduction. He investigated the nature of economic crises and scientifically proved their inevitability under capitalism. The economic doctrine of Marx and Engels is a profound and comprehensive justification of the inevitability of the collapse of capitalism and the victory of the proletarian revolution, which establishes the dictatorship of the working class and opens a new era, the era of building a socialist society. As early as the 70s and 80s, Marxism began to gain wider acceptance among the working class and the advanced intelligentsia of the capitalist countries. Paul Lafargue, 18,421,911, in France, Wilhelm Liebknecht, 1826-1900, and August Bebel, 1840-1913, in Germany, G. V. Plekhanov, 1856-1918, in Russia, Dmitry Blagoyev, 1855-1924, in Bulgaria, and other outstanding figures of the workers' movement in various countries played an important role in spreading the ideas of Marxism in those years. In Russia, the Marxist Workers' Party and its world outlook were formed in an irreconcilable struggle against the worst enemy of Marxism, Narodism. The Narodniks denied the leading role of the proletariat in the revolutionary movement. They asserted that the development of capitalism was impossible in Russia. The Narodniks were opposed by Plekhanov and the Emancipation of Labor Group, which he had organized. Plekhanov was the first to give a Marxist critique of the erroneous views of the Narodniks, and at the same time he developed a brilliant defense of Marxist views. Plekhanov's activities in the 80s and 90s were of great importance for the ideological training of proletarian revolutionaries in Russia. In a number of works, Plekhanov successfully popularized certain aspects of Marx's economic doctrine, defending this doctrine against bourgeois criticism and reformist distortions. Plekhanov's literary works thoroughly undermined the position of the Narodniks. But the ideological defeat of the Narodniks was not complete. Already in the early period of his activity, Plekhanov had an erroneous understanding of a number of questions, which was the germ of his future Menshevik views. He did not take into account that in the course of the revolution the proletariat must lead the peasantry. He regarded the liberal bourgeoisie as a force that could support the revolution, and so on. Further disintegration of bourgeois economics. Modern bourgeois political economy. Ever since Marxism entered the historical arena, the main and decisive task of bourgeois economists has been the refutation of Marxism. In Germany in the mid-19th century, the so-called historical school of political economy arose. W. Roscher, B. Hildebrand, and others. Representatives of this school openly denied the existence of economic laws of the development of society and substituted for scientific research the description of isolated historical facts. For these economists, the denial of economic laws served as a justification for all reactionary arbitrariness and groveling before the military bureaucratic state, which they exalted in every possible way. Later representatives of the historical school, headed by G. Schmaler, formed the so-called historical ethical or historical legal direction. A characteristic feature of this trend, which is also called catheter socialism, literally, socialism of the pulpit, is the substitution of reactionary idealist chatter about moral aims, legal norms, etc., for economic research. The catheter socialists glorified Bismarck's reactionary policies and helped him in deceiving the working class. In the last decades of the 19th century, as the ideas of Marxism spread, the bourgeoisie needed new ideological means to combat them. Then the so-called Austrian school appeared on the scene. The name of this school is due to the fact that its main representatives, K. Menger, F. Wieser and E. Bohm-Bawerk, were professors at Austrian universities. In contrast to the historical trend, the representatives of the Austrian school formally recognized the need to investigate economic laws, but in order to embellish and defend the capitalist order, they transferred the search for these laws from the sphere of social relations to the sphere of subjectively psychological relations, that is, they followed the path of idealism. In the field of value theory, the Austrian school put forward the so-called principle of marginal utility. According to this principle, the value of a commodity is determined not simply by its utility, as some vulgar economists have previously maintained, but by the marginal utility of the commodity, i.e., the least urgent of the individual's needs which a given unit of the commodity satisfies. In fact, this theory explains nothing. It is quite obvious, for example, that the subjective valuation of a kilogram of bread is fundamentally different between the jaded bourgeois and the hungry unemployed, and yet both pay the same price for bread. Marx's theory of surplus value was opposed by the economists of the Austrian school with the anti-scientific theory of imputation, which was only an updated form of the vulgar theory of the three factors of production. The transition to imperialism and the consequent extreme sharpening of social contradictions and the class struggle caused a further degradation of bourgeois political economy. After the victory of the socialist revolution in the USSR, which practically refuted the assertions of the ideologists of the bourgeoisie about the eternity of the capitalist system. Bourgeois economists began to see one of their main tasks in concealing from the working people of the capitalist countries the truth about the world historical achievements of the socialist country by means of slander against the Soviet Union. Modern bourgeois political economy is the ideological weapon of the financial oligarchy, the handmaiden of imperialist reaction and aggression. In their explanation of such categories of capitalism as value, price, wages, profit, and rent, modern bourgeois economists usually take the position of the subjective psychological trend, one of the varieties of which is the Austrian school discussed above, and rehash in various ways the old vulgar theory of the three factors of production. The English economist Alfred Marshall, 1842–1924, tried to eclectically reconcile three different vulgar theories of value: supply and demand, marginal utility, and cost of production. The American economist John Bates Clark, 18,471,938, preaching the false idea of the harmony of interests of the various classes of bourgeois society, advanced the theory of marginal productivity, which in fact is only a peculiar attempt to combine the old vulgar theory of the productivity of capital with the vulgar theory of the marginal utility of the Austrian school. Profit, according to Clark, is the reward of the employer's work, and the working classes create only a small share of the wealth and receive it in full. In contrast to the bourgeois economists of the epoch of pre-monopoly capitalism, who glorified freedom of competition as the basic condition for the development of society, modern bourgeois economists usually emphasize the need for the state to intervene in economic life in every possible way. They extol the imperialist state as a force that supposedly stands above classes and is capable of subordinating the economy of the capitalist countries to the planned principle. In reality, however, the interference of the bourgeois state in economic life has nothing in common with the planning of the national economy and further intensifies the anarchy of production. Apologists for monopolies hypocritically pass off as organized capitalism the subordination of the imperialist state to the financial oligarchy, its widespread use of the state apparatus for its own selfish interests in order to increase the profits of the monopolies. In the first decades of the XX century, the so-called social trend, or socio-organic school of political economy, became widespread in Germany. A. Amann, R. Stolzmann, O. Spann, and others. In contrast to the Austrian school, with its subjective psychological approach to economic phenomena, the representatives of the social trend interpreted the social relations of people, but they regarded these relations idealistically, as legal forms devoid of any material content. Social economists argued that social life was governed by legal and ethical norms. They disguised their zealous service to the capitalist monopolies with demagogic arguments about the common good and the need to subordinate the part, i.e., the toiling masses, to the whole, i.e., the imperialist state. They extolled the activities of the capitalists, declaring them to be the service of society. The reactionary fabrications of this school served as an ideological weapon for fascism in Germany and in other bourgeois countries. German fascism made use of the most reactionary elements of German vulgar political economy, its extreme chauvinism, its admiration for the bourgeois state, and its advocacy of the conquest of foreign lands and class peace within Germany. As the worst enemies of socialism and of all progressive humanity, the German fascists resorted to anti-capitalist demagogy and hypocritically called themselves National Socialists. The Italian and German fascists preached the reactionary theory of the corporate state, according to which capitalism, classes, and class antagonisms had been eliminated in the fascist countries. The predatory practice of Hitlerite Germany's seizure of foreign lands was justified by fascist economists with the help of the so-called racial theory and the theory of living space. According to these theories, the Germans are the superior race and all other nations are inferior, and the master race has the right to seize the lands of other, inferior peoples by force and to extend its domination over the whole world. Historical experience has clearly shown the absurdity and impracticability of Hitler's delusional plans for world domination. In the period of the general crisis of capitalism, when the problem of the market has become unprecedentedly acute, economic crises have become more frequent and deeper, permanent mass unemployment has arisen, and various theories have appeared that inspire the illusion that it is possible to ensure full employment and eliminate the anarchy of production and crises while preserving the capitalist system. The theory of the English economist J. S. Keynes, 1883–1946, which he expounded in his book The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, 1936, became widespread among bourgeois economists. By glossing over the real causes of the constant mass unemployment and crises of capitalism, Keynes seeks to prove that the cause of these defects of bourgeois society lies not in the nature of capitalism, but in the psychology of people. According to Keynes, unemployment is the result of insufficient demand for personal and industrial consumption items. The lack of consumer demand is caused by the alleged inclination of people to save a part of their income, and the lack of demand for articles of industrial consumption is caused by the weakening of the interest of capitalists in employing their capital in various branches of the economy as a result of a general decrease in the profitability of capital. In order to increase employment, Keynes argued, it was necessary to expand capital investment, for which the state must, on the one hand, ensure an increase in the profitability of capital by lowering the real wages of workers, through inflation and a decrease in the rate of interest, and, on the other hand, make large capital investments at the expense of the budget. In order to expand consumer demand, Keynes recommends a further increase in parasitic consumption and wastefulness of the ruling classes, an increase in military expenditures and other unproductive expenditures of the state. Keynes's theory is utterly untenable and inherently profoundly reactionary. The lack of consumer demand is not caused by the mythical propensity of people to save, but by the impoverishment of the working people. The measures proposed by Keynes, ostensibly in the interest of ensuring full employment of the population, inflation, the growth of unproductive expenditures on the preparation and waging of wars, in fact lead to a further decline in the standard of living of the working people, to a contraction of the market and to an increase in unemployment. Keynes's vulgar theory is now widely used by bourgeois economists, as well as by right-wing socialists in the United States, Britain and other capitalist countries. The modern vulgar political economy of the United States is characterized by a theory that advocates the growth of the state budget and the national debt as a means of overcoming the evils of capitalism. The American economist A. Hansen, believing that the possibilities for the further development of capitalism through the action of spontaneous economic forces alone have been considerably narrowed, argue for the need for the state to regulate the capitalist economy by forcing capital investment at the expense of increased state orders. He preaches organization at the expense of the state budget, that is, at the expense of taxes and loans, public works, which are supposed to provide universal employment and make modern capitalism healthier. In reality, however, in the context of the imperialist powers' preparations for a new world war, such public works mean nothing more than the construction of strategic highways, railways, airfields, naval bases, etc., i.e., the further militarization of the economy and the consequent sharpening of the contradictions of imperialism. Some bourgeois economists in the United States and Britain advocate the free play of economic forces, by which they really mean the unlimited freedom of the monopolies to exploit the workers and rob the consumers. These economists hypocritically denounce the activities of the trade unions in defense of the workers as a violation of economic freedom and praise the reactionary anti-worker legislation of the imperialist states. Both the heralds of the regulation of the economy by the bourgeois state and the advocates of the free play of economic forces express the interests of the financial oligarchy, which seeks to secure for itself the maximum profit by further intensifying the exploitation of the working masses within the country and imperialist aggression in the international arena. Bourgeois economists try to justify the predatory policy of the imperialist powers seizing foreign lands and enslaving and plundering other peoples by anti-scientific fabrications about the unequal value of different races and nations, about the civilizing mission of superior races and nations in relation to inferior ones, etc. Particularly zealous in this respect are the reactionary American economists, who, following in the footsteps of the German fascists, are spreading the misanthropic idea of the superiority of nations, speak English over all other nations, and seek in every possible way to justify the delusional plans for the establishment of world domination by the United States. The reverse side of the racial theory is bourgeois cosmopolitanism, which denies the principle of the equality of nations and demands the abolition of state borders. Bourgeois cosmopolitans declare national sovereignty and the independence of peoples to be an obsolete concept, and proclaim the existence of nation-states to be the main cause of all the social evils of modern bourgeois society. Militarism, wars, unemployment, human poverty, etc. They oppose the principle of national sovereignty of peoples to the cosmopolitan idea of a world state, in which they invariably assign the leading role to the United States. The same goal of abolishing the national sovereignty of the European peoples and their complete subordination to the domination of the U.S. imperialists is being pursued by the intensified propaganda of the idea of a united Europe, a United States of Europe. The preaching of cosmopolitanism sets itself the task of ideologically disarming the peoples and breaking their will to resist the encroachments of U.S. imperialism. Many bourgeois economists in the United States are directly advocating a new world war. They declare war to be a natural and eternal phenomenon of social life and assert that peaceful coexistence between the countries of the capitalist camp and the countries of the socialist camp is impossible. In order to justify imperialist aggression and to prepare for a new world war, the long-exposed theory of Malthus is widely propagated in bourgeois literature. Modern Malthusianism is characterized by a combination of the reactionary ideas of Malthus with racial theory. The Malthusians of the United States and other bourgeois countries assert that the globe is overpopulated as a result of the excessive multiplication of people, which is the root cause of hunger and all other evils of the working masses. They demand a drastic reduction in the population, especially of the colonial and dependent countries, whose peoples are waging a liberation struggle against imperialism. Modern Malthusians call for devastating wars with the use of atomic bombs and other means of mass extermination. All these assertions of the apologists of capitalism are clear evidence of the complete bankruptcy of modern bourgeois political economy. The economic theories of the opportunists of the Second International and of the modern right socialists. The innumerable attempts of bourgeois science to destroy Marxism have not in the least shaken its position. At that time, the struggle against Marxism began to be waged in a double-dealing way, taking the form of improvements and interpretations of Marx's theory. The dialectic of history is such that the theoretical victory of Marxism compels its enemies to disguise themselves as Marxists. 97. In the 90s, revisionism appeared on the scene, the main representative of which was the German Social Democrat E. Bernstein. The revisionists took up arms against the teachings of Marx and Engels on the inevitability of the revolutionary collapse of capitalism and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. They subjected to a complete revision of all parts of Marx's revolutionary economic doctrine. Marx's labor theory of value was proposed by the revisionists to be combined with the theory of marginal utility, and in essence to be replaced by the latter. They interpreted the Marxist doctrine of surplus value in the sense of a moral condemnation of capitalist exploitation. Under the guise of new data on the development of capitalism, the revisionists declared obsolete Marx's doctrine of the victory of large-scale production over small-scale production, of the impoverishment of the proletariat in capitalist society, of the irreconcilability and sharpening of class contradictions, and of the inevitability of economic crises of overproduction under capitalism. They called on the workers to renounce the revolutionary struggle for the abolition of the capitalist 97 volts. I. Lenin, Historical Destinies of the Teachings of Karl Marx, Works, Volume 18, page 546. System and to confine themselves to the struggle for current economic interests. In Russia, the views of revisionism were taken up by the so-called legal Marxists, who were in fact bourgeois ideologists, P. Struve, M. Tugan-Baranovsky, and others, representatives of the opportunist group of economists and Mensheviks. A more subtle form of distortion of Marxism was used by the opportunists of the Second International, K. Kautsky, 1854–1938, R. Hilferding, 1877–1941, and others. At the beginning of their career, they were Marxists, helping to spread Marxist teachings. Subsequently, they actually switched to the position of opponents of revolutionary Marxism, continuing for the time being to act under the guise of orthodox, that is, supposedly orthodox disciples of Marx and Engels. By paying lip service, and even then very inconsistently, to certain assertions of the revisionists, these opportunists emasculated the revolutionary essence of Marxism and tried to turn Marxism into a dead dogma. They rejected the doctrine of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is the soul of Marxism, denied the absolute impoverishment of the working class, and asserted that crises under capitalism became less frequent and weaker. The revisionists sought to adapt proletarian political economy to the interests of the bourgeoisie. In order to gloss over the deep contradictions of monopoly capitalism, Kautsky interpreted imperialism only as a special kind of policy, namely, as the striving of the highly developed industrial countries to subjugate the agrarian regions. This theory sowed illusions about the possibility of a different, non-predatory policy under the conditions of monopoly capitalism. During the First World War, Kautsky advanced the anti-Marxist theory of ultra-imperialism, super-imperialism, asserting that under imperialism it was possible, by means of collusion among the capitalists of different countries, to eliminate wars and create an organized world economy. This reactionary theory is characterized by the separation of economics from politics and the disregard of the law of uneven development of the capitalist countries in the epoch of imperialism. The theory of ultra-imperialism embellished imperialism and disarmed the working class in favor of the bourgeoisie, creating illusions about the possibility of a peaceful and crisis-free development of capitalism. The vulgar theory of the productive forces preached by Kautsky, according to which socialism is supposedly the mechanical result of the development of the productive forces of society, without class struggle and revolution, served the same purpose. After the Great October Socialist Revolution in the USSR, Kautsky embarked on the path of open struggle against the world's first dictatorship of the proletariat and called for intervention against the USSR. R. Hilferding, in his work Finance Capital, 1910, devoted to the study of the newest phase of capitalism, while giving a scientific analysis of certain aspects of the economy of imperialism, at the same time glossed over the decisive role of the monopolies in modern capitalism and the aggravation of all its contradictions, and ignored the most important features of imperialism: parasitism and the decay of capitalism, the division of the world and the struggle for its redivision. In the years of the temporary, partial stabilization of capitalism, Hilferding asserted, following the bourgeois economists, that the era of organized capitalism had arrived, when, thanks to the activity of the monopolies, competition, anarchy of production, and crises disappeared, and a planned, conscious organization began to prevail. From this, the reactionary leaders of social democracy drew the conclusion that trusts and cartels were peacefully developing into a planned socialist economy, as if the working class had only to help the trusts and bankers to establish their economy, and then present-day capitalism would gradually, without any struggle or revolution, grow into socialism. Thus, the embellishment of imperialism by Kautsky, Hilferding and other reformist theoreticians of social democracy is inseparably linked with their advocacy of the peaceful growth of capitalism into socialism, which is aimed at diverting the working class from the tasks of the revolutionary struggle for socialism and at subordinating the working class movement to the interests of the imperialist bourgeoisie. This goal was served, in particular, by the apologetic theory of economic democracy propagated by some right-wing socialist leaders in the period between the two world wars. According to this theory, the workers, acting as representatives of the trade unions in the factory administrations and other bodies, allegedly take an equal part in the management of the economy and gradually become the masters of production. By their policy of betraying the interests of the working class, the Social Democrats of the Second International cleared the way for fascism in Germany and in certain other countries. A variant of the reformist theory of the peaceful growth of capitalism into socialism is the theory of cooperative socialism, which is built on the illusion that, if the domination of capital is maintained, the spread of cooperative forms will lead to socialism. In Russia, anti-Marxist, Kautskyite views on questions of the theory of imperialism were disseminated by the enemies of socialism, the Mensheviks, Trotskyites, Bukharinites and others. Preaching apologetic theories of pure imperialism, organized capitalism, etc., they sought to gloss over the sharpening contradictions of monopoly capitalism. By denying the law of uneven development of capitalism in the epoch of imperialism, they tried to poison the consciousness of the working class with the poison of disbelief in the possibility of the victory of socialism in one country. In the period after World War II, the defenders of capitalism were the right-wing reformist leaders of the British Labour Party and the right-wing socialist leaders in France, Italy, West Germany, Austria, and other countries, L. Blum, K. Renner, and others. Acting as agents of the imperialist bourgeoisie in the workers' movement, the leaders of the right-wing socialists defend the monopolies, preach class peace between the workers and the bourgeoisie, and actively support the reactionary domestic and aggressive foreign policy of imperialism. In an effort to reconcile the working people with imperialism and to inspire the working class with faith in the possibility of improving its miserable situation while preserving the capitalist system, right-wing socialist theoreticians have invented the theory of democratic socialism, which is a variety of the theory of the peaceful growth of capitalism into socialism. The theory of democratic socialism asserts that in Britain, the United States, France and other capitalist countries there is no longer exploitation and the antagonism between the class interests of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, and that the imperialist state is declared to be a supra-class organization, and that every enterprise which is the property of this state is a socialist enterprise. Labour leaders declared their post-World War II nationalisation of the Bank of England, railways and certain industries to be the triumph of democratic socialism. In reality, however, the Labour nationalisation was a bourgeois measure which did not change the economic nature of the nationalised enterprises as capitalist enterprises. The real masters in Britain continued to be the imperialist bourgeoisie and the big landowners, the landlords. The owners of the nationalised enterprises, which were previously unprofitable, have received generous compensation and a high guaranteed income, while the workers employed in the nationalised industries are forced to work even harder at low wages. The theory of democratic socialism serves as a cover for the growing oppression of the working masses by state monopoly capitalism, which is the highest stage of domination of the financial oligarchy. While preaching class peace in capitalist society, the leaders of the right-wing socialist parties are at the same time actively helping the bourgeoisie to carry out a broad offensive against the standard of living of the working masses and to stifle the working class movement in the metropolises and the national liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries. In the interpretation and appraisal of all the most important economic phenomena of the modern epoch, they follow in the footsteps of the bourgeois economists. A consistent struggle against the reactionary theories of bourgeois economists and right-wing socialist leaders is being waged by the communist and workers' parties, which are guided in their activities by the theory of Marxism-Leninism. The ideas of advanced Marxist-Leninist theory are becoming more and more widespread among the progressive part of the intelligentsia of the capitalist countries, including economists. An army of advanced scientists and public figures of various views and trends is growing and multiplying, taking an active part in the struggle for the national independence of their peoples, for peace, for the development of economic and cultural ties between all countries, regardless of differences in their social systems. The development of the Marxist political economy of capitalism by V. I. Lenin. The elaboration of a number of new principles of the political economy of capitalism by J. V. Stalin. The economic doctrine of Marx and Engels received its further creative development in the works of V. I. Lenin, 1870–1924. Marx, Engels and Lenin are the founders of a genuinely scientific political economy. As a faithful follower and continuer of the teachings of Marx and Engels, Lenin waged an irreconcilable struggle against the open and hidden enemies of Marxism. Lenin defended the revolutionary doctrine of Marx and Engels against the attacks of bourgeois pseudoscience, against its distortions by revisionists and opportunists of all stripes. On the basis of a generalization of the new historical experience of the class struggle of the proletariat, he raised the doctrine of Marxism to a new, higher level. Lenin entered the arena of political struggle in the 90s, when the transition from pre-monopoly capitalism to imperialism was coming to an end, when the center of the world revolutionary movement had shifted to Russia, the country where the greatest popular revolution was brewing. In his works of the 90s, on the so-called question of the markets, 1893, What are the friends of the people, and how do they fight the Social Democrats, 1894, the economic content of narratism and its criticism in Mr. Struve's book 1894 on the characteristics of economic romanticism, 1897, Lenin consistently waged a struggle against both the Narodniks and the legal Marxists, who glorified capitalism, glossed over its deep contradictions, and strove to subordinate the growing working-class movement to the interests of the bourgeoisie. The ideological defeat of narratism was completed by Lenin's classic work The Development of Capitalism in Russia, 1899, which is the largest work of Marxist literature since the publication of Marx's Capital. In this work and in other works of the 90s, Lenin gave a profound analysis of the Russian economy, revealed the economic foundations of class contradictions and class struggle, and the prospects of the revolutionary movement. Summarizing the experience of the economic and political development of Russia and other countries in the last decades of the 19th century, Lenin defended and developed the Marxist propositions on the laws of the origin and development of the capitalist mode of production, on its insoluble contradictions and inevitable destruction. In refuting the Narodnik fabrications about the artificiality of Russian capitalism, Lenin revealed the peculiar features of Russia's economy and social system connected with the peculiarities of its historical development, in particular the combination of the methods of capitalist exploitation with the numerous remnants of feudal oppression, which gave social relations in Russia a special acuteness. In the struggle against the Narodniks' contempt for the proletariat, Lenin showed that the development of capitalism inevitably leads to an increase in the numbers, organization, and consciousness of the working class, which is the vanguard of the entire mass of the working and exploited. He comprehensively substantiated the leading role of the proletariat in the revolution. Lenin elucidated the essence of the processes of differentiation of the peasantry in post-reform Russia and the close interweaving of the survivals of feudal bondage with the oppression of capitalist relations, refuting the Narodnik conception of the peasantry as a homogeneous mass. He gave an economic justification for the possibility and necessity of a revolutionary alliance between the working class and the toiling and exploited masses of the peasantry. Lenin revealed the economic basis of those peculiarities of the Russian Revolution which made it a revolution of a new type, a bourgeois democratic revolution under the hegemony of the proletariat, which had the prospect of developing into a socialist revolution. The development of capitalism in Russia sums up a number of Lenin's works on the theory of capitalist reproduction. In these works, he demolished the Sismondist assertions of the Narodniks about the impossibility of realizing surplus value without the existence of small producers and an external market, and gave a comprehensive justification of the Marxist thesis that the market for capitalism is created in the course of the development of capitalism itself. Lenin further developed the Marxist theses on the contradictions of capitalist realization, on the growth of the organic composition of capital as a factor in the impoverishment of the proletariat, and on the inevitability of periodic crises of overproduction under capitalism. A most valuable contribution to Marxist political economy is Lenin's works on the agrarian question, which scientifically summarize extensive material on the development of capitalism in agriculture in Russia and a number of other countries, France, Germany, Denmark, the USA, and so on. In his works The Agrarian Question and Marx's Critiques, 1901 to 1907, The Agrarian Program of Social Democracy in the First Russian Revolution of 1905 to 1907, 1907, New Data on the Laws of the Development of Capitalism in Agriculture, 1914-1915, and others. Lenin profoundly and comprehensively investigated the laws of capitalist development of agriculture, which Marx outlined only in general terms. In the struggle against Western European and Russian revisionism, which declared agriculture to be a sphere of the economy in which the laws of concentration and centralization of capital were allegedly inapplicable, Lenin gave a scientific analysis of the peculiarities of the development of capitalism in the countryside. He showed the profound contradictions in the economic position of the main peasant masses and the inevitability of their ruin in bourgeois society. Lenin defended and developed the Marxist theory of differential and absolute ground rent. Having revealed the significance of absolute rent as one of the most important factors hindering the development of productive forces in agriculture, Lenin comprehensively elaborated the question of the possibility, conditions, and economic consequences of the nationalization of the land in the bourgeois democratic and socialist revolutions. He exposed the bourgeois economists who preached the pseudo-scientific law of diminishing fertility of the soil, fighting against the opportunist line of the West European parties of the Second International and Russian Menshevism, including Trotskyism. In relation to the peasantry, Lenin substantiated the need for a policy of the working class which was calculated to transform the main mass of the peasantry into an ally of the revolutionary proletariat. Lenin's theory of the agrarian question was a profound economic justification for the policy of the Communist Party of Russia in the sphere of relations between the proletariat and the peasantry, and in particular for its programmatic demand for the nationalization of the land. Lenin's writings on the agrarian question form the theoretical basis of the agrarian program and agrarian policy of the fraternal communist parties. Of great importance for the development of Marxist theory is the struggle waged by Lenin in his famous work, Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. This book dealt a crushing blow to the very roots of revisionist theories, their idealist philosophy. Lenin exposed the utter inadequacy of the revisionist critique of Marxist political economy. He showed the bankruptcy of revisionism on all the fundamental questions of the political economy of capitalism, in the theory of value, in the theory of surplus value, in the theory of the concentration of capital, in the theory of crises, and so on. Marx and Engels, who lived in the epoch of pre-monopoly capitalism, naturally could not give an analysis of imperialism. The great merit of the Marxist study of the monopolistic stage of capitalism belongs to Lenin. Basing himself on the basic tenets of Das Kapital and summarizing the new phenomena in the economies of the capitalist countries, Lenin was the first Marxist to give a comprehensive analysis of imperialism as the last phase of capitalism, as the eve of the social revolution of the proletariat. This analysis is contained in his classic work, Imperialism is the Highest Stage of Capitalism, 1916, and in other works of the First World War period, Socialism and War, on the slogan of the United States of Europe, on the caricature of Marxism and imperialist economism, imperialism and the split in socialism and the military program of the proletarian revolution. Lenin's theory of imperialism proceeds from the premise that the deepest basis of imperialism, its economic essence, is the rule of the monopolies, that imperialism is monopoly capitalism. Lenin made a comprehensive study of the main economic features of imperialism and the concrete forms of the domination of the monopolies. In Lenin's doctrine of imperialism, of the replacement of free competition by the domination of monopolies receiving monopolistically high profits, and of the sources and methods of securing these monopolistically high profits, the basic principles of the basic economic law of monopoly capitalism were given. Characterizing imperialism as a new, higher stage of capitalism, he defined the historical place of imperialism and showed that imperialism is capitalism, monopolistic, parasitic, or decaying and dying. Lenin's theory of imperialism reveals the contradictions of capitalism at the monopolistic stage of its development, the contradictions between labor and capital, between metropolises and colonies, and between imperialist countries. It reveals the deep causes that cause the inevitability of imperialist wars for a new division of the world. The sharpening and deepening of all these contradictions reaches the extreme limits, beyond which the revolution begins. Lenin substantiated the just character of the liberation struggle of the peoples against imperialist oppression and enslavement. Lenin worked out the question of state monopoly capitalism and the subordination of the apparatus of the bourgeois state to the monopolies. He showed that state monopoly capitalism means the highest form of capitalist socialization of production and the material preparation of socialism, on the one hand, and the all-round intensification of the exploitation of the working class and all the working masses, on the other hand. Lenin discovered the law of uneven economic and political development of the capitalist countries during the period of imperialism. Proceeding from this law, he made the great scientific discovery that it was possible to break through the chain of world imperialism in its weakest link, that the victory of socialism was possible initially in several countries, or even in one country, and that it was impossible for socialism to triumph simultaneously in all countries. Lenin substantiated the enormous role of the peasantry as the ally of the proletariat in the revolution. Lenin worked out the national colonial question and outlined ways to solve it. It proved the possibility and necessity of uniting the proletarian movement in the developed countries and the national liberation movement in the colonies into a common front of struggle against the common enemy, imperialism. Lenin's theory of imperialism was the justification of the necessity of the socialist revolution, the justification of the dictatorship of the working class under the conditions of the new historical epoch, the epoch of the proletariat's direct decisive battles for socialism. In this way, Lenin created a new, complete theory of socialist revolution. This theory served as a guide to revolutionary action on a gigantic scale, the Great October Socialist Revolution in the USSR. Lenin worked out the foundations of the doctrine of the general crisis of capitalism, the historical period of the collapse of the capitalist system and the victory of the new, higher, socialist system. As early as the First World War, he came to the conclusion that the epoch of the comparatively peaceful development of capitalism had passed, that the imperialist war, which was the greatest historical crisis, was the beginning of the era of the socialist revolution. The war had created such an immense crisis, Lenin pointed out on the eve of the Great October Socialist Revolution, that humanity was faced with a choice: either to perish or to surrender its fate to the revolutionary class itself for the quickest transition to a higher mode of production, socialism. From the fact established by Lenin that the socialist revolution matured at different times in the various links of the world capitalist system, the conclusion follows that the collapse of capitalism and the victory of socialism take place through the separation from the capitalist system of individual countries, in which the working class is victorious, marching to power in close and indissoluble alliance with the main working masses of the peasantry and rallying around itself the overwhelming majority of the people. Lenin substantiated the possibility and necessity of the peaceful coexistence of two systems, capitalist and socialist, over a long historical period. Lenin developed the theory of imperialism and the general crisis of capitalism in an irreconcilable struggle against the bourgeois economists and opportunists of the Second International. He exposed the complete theoretical inconsistency and political harmfulness of Kautsky's anti-Marxist theory of ultra-imperialism and its varieties represented by Trotsky and Bukharin. In the struggle against Bukharin's anti-Marxist distortions, Lenin repeatedly stressed that pure imperialism, without the basic basis of capitalism, never existed, does not exist anywhere, and never will exist. Imperialism is characterized by the combination of monopolies with exchange, the market and competition. By rising above the old capitalism as its superstructure and direct continuation, imperialism further sharpens all the contradictions of bourgeois society. Lenin showed the deep connection between opportunism and imperialism and exposed the political role of the opportunists as agents of the bourgeoisie in the working class movement. Lenin laid bare the roots of opportunist tendencies in the working class movement, showing that these tendencies grow out of the bribery and corruption of the upper strata of the working class by the bourgeoisie. Lenin dealt a crushing blow to the opportunists' apologetic interpretation of state monopoly capitalism, which they tried to pass off as socialism. Lenin's writings directed against opportunism are of great importance for the revolutionary movement, for unless the ideological and political content of opportunism and its treacherous role in the working class movement is exposed, there can be no real struggle against imperialism. The problems of Marxist-Leninist political economy were further developed and concretized in the decisions and documents of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and in the works of J.V. Stalin, 1879–1953, and other associates and disciples of Lenin. Relying on the works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, who created a genuinely scientific political economy, Stalin advanced and developed a number of new propositions in the field of economics on the basis of a generalization of the new experience of historical development and the new practice of the struggle of the working class and its Communist Party. At the same time, Stalin's works consistently defended Marxist political economy against the enemies of revolutionary Marxism and popularized its basic problems and propositions, exposing the falsity of the assertions of bourgeois economists and reformists about the mitigation of the contradictions of capitalism in the course of its historical development. Stalin substantiated the inevitability of the further deepening and sharpening of these contradictions, which testified to the inevitability of the death of capitalism. In Stalin's writings, a number of important propositions were developed in the sphere of the agrarian question. In his struggle against revisionism, Stalin, relying on new arguments, showed the complete inconsistency of the theory of the stability of small peasant farming. Only the abolition of the system of capitalist slavery can save the peasantry from ruin and poverty. The peasant question is a question of transforming the exploited majority of the peasantry from a reserve of the bourgeoisie into a direct reserve of the revolution, into an ally of the working class fighting for the abolition of the capitalist system. In his work Marxism and the National Question, 1913, and in other works, Stalin gave further elaboration of the national question. He substantiated the importance of the economic conditions of society in the formation of nations and nation-states. The commonality of the economic life of the people is one of the main characteristics of a nation. The process of the abolition of feudalism and the development of capitalism is at the same time a process of the formation of people into nations. Stalin revealed the importance of the national market for the process of creating national states in Western Europe and outlined the peculiarity of the historical course of the formation of states in the East. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union, under the leadership of the Central Committee headed by J.V. Stalin, defended Marxist-Leninist theory in general, and Marxist-Leninist economic doctrine in particular, against the attacks of the enemies of Leninism, the Trotskyites, Bukharinites, and bourgeois nationalists. Lenin's theory of socialist revolution. In a number of Stalin's works, on the foundations of Leninism, on the problems of Leninism, economic problems of socialism in the USSR, and reports at congresses in conferences of the CPSU, Lenin's theses on the economic and political essence of imperialism and the general crisis of capitalism and on the laws governing the development of monopoly capitalism were developed. basing himself on Lenin's classical instructions about the economic essence of imperialism, which consists in the domination of monopolies and monopolistically high profits. Stalin formulated the basic economic law of modern capitalism. He gave a detailed analysis of the general crisis of capitalism and its two stages. The first, which began during the First World War, and the second, which unfolded during the Second World War, especially after the fall away from the capitalist system of the people's democracies in Europe and Asia. By exposing the servants of the bourgeoisie who glorify the capitalist system of economy, he proved that modern capitalism is in a state of general all-round crisis, embracing both the economy and politics. The most striking expression of the general crisis of capitalism is the world historic victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution in the USSR and the split of the world into two systems, capitalist and socialist. An integral part of the general crisis of capitalism is the crisis of the colonial system of imperialism. Stalin's works shed light on the essence and significance of such features of the general crisis of capitalism as the extreme aggravation of the problem of the market, the chronic underutilization of enterprises, and constant mass unemployment. By analyzing the changes in the nature of the capitalist cycle and economic crises in the modern era, Stalin showed the futility of the bourgeois state's attempts to fight crises and the inconsistency of assertions about the possibility of a planned economy under capitalism. Stalin's writings expose the profoundly reactionary and aggressive nature of fascism and the treacherous role of modern right-wing socialists. Marxist-Leninist political economy, as well as the theory of Marxism-Leninism as a whole, finds its further development and enrichment in the decisions of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the fraternal Communist parties, in the works of Lenin's disciples, the leading figures of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the leading figures of the fraternal communist parties. Section 3. The Socialist Mode of Production. The Transition Period from Capitalism to Socialism. Chapter 22. The Main Features of the Transition Period from Capitalism to Socialism. The Proletarian Revolution and the Necessity of the Transition Period from Capitalism to Socialism. The whole course of development of the capitalist mode of production and of the class struggle in bourgeois society inevitably leads to the revolutionary replacement of capitalism by socialism. As has been shown above, in the epoch of imperialism the conflict between the increased productive forces and the bourgeois relations of production, which have become fetters on these productive forces, reaches an unprecedented acuteness. The law of the obligatory correspondence of the relations of production to the character of the productive forces requires the abolition of the old, bourgeois relations of production and the creation of new, socialist relations of production. Hence the objective necessity of the proletarian, socialist revolution. In view of the antagonism between the foundations of bourgeois and socialist societies and the antagonism of the interests of labor and capital, the peaceful growth of capitalism into socialism, as preached by the opportunists, is impossible. The transition from capitalism to socialism can be accomplished only through the proletarian revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat, by virtue of its economic position, is the only class capable of uniting all the working people around itself for the overthrow of capitalism and the victory of socialism. The proletarian revolution is fundamentally different from all previous revolutions. During the transition from the slave-holding system to the feudal system and from the feudal to the capitalist, one form of private property was replaced by another form of private property. The power of some exploiters was replaced by the power of other exploiters. Since all exploitative social formations had the same type of basis, private ownership of the means of production, the new economic order gradually matured in the depths of the old mode of production. Thus, the bourgeois revolution usually begins in the presence of more or less ready-made forms of the capitalist system, which have grown and matured in the bosom of feudalism. The main task of the bourgeois revolution is to seize power by the bourgeoisie in order to bring this power into line with the existing capitalist economy. A bourgeois revolution usually ends with the seizure of power. The aim of the proletarian revolution is to replace private ownership of the means of production by public ownership and to abolish all exploitation of man by man. It does not find any ready-made forms of socialist economy. A socialist system based on social ownership of the means of production cannot grow in the bosom of a bourgeois society based on private property. The task of the proletarian revolution is to establish the power of the proletariat and build a new, socialist economy. The conquest of power by the working class is only the beginning of the proletarian revolution, and power is used as a lever to restructure the old economy and organize a new one. In view of this, the replacement of the capitalist system by the socialist one requires in each country a special transition period covering an entire historical epoch. Between capitalist and communist society lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the former into the latter. The political transition period also corresponds to this period, and the state of this period cannot be anything other than the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 98. The period of transition from capitalism to socialism begins with the establishment of proletarian power and ends with the construction of socialism, the first phase of communist society. During the transition period in the country carrying out the proletarian revolution, the old, capitalist basis is abolished and a new, socialist basis is created, and the development of the productive forces necessary for the victory of socialism is ensured. In the transition period, the proletariat must temper itself as a force capable of governing the country, building a socialist society and re-educating the petty bourgeois masses in the spirit of socialism. Basing himself on the theses of Marx and Engels, Lenin created an integral doctrine of the transition period from capitalism to socialism and the dictatorship of the proletariat, arming the working class and all working people with scientific knowledge of the ways of building socialism. The proletarian revolution was victorious first of all in Russia. Russia had a sufficient level of capitalist development for the victory of the proletarian revolution. At the same time, Russia proved to be the focal point of all the contradictions of imperialism, which sharply intensified the process of revolutionizing the proletariat and rallying the peasant masses around it. In October 1917, the proletariat of Russia, led by the Communist Party, armed with Lenin's theory of socialist revolution, in alliance with the poor peasants, overthrew the power of the capitalists and landlords and established its dictatorship. For the first time in the history of mankind, the Great October Socialist Revolution paved the way for socialism and set an example of what the proletarian revolution should be in its basic features in any country. At the same time, the Socialist 98 K. Marx, Critique of the Gotha Program, K. Marx, F. Engels, Selected Works, Volume 2, 1948, page 23. Revolution in each country that has fallen away from the system of imperialism inevitably has its own peculiarities, which arise from the concrete historical conditions of the country's development and the international situation. Lenin discovered and scientifically substantiated the possibility, under certain historical conditions, of a non-capitalist path of development in countries that are socially and economically backward. These countries, having thrown off the yoke of imperialism, with the help of the advanced countries where the proletarian revolution has triumphed, can avoid the long and painful process of the development of capitalism and, bypassing the capitalist stage, gradually pass over to the path of building socialism. The dictatorship of the proletariat is an instrument for building a socialist economy. Since the task of the proletarian revolution is to abolish all exploitation, it cannot do without smashing the old state machine, which is designed to suppress the working masses. The proletarian revolution gives birth to a new type of state, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Without the dictatorship of the proletariat as a political superstructure, the economic emancipation of the working people is impossible. The transition from the capitalist to the socialist mode of production is impossible. The dictatorship of the proletariat is the state leadership of society, exercised by the working class. The state, in all its previous forms, suppressed the exploited majority in the interests of the exploiting minority. The dictatorship of the proletariat suppresses the exploiting minority in the interests of the working majority. The dictatorship of the proletariat is true democracy. It expresses the vital interests of the working people. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, for the first time in history, the working people become masters of their country. If bourgeois revolutions, while consolidating a new, capitalist form of exploitation, cannot rally the toiling and exploited masses around the bourgeoisie for any long period, then the proletarian revolution, which abolishes all exploitation, can and must bind these masses to the proletariat in a lasting alliance. The alliance of the working class with the peasantry under the leadership of the working class, directed against the exploiting classes, is the supreme principle of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Without this alliance, it is impossible to consolidate the power of the proletariat and build a socialist economy. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a continuation of the class struggle of the proletariat under new conditions and in new forms against the exploiters within the country and against the aggressive forces of the capitalist environment. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a stubborn struggle, bloody and bloodless, violent and peaceful, military and economic, pedagogical and administrative, against the forces and traditions of the old society. 99. In accordance with the tasks of building socialism, the dictatorship of the proletariat has three main aspects. It means, first, the use of power by the proletariat to suppress the exploiters, to defend the country, to strengthen ties with the proletarians of other countries. Secondly, for the final separation of the toiling and exploited masses from the bourgeoisie, for the consolidation of the alliance of the proletariat with these masses, for the drawing of these masses into the work of socialist construction. Thirdly, to build a new, socialist society. The dictatorship of the proletariat as a political superstructure is generated by the urgent economic need of society for the transition from capitalism to socialism. But 99 volts. I. Lenin, Infantile Disease of Leftism, in Communism, Works, Volume 31, page 27. Once born, the dictatorship of the proletariat as an instrument for building a socialist economy itself becomes the greatest force. It is actively promoting its socialist basis to take shape and strengthen itself, ensuring the liquidation of the old, capitalist basis, and the victory of socialist forms of economy over capitalist ones. Socialist forms of economy cannot arise and develop spontaneously. They arise and develop as a result of the planned activity of the proletarian state and the creative activity of the working masses. The proletarian state can fulfill its task of creating a new basis only because it relies on the objective economic law of the obligatory correspondence of the relations of production to the character of the productive forces, and on the new economic laws arising on the basis of the new economic conditions. The dictatorship of the proletariat ensures the creation of a higher type of social organization of labor than capitalism. This is the main source of the strength of the socialist system and its victory over the capitalist system. The forms of the proletarian state may vary. The transition from capitalism to communism, of course, cannot fail to produce an enormous abundance and variety of political forms, but the essence will inevitably be the same. The dictatorship of the proletariat, 100. In the countries of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the leadership of the entire process of the planned construction of the socialist economy belongs to the communist, workers' parties. Armed with the theory of Marxism-Leninism and knowledge of the laws of the economic development of society, these parties organize and direct the masses of the people to solve the problems of socialist construction. 100 volts. I. Lenin, State and Revolution, Works, Volume 25, page 385. Socialist nationalization. The development of capitalism has made the socialist socialization of large-scale machine industry, mechanized transport, banks, etc., economically necessary and possible. In view of this, the proletarian state nationalizes large-scale capitalist production at the beginning of the transition period, thereby depriving the capitalists of their dominant position in the economy. Socialist nationalization is the revolutionary seizure by the proletarian power of the property of the exploiting classes and its transformation into state, socialist property, the property of the whole people. Socialist nationalization leads to the elimination of the basic contradiction of capitalism, the contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation. Of decisive importance for socialist construction is the nationalization of large-scale industry, which is the leading branch of the national economy. At the same time, there is the nationalization of banks, railway transport, merchant marine and means of communication, large enterprises of domestic trade, as well as the nationalization of foreign trade. As a result of the nationalization of the banks, the bourgeoisie loses one of the most important levers of its economic domination, and the proletarian state acquires a centralized and ramified economic apparatus, which, after its revolutionary transformation, is used to build socialism. The nationalization of foreign trade is a necessary condition for ensuring the economic self-sufficiency and independence of the country of socialism under construction from the capitalist world. Socialist nationalization, in the first place, deprives the capitalists of the means of production and thereby destroys the economic domination of the bourgeoisie in the country. Secondly, it brings the economic basis under the dictatorship of the proletariat, placing in the hands of the working people the commanding heights of the national economy, i.e., the leading branches of the economy. In these branches, social ownership of the means of production is established as the basis of socialist relations of production. Proceeding from the urgent need to abolish the survivals of serfdom and landlordism, which has long outlived its usefulness, the proletarian state carries out the immediate confiscation of the lands of the big landowners and their farms with living and dead implements. Most of the confiscated land is transferred to the toiling peasantry. On a lesser part of the confiscated land, large state-owned agricultural enterprises are being organized. One of the most important measures of the socialist revolution is the nationalization of the land, that is, the abolition of private ownership of land and the transfer of land to the ownership of the proletarian state. The question of the methods and timing of the nationalization of the whole land is decided by the proletarian government, depending on the concrete conditions of each country. In Russia, where the peasants' traditions of private ownership of land were weaker than in the West, the Soviet government, in accordance with the demands of the peasant masses, nationalized all the land at the very beginning of the revolution. In this way, the absolute rent of land disappeared. For the first time in history, the Soviet peasantry received land from the hands of the proletarian revolution for free use. In those countries where small peasant private ownership of land has existed for a long time, and where, therefore, the peasants have a stronger tradition of private ownership of land, the working class, which has come to power, does not nationalize all the land at the beginning of the revolution. In these countries, only a part of the land confiscated from large landowners is nationalized, which forms a state fund. Most of the confiscated land becomes the private property of the peasants. The question of the nationalization of all land is practically solved in the course of the socialist reconstruction of agriculture. The Great October Socialist Revolution, having smashed the state apparatus of the bourgeoisie, nationalized and deprived the landlords and big capitalists of the means of production and other wealth free of charge in the first months. On October 26, November 8, 1917, the land decree was issued. The lands that were in the hands of the landlords, the bourgeoisie, the royal family, churches and monasteries were confiscated, alienated without redemption. The right of private ownership of land was abolished forever. All the land, together with its mineral resources, forests and waters, became state property, national property. The purchase and sale of land was prohibited. The peasantry received free use of more than 150 million deshitines of new land, except for those lands that they used before the revolution, and was freed from rent payments to landlords, as well as from the cost of buying land in the total amount of more than 700 million rubles in gold annually. The nationalization of land was the basis for the liquidation of the landlord class. It meant the complete eradication of the remnants of serfdom. In this way, the socialist revolution casually solved to the end the tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution. The nationalization of land did not in itself create socialist relations of production in the countryside, since private farming continued on the land that had become national property. But it was of great importance for socialist construction. The nationalization of land strengthened the economic base of the dictatorship of the proletariat and improved the economic situation of the working peasants. It further facilitated the transition of the peasantry to the path of socialist development. As a transitional measure to the broad nationalization of capitalist enterprises and in order to regulate their activities to a certain extent, the Soviet government introduced workers' control, i.e., control by the collectives of workers in these enterprises over production, trade and finance. In December 1917, the banks were nationalized. The Soviet government cancelled all loans received by the Tsarist and provisional governments from both foreign and domestic capitalists. Foreign trade was declared a state monopoly, and the import and export of goods from abroad were taken out of the hands of private individuals and handed over to state bodies. The monopoly of foreign trade introduced by the Soviet government was a barrier that reliably protected the country from the economic aggression of the imperialists, who sought to enslave it and turn it into their colony. Railways and means of communication, sea and large river merchant fleets became the property of the whole people. The Soviet government increasingly nationalized industrial enterprises by confiscating them, without redemption. In June 1918, the nationalization of large enterprises in all branches of industry was announced. The nationalization of large-scale industry, banks, transport, and foreign trade meant that Soviet power had broken the economic might of the bourgeoisie and seized the commanding heights of the national economy. In the nationalized enterprises, capitalist relations of production were replaced by socialist ones. The means of production, having passed into social ownership, ceased to be capital. The exploitation of man by man was abolished. A new, socialist discipline of labor was introduced. Socialist emulation was emerging among the workers. Gradually, socialist principles of production management were inculcated, combining one-man management with the creative activity of the masses. Overcoming the resistance of the bourgeoisie, the wrecking and sabotage of the bourgeois specialists, and in a stubborn struggle against the petty bourgeois element, the Soviet government proceeded to organize national accounting and control over the production and distribution of products. Economic structures and classes in the transition period, an alliance between the working class and the peasantry. As a result of the nationalization of large-scale industry, transport, banks, etc., a socialist economic structure emerged. Along with the socialist system, which is based on social ownership of the means of production, in the transition period there are still structures, i.e., forms of economy, inherited from the past and based on private ownership of the means of production. This means that the economy of transition is multi-structured. As Lenin pointed out, during the transition period in the USSR there were the following 5 economic structures. 1. Patriarchal peasant farming. 2. Small-scale commodity production. 3. Private capitalism. 4. State capitalism. And 5. Socialist economy. The patriarchal peasant economy, based on personal labor, was a small, almost entirely subsistence economy, that is, it produced products for the most part for its own consumption. Small-scale commodity production was an economy based on personal labor and connected to a more or less significant extent with the market. It was predominantly a middle peasant farm, which produced the bulk of marketable grain, as well as a handicraft economy that did not employ hired labor. During the transition period, the small-scale commodity system embraced the majority of the country's population for a considerable time. Private economy capitalism was represented by the most numerous of the exploiting classes, the kulaks, the owners of non-nationalized, mainly small and medium-sized capitalist industrial enterprises and merchants. In capitalist enterprises, wage labor was employed, labor power remained a commodity, and there were relations of exploitation and surplus value. State capitalism existed mainly in the form of concessions granted by the Soviet government to foreign capitalists and in the form of certain state-owned enterprises leased to the capitalists. State capitalism under the dictatorship of the proletariat differs essentially from state capitalism under the rule of the bourgeoisie. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, state capitalism is an economic structure strictly limited by the proletarian power and used by it for the struggle against the petty bourgeois element, for socialist construction. In the economy of the USSR, state capitalism occupied a very insignificant place. The socialist structure included, first, factories, plants, transport, banks, state farms, trade and other enterprises in the hands of the Soviet state, and, second, cooperatives, consumer, supply, credit, production, including its highest form, collective farms. The basis of the socialist system was large-scale machine industry. Already at the beginning of the transition period, the socialist structure, which is the highest type of economy in comparison with all other modes, began to play a leading role in the country's economy. In the socialist sector of the economy, labor power ceased to be a commodity. Labor lost the character of wage labor and turned into labor for oneself, for one's society. Surplus value has disappeared. Gradually, there was a transition to planning the work of nationalized enterprises on the scale of industries, and later on the scale of the entire state sector as a whole. As a result of the establishment of socialist ownership of the means of production, the products produced in state enterprises began to go not to the capitalists, but to the state, that is, to all the working people. The existence of all five modes is not inevitable for every country building socialism. Scale commodity production, capitalism. These forms of social economy correspond to classes: the working class, the petty bourgeoisie, especially the peasantry, and the bourgeoisie. The main features of the economy, of class relations, and, consequently, of the foundations of the economic policy of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the transition period are common to all countries, which does not exclude, but presupposes the presence of specific features in each country. The position of classes in the transition period as compared with their position under capitalism changes radically. The working class has gone from being an oppressed class under capitalism to the ruling class, which holds power in its hands and owns, together with all the working people, the means of production socialized by the state. The material condition of the working class is steadily improving, and its cultural level is rising. The peasantry, the poor and middle peasant masses, receive land from the socialist state, emancipation from the landlord yoke, protection from the kulak, and all-round economic and cultural assistance. As a result of the October Revolution and the assistance of the Soviet government, the middle and poor peasants already produced over 4 billion poods of grain in 1926-27, whereas before the revolution they produced 2.5 billion poods a year. Peasant small commodity production inevitably gives rise to capitalist elements. The class stratification of the peasantry into the poor peasants and the kulaks is taking place. But the process of differentiation of the peasantry in the transition period is of a different character from that of capitalism. Under capitalism, the poor peasants and kulaks are growing in the countryside, while the middle peasantry is shrinking. The mass of the peasantry is ruined and swelling the ranks of the poor peasants and the proletariat. In the transition period in the USSR, before the main mass of the peasantry embarked on the path of socialism, there was an increase in the number and proportion of the middle peasants at the expense of the reduction of the poor peasants, part of whom rose to the level of the middle peasants. At the same time, the kulaks grew to a much smaller extent than under capitalism. The middle peasant became the central figure of agriculture. After the October Revolution, as early as 1918, the middle peasants prevailed among the peasants. This happened because the peasants received free land, part of the landowner's livestock and equipment. In 1918, a partial expropriation of the kulaks was carried out, from which 50 million hectares of land were taken away and transferred to the poor and middle peasants. In 1928-29, among the peasant households there were poor people 35%, middle peasants 60%. Kulaks minus 4 to 5%. In its policy towards the peasantry during the transition period, the Soviet government was guided by Lenin's formula: a firm alliance with the middle peasantry, reliance on the poor peasants, and an irreconcilable struggle against the kulaks. Lenin teaches that the working class, in leading the peasantry, must always distinguish between the two sides of the peasant, the toiler and the private proprietor. The middle peasant is of a dual nature. As a toiler he gravitates towards the proletariat, as a small proprietor towards the bourgeoisie. Both the bourgeoisie and the proletariat strive to win over the masses of the middle peasantry. At the same time, the working class appeals to the fundamental interests of the peasant as a toiler, while the bourgeoisie tries to exploit the private property interests of the peasant. In the transition period, especially as long as the peasantry bases its existence on private property and small-scale commodity production, there are certain non-antagonistic contradictions between the working class and the peasantry, for example, on the question of prices and the amount of taxes. But these contradictions are not fundamental. On fundamental questions the interests of the working class and the laboring masses of the peasantry coincide. Both classes are vitally interested in the abolition of exploitation and in the victory of socialism. That is the basis of a firm alliance between the two friendly classes, the working class and the peasantry. The principle of the alliance of the working class with the peasantry, with the leading role of the working class, is the basis of socialist construction. The most important political task of the party, says the decision of the 12th Congress of the RCP, which determines the entire outcome of the revolution, is to preserve and develop the alliance between the working class and the peasantry with the greatest attention and thoroughness. 101. A firm alliance between the working class and the peasantry is an indispensable condition for correct economic relations between town and country, between industry and agriculture. Agriculture, the rise of agriculture and its socialist transformation. Only on the basis of an alliance between the working class and the peasantry can the abolition of capitalist forms of economy and the victory of socialism be assured. The working class and the peasantry are the main classes in the transition period. The bourgeoisie, with the loss of power and the main means of production, is no longer one of the main classes of society. The big capitalists and a large section of the urban middle bourgeoisie are deprived of the means of production at the beginning of the transition period. But after that, there remains a section of the urban bourgeoisie, as well as the rural bourgeoisie, the kulaks. During a number of years of the transition period, the bourgeoisie still retains 101 resolution of the 12 Congress of the RCP, b. the CPSU in resolutions and decisions of congresses, conferences and plenums of the Central Committee, Part 1, ed. 7, pp. 682-683. Considerable strength. This is explained by the inevitability of the spontaneous emergence of capitalist elements from small-scale commodity farming, by the impossibility of replacing capitalist economy by socialist economy in all branches of the economy at once. Even after the loss of its rule, the bourgeoisie retains to a greater or lesser extent its monetary and material resources, as well as its ties with a considerable stratum of old specialists. It relies on the support of international capital. The fundamental contradiction of the economy of the transition period is the contradiction between socialism, which was born but at first still weak, and to which the future belongs, and the overthrown, but at first still strong, capitalism, which has its roots in small-scale commodity economy and represents the past. In all spheres of economic life, during the transition period, the struggle between socialism and capitalism is unfolding according to the principle of whom. Between the working class and the main mass of the peasantry, on the one hand, and the bourgeoisie, on the other, there are antagonistic and irreconcilable contradictions. In the transition period, the proletarian state first pursues a policy of restricting and ousting the capitalist elements, and then a policy of their complete elimination. For the transition period, the intensified class struggle of the proletariat, of the toiling masses against the bourgeoisie, whose resistance intensifies as socialist construction unfolds, is natural. The emergence of the economic laws of socialism. To the extent that the socialist sector had taken possession of the commanding heights of the economy, capitalist forms of economy and the laws of their development had already lost their dominant position in the national economy in the USSR at the beginning of the transition period. The development of the national economy has ceased to be determined by the operation of the basic economic law of modern capitalism. The sphere of action of the law of surplus value extended only to capitalist forms of economy and became more and more limited. On the basis of new economic conditions, new economic laws inherent in socialist relations of production arose and gradually expanded their sphere of action. With the formation and development of the socialist system, the basic economic law of socialism emerged and gradually began to operate, which determined the new goal of production. In the socialist sector, production began to be carried out not for the sake of deriving capitalist profit, but in the interests of satisfying the material and cultural needs of the working people, in the interests of building socialism. With the consolidation and development of socialist relations of production, more and more conditions were created for the achievement of this goal through the continuous and rapid growth of industry and the widespread introduction of advanced technology. In the country's economy, along with the socialist sector, there were small-scale commodity and capitalist sectors. The problem of who wins has not yet been solved. As a result, the scope of the basic economic law of socialism was limited. He operated within the framework of the socialist order. But since the socialist system played a leading role and its share in the country's economy was constantly increasing, the basic economic law of socialism exerted an ever-increasing influence on the development of the entire national economy. In its economic policy, the Soviet state relied on this law, developing socialist production, introducing advanced technology into all branches of the economy, and striving for a systematic improvement in the well-being of the working people to the extent possible under the difficult conditions of the transition period. Public ownership, by uniting the enterprises of the socialist sector, makes its planned development necessary and possible. On the basis of socialist relations of production in the transition period, the economic law of the planned, proportional development of the national economy arises and gradually begins to manifest itself. This law required the planned management of the economy and the establishment in a planned manner of such proportions between the branches of the economy as were necessary for the victory of socialism and for the satisfaction of the growing needs of society. At first, the scope of this new law was narrow, since the socialist system embraced a smaller part of the national economy, and the Soviet government was just beginning to take over the business of planning. As the socialist system developed, the law of competition and the anarchy of production lost its force, and more scope opened up for the operation of the law of the planned development of the national economy. In the socialist system, the law of the value of labor power ceased to operate. On the basis of the new relations of production, the economic law of distribution according to labor arose and began to operate, according to which each worker should receive a payment corresponding to the labor expended by him. All this meant a radical change in the conditions for the operation of the law of value. Insofar as commodity production and circulation continued to exist, the law of value was also preserved. However, due to the socialization of the main means of production, the sphere of commodity production and the law of value was limited, and their role became fundamentally different from that under capitalism. The law of value, with certain limitations, acted as a regulator of production in the small-scale commodity and capitalist sectors of the national economy. But it was not a regulator of production in the state-run socialist sector. The proletarian power increasingly mastered commodity production, the law of value, trade, and money circulation, using them for the development of socialist forms of economy and for the struggle against capitalist elements. Proceeding from Lenin's propositions on the new role of trade and money in the conditions of the transition period, Stalin pointed out, the point is not at all that trade and the monetary system are the methods of the capitalist economy. The point is that the socialist elements of our economy, while fighting the capitalist elements, are mastering these methods and weapons of the bourgeoisie in order to overcome the capitalist elements, that they are successfully using them against capitalism, that they are successfully using them to build the socialist foundation of our economy. The point, therefore, is that, thanks to the dialectics of our development, the functions of these instruments of the bourgeoisie are changing fundamentally, radically, in favor of socialism, to the detriment of capitalism. 102. Fundamentals of economic policy in the period of transition from capitalism to socialism. The building of socialism is impossible without a correct account of the objective economic conditions of the transition period and of the economic laws that arise on the basis of these conditions. In its policy, the Communist Party proceeded from Lenin's plan for building socialism, relied on 102 V. Stalin, concluding remarks on the political report of the Central Committee to the 14th Congress of the CPSU, B. Works, Volume 7, pp. 369 to 370. Economic laws, and took into account the real correlation of class forces. Of paramount importance for the building of socialism in the USSR was Lenin's doctrine of the victory of socialism in one country. This doctrine armed the party and the working class with a clear perspective and confidence in the triumph of the ideas of scientific socialism. On the question of the victory of socialism in one country, it is necessary to distinguish between two sides, the domestic and the international. The internal aspect of the question of the victory of socialism in one country embraces the problem of class relations within the country. The Communist Party proceeded from the premise that the working class could overcome its contradictions with the peasantry, strengthen its alliance with it, and draw the peasant masses into the construction of socialism. The working class, in alliance with the peasantry, is quite capable, after capitalism has been smashed politically, to overcome its bourgeoisie economically as well, to abolish the exploiting classes and to build a socialist society. The international aspect of the question of the victory of socialism in one country embraces the problem of the relations between the country of the proletarian dictatorship and the capitalist countries. Under the conditions of the coexistence of two opposing systems, socialist and capitalist, the danger of armed aggression against the socialist country by the imperialist powers hostile to it remains. This contradiction cannot be resolved by the forces of the proletarian dictatorship alone. Therefore, the victory of socialism can be final only when the danger of intervention and restoration of capitalism by the aggressive imperialist powers has disappeared. A necessary condition for successful socialist construction in the USSR was the defeat of the Trotskyite Bukharinite restorers of capitalism, who preached theories disarming the working class that it was impossible to build socialism in one country and that Russia was not ripe for socialism because of its technical and economic backwardness. The Communist Party proceeded from Lenin's propositions that the USSR possessed everything necessary and sufficient for the complete construction of socialism, and that Russia's technical and economic backwardness could be completely overcome under the conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Historical experience has fully confirmed the correctness of Lenin's theses. Lenin's plan for building socialism in the USSR contained the idea of creating a powerful socialist industry as the material basis of socialism and a necessary condition for the gradual transition of small peasant farms to large-scale collective production through their cooperatives. Of paramount importance in Lenin's program for the construction of socialism was the State Plan for the Electrification of Russia, the GOELRO Plan, adopted in 1920. It was the first long-term plan for the development of the national economy in the history of mankind, designed to create the production and technical basis of socialism within 10 to 15 years. The victory of socialism over capitalism and the consolidation of socialism can be regarded as assured only when the proletarian state power, having finally crushed all resistance of the exploiters and having secured for itself perfect stability and complete subordination, reorganizes all industry on the basis of large-scale collective production and the latest, based on the electrification of the entire economy, technical basis. Only this will make possible such radical assistance, technical and social, rendered by the town to the backward and scattered countryside that this assistance will create the material basis for an enormous increase in the productivity of agricultural labor and agricultural labor in general, thereby inducing the small Farmers by example and for their own benefit to pass over to large-scale, collective, machine farming. 103. The most important condition for the implementation of Lenin's plan for the construction of socialism was the all-around development of economic ties between state industry and peasant farming. From the character of small peasant farming it follows that the vital form of economic connection between the peasants and the city is exchange through purchase and sale. In the transition period, the trade bond between state industry and small peasant farming became an economic necessity. Consequently, the existence of peasant farming in the transition period necessitates the use of the market and money economy in the construction of socialism. As early as the spring of 1918, the Soviet government began to organize the exchange of goods with the countryside by means of purchase and sale. Preparations for monetary reform have begun. But in view of foreign intervention, it was necessary to put the entire economy at the service of the front under conditions of extremely limited material resources. The intervention dramatically increased the devastation of the country caused by the First World War. The Soviet government did not have industrial goods to exchange for agricultural products, the quantity of which was also greatly reduced. It was impossible to procure agricultural products for the army and the city by the method of buying and selling. In addition to the market, they had to be obtained by means of food appropriation, i.e., the seizure by the state of all surplus food from the peasants. Thus objective conditions compelled the Soviet government to introduce a policy which came to be called war. Communism. 103 v. I. Lenin, Initial Outline of Theses on the Agrarian Question. Works. Volume 31, page 138. The appropriation of food was necessitated by the most acute need. It was necessary to give bread to the army, to save the working masses from starvation. In view of the lack of commodity resources in the state, trade in basic products was prohibited to prevent them from falling into the hands of speculators. Consumer goods in the cities were issued on ration cards at very low rates. The class principle was observed in the distribution. In addition, the size of the rations depended on the severity of the work and the importance of the enterprise. Universal labor conscription was introduced. The bourgeoisie was involved in compulsory socially useful work. The conditions of the war demanded that the Soviet government should take into its own hands not only large and medium-sized industry, but also a considerable part of small industry. In view of the limited resources in industry, a system of rigid centralized supply in kind was introduced, subordinated to the tasks of servicing the front. Enterprises received and delivered products on warrants, without monetary payment, and did not have any economic independence. As a result of the imperialist and civil wars, the national economy of the USSR reached an extreme decline. In 1920, as compared with 1913, the output of large-scale industry fell by almost 7 times, and the output of agriculture by about half. Masses of paper money were issued to cover government expenditures, which quickly depreciated. The workers at the enterprises, as well as the Red Army soldiers on the fronts, showed mass heroism. Such forms of competition as communist subbotniks were of great importance at that time. The working class gained experience in managing production. In the context of foreign intervention and civil war, a military-political alliance between the working class and the peasantry was formed and strengthened. It was intended to unite the efforts of workers and peasants in order to repel the onslaught of foreign invaders and white guards, to defend the motherland, the state of workers and peasants. The Soviet government gave the peasantry land and protection from the landowner and the kulak. The peasantry provided the working class with food on a pro-development basis. Such was the basis of the military-political alliance of workers and peasants under military communism, war. Communism was inevitable under certain historical conditions, in conditions of civil war and economic devastation. But war, communism with surplus appropriation and the prohibition of trade deprived the peasants of material interest in the production of products. It is incompatible with the economic bond between town and country. Therefore, in the absence of intervention in the economic devastation caused by the long war, the proletarian state dispenses with war communism. This has been confirmed by the experience of people's democracies. In the spring of 1921, after putting an end to foreign intervention and civil war, the Soviet government switched to the new economic policy, NEP, so-called in contrast to the policy of war communism. The basic principles of the new economic policy were worked out by Lenin in the spring of 1918, but their implementation was interrupted by intervention. It was only 3 years later that the Soviet government was able to proclaim this policy again and proceed to its consistent implementation. The new economic policy pursued by the Soviet government during the transition period is an economic policy aimed at building socialism through the use of the market, trade, and money circulation. The essence of this policy is the economic alliance of the working class with the peasantry, which is necessary for drawing the peasant masses into socialist construction. Expounding the tasks of NEP, Lenin said at the beginning of 1922, to unite with the peasant masses, with the rank and file working peasantry, and begin to move forward immeasurably, infinitely slower than we dreamed, but in such a way that the whole mass will really move with us. Then the acceleration of this movement will in due time come in such a way that we cannot even dream of now. 104. With the transition to NEP, the first task was to restore the economy. It was necessary to begin by creating the economic interest of the toiling peasants in the rapid development of agriculture in order to provide the urban population with food and industry with raw materials. On this basis, state industry had to be pushed forward and closely linked with agriculture, supplanting private capital. Then, having accumulated sufficient funds, it was necessary to solve the problem of creating a large-scale socialist industry capable of reorganizing agriculture on socialist principles, and to launch a determined offensive against the capitalist elements in order to liquidate them completely. The new economic policy was designed to allow capitalism within certain limits, with the commanding heights in the hands of the proletarian state, to wage a struggle between the socialist elements and the capitalist elements, to ensure the victory of the socialist elements in this struggle, to liquidate the exploiting classes and to create the economic basis of socialism. At the beginning of NEP, trade was the main link that had to be grasped in order to pull out the whole chain of economic construction. The end of the war made it possible to replace the food appropriation with a food tax. The tax in kind, the amount of which was fixed in advance, before the spring sowing, was smaller in size than the surplus appropriation and left the peasants with surpluses of grain and other products for free sale on the market, to be exchanged for manufactured goods. Lenin stressed the urgent need to learn how to trade in such a way that socialist industry would satisfy the needs of the peasantry. The need for commodity circulation between town and country led to the development of commodity relations in 104 v. I. Lenin, Political Report of the Central Committee of the RCP, B. To the 11th Congress of the RCP, B. Works, Volume 33, page 243. Industry itself and required the strengthening of the country's monetary economy. With the transition to the new economic policy, natural supply in industry was replaced by a system of buying and selling, state enterprises were transferred to economic accounting, and began to work more and more on the principle of self-sufficiency, with the achievement of a certain profitability. The system of supplying the population by ration cards was replaced by a full-scale trade. In 1924, the monetary reform was completed, which provided the country with a stable currency. Basing itself on the law of the planned development of the national economy, the Soviet government gradually limited the sphere of action of the law of value and gradually proceeded to the planning of state industry. Within the state sector, the Soviet government carried out direct planning, bringing production tasks to enterprises. It began to set fixed prices for goods produced by state-owned enterprises. In the case of peasant farming, such planning was impossible. The influence of the state on the peasant economy was carried out through indirect economic regulation, through trade, supply, procurement, prices, credit, and finance. These economic instruments were used by the Soviet state to strengthen the bond with peasant farming and to strengthen the leading role of the socialist system. The operation of the law of value on the private market manifested itself in the fact that prices were formed spontaneously, competition was preserved, speculation took place, and capitalist elements profited at the expense of the working people. Concentrating in its hands the growing mass of commodities and expanding the procurement of agricultural products, the Soviet state, in a stubborn struggle against the capitalist elements, began to determine the prices of grain and other important commodities in the main, restricting in every possible way the free play of market. Prices. The regulatory role of the state in relation to the private market became more and more intense. The 11th All-Russian Conference of the RCP, B, set the task, proceeding from the existence of the market and taking into account its laws, to master it and, by means of systematic, strictly thought-out economic measures based on an accurate account of the market process, to take into our own hands the regulation of the market and the circulation of money. 105 The Communist Party and the Soviet state have successfully coped with this task. Relying on socialist industry, on the financial and credit system, on state trade, and on the cooperatives, the Soviet government in the fierce class struggle consistently pursued a policy of restricting and ousting the capitalist elements, the industrialists, kulaks, and merchants. Taxation of capitalists was intensified, and their opportunities to use the means of production and wage labor were reduced. This means that the scope of the law of surplus value was increasingly restricted. Whereas in the first years of NEP there was a revival and growth of the capitalist elements within certain limits, their role in the economy soon began to decline more and more intensively. A necessary condition for the development of state industry was the use of the workers' personal material interest in the development of socialist production. Proceeding from the law of distribution according to labor, the socialist state built the wages of workers and employees in greater and greater accordance with the quantity and quality of labor expended by each worker. This stimulated a systematic increase in labor productivity. During the transition period, there was a two-way process in the economy. On the one hand, up to a certain time and within certain limits, capitalist elements grew. 105 Resolution of the 11th All-Russian Conference of the RCP, B, the CPSU in resolutions and decisions of congresses, conferences in plenums of the Central Committee, Part 1, ed. 7, page 588. Spontaneously. On the other hand, there was a steady and much more rapid, planned growth of the socialist elements, which determined the course of development of the entire national economy. In industrial production in the first years of NEP, the share of the private economy sector was up to 1/4, and in 1929 it decreased to 1/10. If in 1921-22 the share of private trade accounted for about 3/4 of retail turnover, then by 1926 state and cooperative trade, successfully displacing private traders, firmly occupied the position of the state-owned and cooperative trade, predominant position in retail trade turnover. The revival of trade turnover and the strengthening of the trade bond were the conditions for rapid economic recovery and the rise of socialist industry. Realizing the advantages inherent in socialist industry, the Soviet government achieved that large-scale industry in 1926 reached the level of 1913 in terms of its output. Thanks to the versatile assistance of the Soviet government to the working peasantry, agriculture in 1926 exceeded the level of 1913 in terms of the total size of its output. With the restoration of industry and agriculture, the transition to the socialist reconstruction of the entire national economy began. With the growth of industry and agriculture, the material and cultural level of the working people increased. During the period of transition from capitalism to socialism, the Soviet people, under the leadership of the Communist Party, solved the following tasks in a natural sequence: the acquisition of the commanding heights of the national economy by means of socialist nationalization, the establishment of a trade bond between socialist industry and peasant farming and the supply of consumer goods to the countryside, the socialist industrialization of the country and the establishment of a productive bond with the countryside by supplying it with advanced machinery, the collectivization of agriculture and the creation of the economic basis of socialism in the countryside. With the establishment of socialist relations of production and industry, broad opportunities opened up for the socialist industrialization of the country. By providing an advanced technical basis for agriculture, socialist industrialization created the material basis for the socialist socialization of peasant farms. The objective necessity of the industrialization of the country and the collectivization of agriculture follows from the law of the obligatory correspondence of the relations of production to the character of the productive forces and the basic economic law of socialism. These laws require the establishment of socialist relations of production in the entire national economy, not only in industry, but also in agriculture. Only under this condition do the productive forces have full scope for their development. The socialist industrialization of the country and the collectivization of agriculture ensure the victory of socialism in the entire national economy and the systematic rise in production and the level of well-being of the people. The new economic policy was a concrete expression of Lenin's plan for building a socialist economy in the USSR, which was further developed in the writings of Stalin and in the decisions of the Communist Party. The fundamental principles underlying the new economic policy pursued in the USSR serve as a guide to action for any country building socialism. However, the concrete forms of economic construction in a particular country must take into account the peculiarities of its development and the situation in which the socialist revolution is taking place. Lenin pointed out that Marx did not tie his hands, and those of the future leaders of the socialist revolution, as to the forms, methods of the revolution, perfectly understanding what a mass of new problems would then arise, how the whole situation would change in the course of the revolution, how often and to what extent it would change in the course of the revolution. 106. The construction of a socialist economy in the people's democracies is taking place under more favorable conditions than was the case in the USSR, which was the only country that built socialism. The Soviet Union had to be the first to pave the way for the transition to socialism. At present, each of the people's democracies relies on the enormous assistance of the entire socialist camp headed by the Soviet Union and is in a position to make use of the accumulated experience of building socialism in the USSR. Brief conclusions. 1. For the first time in the history of mankind, the Great October Socialist Revolution paved the way for socialism. The historical inevitability of the proletarian revolution follows from the law of the obligatory correspondence of the relations of production to the character of the productive forces. A transitional period is necessary for the revolutionary transformation of capitalist society into socialist society. The state in the transition period is the dictatorship of the proletariat in the form of Soviet power or in the form of people's democracy. The socialist nationalization of the main means of production, which were in the hands of the exploiting classes, led to the creation of a socialist system that embraced the commanding heights of the national economy. 2. The main forms of social economy in the transition period are socialism, small-scale commodity production, capitalism. Corresponding to them are the classes of the working class, the peasantry, and the bourgeoisie. The main classes in the transition period are the working class and 106 volts. I. Lenin, on the Food Tax, Works, Volume 32, page 316. The peasantry. The supreme principle of the dictatorship of the proletariat is the alliance of the working class and the peasantry under the leadership of the working class, directed against the exploiting classes. The main Contradiction of the transition period, the contradiction between growing socialism and moribund capitalism. The limitation and displacement and then liquidation of capitalist elements are carried out in the process of fierce class struggle. 3. The economic policy of the proletarian dictatorship in the transition period is designed for the victory of the socialist elements over the capitalist elements and for the construction of a socialist economy with the use of commodity production in the market. This policy ensures the economic bond between socialist industry and peasant farming, the socialist industrialization of the country, and the collectivization of agriculture. 4. In the transition period, as the socialist system grows and consolidates and the capitalist elements are overcome, the economic laws of capitalism, which express the relations of exploitation, disappear from the scene. The law of value, trade, money, and credit are increasingly being used by proletarian power to the detriment of capitalism and in the interests of socialism. The economic laws of socialism, on which the proletarian state rests, arise and gradually expand their sphere of action. Chapter 23. Socialist Industrialization. Large-scale industry is the material basis of socialism. The essence of socialist industrialization. Socialism can be built only on the basis of large-scale machine production. Only large-scale machine production, both in the city and in the countryside, is capable of ensuring the rapid growth of labor productivity which is necessary for the victory of the new social system. Lenin wrote, "The only material basis of socialism can be large-scale machine industry, capable of reorganizing agriculture as well." Capitalism developed large-scale industry and thereby created the necessary material prerequisites for the proletarian revolution and the construction of socialism. But because of its inherent contradictions, capitalism has not been able to reconstruct all branches of the economy on the basis of large-scale machine production. Modern large-scale industry is developed primarily in the principal capitalist countries. Most of the countries of the world, and especially the colonial and dependent countries, do not have a sufficiently developed large-scale industry. In all countries, with the exception of England, there is a large class of peasants who carry on small, individual private farming, based on manual labor and primitive technique. Meanwhile, without the reconstruction of all branches of production on the basis of advanced technology, it is impossible to ensure the victory of socialism in the entire national economy. A decisive place in large-scale industry is occupied by industries that produce the means of production, metal, coal, oil, machinery, equipment, building materials, etc., that is, heavy industry. Therefore, socialist industrialization means, first of all, the development of a heavy industry with its core, mechanical engineering. The center of industrialization, the basis of which consists in the development of heavy industry, fuel, metal, etc., in the development, in the end, of the production of means of production, in the development of its own mechanical engineering. 108 Mechanical engineering occupies a special place among all branches of heavy industry. Developed mechanical engineering is a source of re-equipment of all branches of the national economy with modern technology machines, machine tools, instruments, equipment, tools, a source of technological progress. In order to build socialism, industrialization is needed which ensures the growing preponderance of socialist forms of industry over small-scale commodity and capitalist forms. Socialist industrialization creates the material basis for the development of socialist forms of economy, for the elimination of all capitalist elements, and gives socialist forms of economy the superiority in technology necessary to completely defeat and complete the capitalist system. The development of heavy industry is the key to the socialist transformation of agriculture on the basis of advanced machine techniques. By supplying agriculture with tractors, combines, and other agricultural machinery, socialist industry serves as the basis for the emergence and development of the new productive forces in the countryside that are necessary for the victory of the collective farm system. Socialist industrialization results in an increase in the size of the working class, its relative importance and its leading role in society, and strengthens the foundations of the 108 I.V. Stalin, on the economic situation of the Soviet Union and the policy of the party, Works, Volume 8, page 120. Dictatorship of the working class and its alliance with the peasantry. By ensuring the rise of all branches of production and the victory of socialist forms of economy, industrialization thereby serves as a solid basis for a steady increase in the well-being of the working people and an increase in the level of public consumption. Socialist industrialization ensures the technical and economic independence and defense of the country in the conditions of capitalist encirclement. The development of heavy industry serves as the material basis for the production of modern weapons necessary for the defense of the country against the aggression of hostile imperialist states. Consequently, socialist industrialization is the development of large-scale industry, and first of all of heavy industry, which ensures the reconstruction of the entire national economy on the basis of advanced machine techniques, the victory of socialist forms of economy, and the technical and economic independence of the country from capitalist encirclement. The socialist industrialization of the country was of vital importance for the USSR. Pre-revolutionary Russia, although it had a large industry, was predominantly an agrarian country. In terms of the level of development of industry, especially heavy industry, it lagged far behind that of the principal capitalist countries. Occupying first place among all countries in the world in terms of territory, and third place in terms of population, after China and India, Tsarist Russia was in fifth place in the world and fourth in Europe in terms of industrial output. In 1913, agricultural products accounted for 57.9% of the total gross output of large-scale industry and agriculture, and industrial products 42.1%. Heavy industry lagged sharply behind light industry. Many important industries were absent: the production of machine tools, tractors, cars and others. Revolutionary Russia was equipped with modern instruments of production 4 times worse than England, 5 times worse than Germany, 10 times worse than America. Economic and technical backwardness made Tsarist Russia dependent on developed capitalist countries. It was forced to import a significant part of equipment and other means of production from abroad. The main branches of the country's heavy industry were controlled by foreign capitalists. The domination of the capitalists and landlords led to the fact that Russia's semi-colonial dependence on the Western imperialist powers became more and more intense. The country is in direct danger of a complete loss of national independence. The exploiting classes were incapable of destroying the age-old technical and economic backwardness of Russia. Only the working class could solve this historic problem. On the eve of the Great October Revolution, Lenin stressed that it was a matter of life or death for Russia to catch up and outstrip the most developed capitalist countries in technical and economic terms. What the revolution did was that in a few months Russia caught up with the advanced countries in terms of its political system. But this is not enough. War is inexorable. It poses the question with ruthless sharpness: either to perish or to overtake the advanced countries and outstrip them also economically. To perish or to rush forward at full speed. That is how history puts the question. 109. The level of productive forces and, in particular, the existence of large-scale concentrated industry in pre-revolutionary Russia were sufficient for the victory of the proletarian revolution and for the establishment of Soviet power, the most advanced political power in the world. However, in order to create the economic basis of socialism, 109 VI. Lenin, The Impending Catastrophe and How to Deal with It, Works, Volume 25, page 338. To remake small-scale backward agriculture and to raise the well-being of the people, it was necessary to eliminate the country's age-old technical and economic backwardness and to create a powerful heavy industry. Lacking developed heavy industry, our country could have become an agrarian appendage to the more developed capitalist countries and could have lost its independence, and with it all the gains of the socialist revolution. With the victory of the proletarian revolution in Russia, a contradiction arose between the most advanced political power in the world, Soviet power, and the backward technical and economic base inherited from the past. Soviet power could not have long maintained itself on the basis of backward industry. In order to overcome this contradiction, it was necessary to carry out socialist industrialization. Thus, the socialist industrialization of the USSR was a historical necessity, conditioned by the most vital interests of the construction of socialism. The Communist Party and the Soviet state realized this historical necessity and consistently pursued a policy of socialist industrialization of the country. The 14th Congress of the Communist Party, 1925, set the socialist industrialization of the country as the central task of the party. The resolution of the Congress stated, to carry out economic construction from such an angle so that the USSR from a country importing machinery and equipment is transformed into a country producing machinery and equipment, so that in this way the USSR, in a situation of capitalist encirclement, cannot at all turn into an economic appendage of the capitalist world economy, but was an independent economic unit, built in a socialist manner. 110,110 Resolution of the 14th Congress of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, CPSU in Resolutions and Decisions of Congresses, Conferences and Plenums of the Central Committee, Part 2, ed. 7, page 75. The pace of socialist industrialization. The fundamental tasks of the socialist transformation of the country and ensuring its independence required the implementation of industrialization in the shortest possible time. The need for rapid industrialization was caused by the external and internal conditions of the development of the Soviet Union, the world's first socialist country. The external conditions of the USSR's development were determined by the presence of a hostile capitalist encirclement. The imperialist countries had a more powerful industrial base and sought to destroy or at least weaken the Soviet state. The question of the rate of development of industry would not have been so acute if the Soviet Union had had industry as developed as the advanced capitalist countries. This question would not have been so acute even if the dictatorship of the proletariat had existed at that time in other, more industrially developed states. But the Soviet Union was a technologically and economically backward country and the only country of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In view of this, the establishment of an advanced industrial base had to be carried out at a rapid pace. The internal conditions of the USSR's development also required a rapid pace of industrialization. As long as the Soviet Union remained a small peasant country, it maintained a firmer economic basis for capitalism than for socialism. In order to solve the question of who wins whom, it was necessary, in a historically short period of time, to transform the dispersed private property economy of the peasants on the basis of collective labor armed with advanced technology, and to deprive capitalism of its basis in small-scale commodity production. This task could not be solved without the rapid development of heavy industry. Stalin, justifying the historical necessity of high rates of socialist industrialization, said, "We are 50 to 100 years behind the advanced countries. We have to run this distance in 10 years. Either we do it or we will be crushed." 111. The possibility of high rates of socialist industrialization was determined by the advantages of the socialist economic system and the peculiarities of the socialist method of industrialization. For the period 1929 to 1937, the average annual growth rate of industrial output in the USSR was about 20%, while in capitalist countries they averaged only 0.3% during this period. The rate of industrial growth in the USSR was many times higher than the rate of industrial growth in the main capitalist countries at the best time of their development. Thus, in the USA, the average annual increase in industrial production was for 1890–1895 to 8.2%, for 1895 to 1900, 5.2, for 1900 to 1905, 2.6, for 1905 to 1910, 3.6%. The socialist method of industrialization. Sources of funds for socialist industrialization. The industrialization of the country can be carried out in the shortest historical period only on the basis of the socialist method of industrialization. In capitalist countries, industrialization usually begins with the development of light industry. Only after a long time has it become the turn for the development of heavy industry. For the Soviet Union, this path of industrialization was unacceptable. It would mean the death of the socialist revolution, the transformation of the USSR into a colony of imperialist states. The Communist Party rejected the capitalist path of industrialization and began the 111. Industrialization of the country with the development of heavy industry. Capitalist industrialization is carried out spontaneously as a result of the capitalists' pursuit of profit. Socialist industrialization was carried out on the basis of the law of planned development of the national economy in the interests of building socialism and satisfying the growing needs of the working people. It could not take place on the basis of the operation of the law of value, since this would mean the priority development of light industry, as it is more profitable. In a planned manner, the Soviet state established such proportions in the distribution of labor and means of production among the various branches as were dictated by the need for the socialist industrialization of the country and ensured the priority development of heavy industry. In the interests of industrialization, the system of finance, credit, and foreign trade were used. According to the first and second five-year plans, the Soviet state directed the bulk of capital investment not to light industry, although it was more profitable, but to heavy industry enterprises, the construction of which was of decisive importance for the victory of socialism. Capitalist industrialization leads to the intensification of the exploitation and impoverishment of the working class and the peasantry, to the deepening of the gulf between town and country, and to the enslavement of the colonial peoples. Socialist industrialization provides a solid basis for the continuous growth of production on the basis of higher technology and leads to the elimination of unemployment and to an increase in the real wages of the workers. Socialist industrialization is the basis for the development of agriculture. It leads to an increase in the well-being of the peasantry, to a rapprochement between town and country, and to the strengthening of the alliance between the working class and the peasantry. The Communist Party rejected the hostile attitudes of the Trotskyists, who proposed industrialization at the expense of the ruin of the peasantry and thus sought to undermine the alliance of the working class with the peasantry. Socialist industrialization is a powerful factor in the economic and cultural upsurge of the formerly backward national regions. From all this follows the direct interest of the workers and peasants in socialist industrialization. The socialist method of industrialization steadily expands the domestic market, thereby creating a solid domestic basis for the development of industry. The industrialization of such a backward country as Russia was a difficult matter, because the creation of a powerful heavy industry required enormous material and financial costs. In the industrialization of the capitalist countries, along with the merciless exploitation of the workers and peasants, the most important role was played by the influx of funds from outside, at the expense of colonial plunder, war indemnities, and enslaving loans and concessions. These methods of mobilizing funds for the construction of industry are incompatible with the principles of the socialist system. The Soviet country had to solve the problem of accumulating funds for the creation of heavy industry exclusively at the expense of domestic sources. In order to accumulate the necessary funds for the construction of new factories, it was necessary to make the most severe savings in the economy. "We economize on everything," Lenin wrote. This must be the case, because we know that without the salvation of heavy industry, without its restoration, we shall not be able to build any industry, and without it we shall perish altogether as an independent country. 112. In carrying out the difficult task of accumulating funds for industrialization, the Soviet state made use of the 112 volts. I. Lenin, 5 years of the Russian Revolution and prospects of the World Revolution. Report to the 4th Congress of the Communist International, Works, Volume 33, page 388. Advantages of the socialist economy, which created a real opportunity to solve the problem of accumulation by its own efforts, without enslaving loans from outside, at the expense of internal resources, at the expense of planned socialist accumulation. Socialist accumulation is the use of a part of the national income for the expansion of socialist production. The expropriation of the landlords and capitalists made it possible to use for socialist industrialization a considerable part of the funds that had previously been appropriated by the exploiters and spent for the purposes of parasitic consumption. The Soviet government exempted the country from annual payments for hundreds of millions of rubles in the form of interest on Tsarist loans and dividends to foreign capitalists on their capital deposited in Russia. Before the revolution, 800 to 900 million rubles in gold were spent annually for these purposes. The Soviet peasantry got rid of rent payments to landlords for land and significant debts to banks. The peasantry, being interested in the development of industry, was able to devote part of its resources to this purpose. The most important sources of funds for socialist industrialization were the revenues of nationalized industry, foreign trade, state internal trade, and the banking system. The importance of these sources increased with the growth of socialist industry. Socialist industry has indisputable advantages over capitalist industry in ensuring the growth of savings. It is the largest and most concentrated industry, united on the scale of the whole country, and it is free from the operation of the law of competition and the anarchy of production. The planned management of industry, the rational use of its resources, the labor activity of the working class, and the rapid development of technology created the conditions for a continuous increase in labor productivity. By virtue of this, socialist industry was able to steadily reduce the cost of production, i.e., the monetary costs of enterprises for the production and sale of their products. One of the important advantages of the socialist economy over the capitalist economy is the concentration of all the monetary savings of state and cooperative enterprises in the country, as well as the free funds of the population, in state credit institutions and their planned use for the development of industry. The Soviet state ensured the reasonable spending of the accumulated funds in order to meet the most important demands of industrialization. It pursued a policy of the strictest austerity, the all-round simplification and cheapening of the state and cooperative apparatus, the strengthening of economic calculation and financial discipline, and the struggle against excesses in the expenditure of state funds. All these sources of internal accumulation provided billions of rubles for the industrialization of the country and made it possible to make large capital investments in industry, especially in heavy industry. In this way, the Soviet government successfully overcame the difficulties associated with the accumulation of funds necessary for the industrialization of the country. The application of the socialist method of industrialization gave an enormous gain in time, ensuring the creation of a first-class socialist industry in the shortest possible time and its high growth rates. During the first 5-year plan, 1929 to 1932, capital investments in industry in terms of modern prices amounted to 35.1 billion rubles, of which 30.1 billion rubles were invested in heavy industry. During the second 5-year plan, 1933-1937, capital investments in industry amounted to 82.8 billion rubles, of which 69.1 billion rubles were allocated to heavy industry. During 3.5 years of the third 5-year plan, 1938 the first half of 1941, 81.6 billion rubles were invested in industry, of which 70.3 billion rubles were invested in heavy industry. The transformation of the USSR from a backward, agrarian country into an advanced, industrial power. The victory of socialist industrialization in the USSR became possible because the Communist Party and the Soviet state relied on the laws of economic development in their policies and skillfully used the advantages of the socialist economy. In accordance with the task of building socialism and satisfying the growing material and cultural needs of the working people, a gigantic industrial construction was launched. The program of industrialization of the country was concretely embodied in the 5-year plans, which armed the Soviet people with a clear perspective and were a powerful force mobilizing the working people to build socialism. The Communist Party and the Soviet state organized and led the activity and creative initiative of the vast masses. In the years of the first 5-year plan, mass socialist competition unfolded in the struggle for the fulfillment and overfulfillment of plans. The second 5-year plan was marked by the emergence of the Stakhanovite movement, which was associated with the mastery of modern, first-class technology by the workers of production, broke backward, low technical standards and replaced them with higher ones. The Stakhanov movement was a new stage in socialist emulation. In the emulation of the broad masses of the working class, the great role of the new, socialist relations of production as the main and decisive force for the powerful upsurge of the productive forces was manifested. Socialist emulation has revealed inexhaustible reserves for the growth of labor productivity and the acceleration of the rate of industrialization. The widespread socialist emulation was the main factor in the early fulfillment of the first and second five-year plans. In the struggle for the industrialization of the country, an important role was played by the consistent application of the economic law of distribution according to labor, which combines the personal material interest of the working people with the interests of social production. Remuneration depending on the quantity and quality of labor stimulated the growth of labor productivity, the improvement of the skills of workers and the improvement of production methods. One of the main conditions for the high rates of industrialization, the development of new factories and the use of modern technology to the bottom was the successful solution by the Soviet government within a few years of the most difficult problem of creating numerous industrial cadres. The task of training new cadres of the production and technical intelligentsia became acute. The working class had to create its own production and technical intelligentsia capable of serving the interests of the people and actively participating in socialist construction. In the years of the first and second five-year plans, the Soviet state undertook enormous work on the training of personnel through the system of higher educational institutions and technical schools for industry and other branches of the national economy. At the same time, the training of skilled workers was organized on a large scale through factory apprenticeship schools and various courses for the industrial and technical training of new workers. The systematic organization of the training of cadres by the Soviet state in the interest of the working masses in the rise of social production accelerated and facilitated the assimilation of new technology. On this basis, conditions were created for a rapid increase in labor productivity. Between 1928 and 1937, the number of workers and employees in large-scale industry increased from 3.8 million to 10.1 million, i.e., 2.7 times. The number of skilled workers working on the latest machinery grew much faster than the total number of the working class. During the period from 1926 to 1939, the number of turners increased by 6.8 times, milling operators by 13 times, etc. The number of engineers increased by 7.7 times. The successful implementation of the industrialization program changed the relationship between industry and agriculture. With a significant increase in agricultural output, industrial production increased much faster, and therefore the share of industrial production in the total output of the country increased sharply. Socialist industry has become the decisive force in the national economy. The ratio between the industries that produce the means of production and the industries that produce consumer goods has changed. The production of means of production took a predominant place in the total mass of industrial production and began to play a leading role in the development of industry and the entire economy of the country. In terms of the rate of development and the level of technology, the industry of the USSR has overtaken and surpassed that of the principal capitalist countries. From the point of view of the saturation of industrial production with new technology, the Soviet country became the most advanced in the world. Mechanical engineering in the USSR reached such a level of development that it became possible to produce any machines within the country. The Soviet Union achieved technical and economic independence from the capitalist countries. During the years of the first two five-year plans, a powerful heavy industry equipped with the latest technology was built in the USSR. In 1937, the fixed production assets of the entire industry, industrial buildings and structures, machinery and equipment, exceeded the level of 1928 by 5.5 times, and in the branches producing capital goods by more than 7 times. Dozens of new industries were created, which were unknown in pre-revolutionary Russia. The automobile and tractor industries, machine tool building, a number of chemical industries, aircraft construction, engine building, the production of combines, powerful turbines and generators, high-quality steels, and many others. During the years of the five-year plans, thousands of factories and plants were built and put into operation. Among them are dozens of giants of socialist industry, the Magnitogorsk and Kuznetsk metallurgical combines, the Dnieper hydroelectric power station, the Stalingrad and Kharkiv tractor plants, automobile plants in Moscow and Gorky, the Ural and Kramatorsk heavy engineering plants, the ball bearing plant in Moscow, chemical plants in Stalinogorsk, Solikamsk and Berezniki, and many other enterprises. New enterprises began to play a major role in the total volume of industrial production. As early as 1937, more than 80% of all production came from enterprises newly created or reconstructed during the first two five-year plans. From 1913 to 1940, the output of large-scale industry in the USSR increased almost 12-fold. By the end of the second five-year plan, the Soviet Union ranked first in Europe and second in the world in terms of industrial output. In terms of railway freight turnover, the USSR ranked second in the world. The share of large-scale industry in the gross output of large-scale industry and agriculture rose from 42.1% in 1913 to 77.4% in 1937. In 1913, the share of means of production in the gross output of all industry was 33.3%, in 1940 more than 60%. In 1913, mechanical engineering accounted for only 6% of the total industrial output. In 1940, it was 30%. In terms of the specific weight of mechanical engineering in industrial products, the Soviet Union ranked first in the world. On the eve of the first five-year plan, the USSR imported about one-third of all cars from abroad. In 1932, less than 13% was imported, and in 1937 only 0.9%. The Soviet Union not only stopped importing automobiles, tractors, agricultural and other machinery from capitalist countries, but also began exporting them abroad. The rapid growth of Soviet industry led to the domination of industrial production by large socialist enterprises. In 1924-25, the share of the private sector in the industrial output of the USSR was 20.7%. As a result of the implementation of the second five-year plan, private industry was finally liquidated. The socialist system became the only system in the industry of the USSR. Socialist industrialization led to an increase in the material and cultural level of the working people. Already in the years of the first five-year plan, at the end of 1930 unemployment in the USSR was completely eliminated. The creation of heavy industry served as the basis for the technical reconstruction and powerful development of industries producing consumer goods, agriculture, light industry, and food industry. Capital investment in industry producing consumer goods tripled in the second five-year plan as compared with the first five-year plan. In the process of socialist industrialization, fundamental changes took place in the location of industry. New first-class industrial bases were established in the eastern regions of the country, in the Urals, western Siberia, and Kazakhstan. Socialist industrialization was accompanied by the growth of old cities and the creation of new ones. Throughout the country, especially in the east, large cities and industrial centers sprang up and became economic and cultural centers that transformed the entire appearance of the surrounding areas. As a result of the implementation of the industrialization program, the Soviet Union was transformed from a backward, agrarian country into a powerful socialist industrial power. A solid industrial basis was created for the technical reconstruction of the entire national economy, the strengthening of the defense capability of the USSR, and the steady rise in the well-being of the people. The contradiction between the world's most advanced political power and the backward technical and economic base inherited from the past has been eliminated. Thus, during the pre-war five-year plans, there was a rapid growth of the productive forces of socialist industry. In the 13 pre-war years, the Soviet Union traveled a path that the developed capitalist countries spent about 10 times as much time on. It was a great leap from backwardness to a progress unparalleled in the history of the world. The gigantic development of the productive forces in the USSR would not have taken place if the old, capitalist relations of production had not been replaced by new, socialist relations of production. The victory of industrialization in the USSR was achieved by the Communist Party and the Soviet state in the struggle to overcome the enormous difficulties associated with the backwardness of the country's economy, the fierce resistance of the capitalist elements being liquidated, and the existence of a hostile capitalist encirclement. The Communist Party defended the course of industrialization of the country in the struggle against the worst enemies of socialism, the Trotskyites and Bukharinites, who opposed the party's general line for the industrialization of the country with the line of transforming the Soviet country into an agrarian appendage to the imperialist countries and tried to turn the USSR to the path of capitalist development. The socialist industrialization of the USSR was an event of great international significance. The rapid transformation of a previously backward country into a powerful industrial power proved the indisputable advantages of the socialist economic system and strengthened the position of the USSR in the international arena. The experience of the industrialization of the USSR is now being used by the people's democracies that are following the path of building socialism. The process of industrialization of each individual country that has embarked on the path of building socialism depends on both internal and external conditions. The Soviet Union, being the first and for a long time the only country to build socialism surrounded by hostile capitalist powers, was forced to create heavy industry in all its main branches in a short historical time, exclusively at the expense of domestic sources. This determined the enormous difficulties of building socialism in the USSR. Other, more favorable conditions have now developed for the people's democracies, since there is a powerful camp of democracy and socialism headed by the Soviet Union and a wealth of experience in socialist construction has been accumulated. The construction of industry in these countries is carried out with due regard for the peculiarities of each country, including natural conditions, with due regard for the economic feasibility of developing certain industries, bearing in mind all the advantages of a broad division of labor and mutual economic assistance among the countries of the socialist camp. Brief conclusions. 1. Large-scale machine industry is the material basis of socialism. The existence of heavy industry is crucial for the construction of socialism. The essence of socialist industrialization consists in the creation of a powerful heavy industry at the expense of internal sources of accumulation, capable of reorganizing the entire national economy, including agriculture, on the basis of the latest technology, and of ensuring the undivided domination of socialist forms of economy and the technical and economic independence of the country. 2. The socialist method of industrialization, which has decisive advantages over the capitalist method, ensures the creation of large-scale industry in the shortest possible time. Socialist industrialization is carried out in a planned manner, beginning with the development of heavy industry and being carried out in the interests of the working people. The nationalization of industry, banks, transport, and foreign trade creates new sources of accumulation unprecedented under capitalism and makes it possible to rapidly mobilize funds for the creation of heavy industry. 3. The Soviet state, under the leadership of the Communist Party, successfully carried out the program of industrialization, which was embodied in the 5-year plans, thanks to the fact that it relied on economic laws in its policy and took advantage of the advantages of the socialist economy and the labor upsurge of the working class and all working people. During the years of the pre-war 5-year plans, a first-class, technically advanced industry was built, which served as the basis for the technical reconstruction of the entire national economy, the strengthening of the country's defense capability, and the growth of the people's well-being. The Soviet Union turned into a powerful industrial power, independent of other countries, producing all the necessary machinery and equipment on its own. The new, socialist relations of production that were established in the country were the decisive force that determined and ensured the rapid development of the productive forces of socialist industry. Chapter 24. Collectivization of agriculture. The historical necessity of collectivization of agriculture. Lenin's cooperative plan. In order to build socialism, it is necessary not only to industrialize the country, but also to transform agriculture on a socialist basis. Socialism is a system of social economy which unites industry and agriculture based on socialized means of production and collective labor. The socialist transformation of agriculture is the most difficult task of the socialist revolution after the conquest of power by the working class. In contrast to industry, where the socialist revolution involves large-scale, highly concentrated production, the agriculture of the capitalist countries has not reached such a degree of capitalist socialization of production. It is numerically dominated by small, fragmented peasant farms. As long as small-scale individual farming remains the predominant form of agricultural production, the basis of the bourgeois economic system in the countryside and the exploitation of the poor peasants and a considerable part of the middle peasants by the rural bourgeoisie will remain. The system of small-scale commodity production is incapable of freeing the peasant masses from poverty and oppression. The only way to free the working masses of the peasantry from all exploitation, from poverty and ruin is for them to adopt the rails of socialism. Marxism-Leninism rejects as senseless and criminal the expropriation of small and medium-sized producers and the transformation of their means of production into state property, because such a course would undermine all possibility of the victory of the proletarian revolution and throw the peasantry for a long time into the camp of the enemies of the proletariat. F. Engels wrote, "When we have seized state power, we will not even think of forcibly expropriating the small peasants whether with or without remuneration, as we will be forced to do with the large landowners. Our task in relation to the small peasants is, first of all, to transform their private production and private ownership into comradeship, but not by force, but by example and by offering public assistance for this purpose." 113. In his plan for building a socialist society, Lenin was guided by the fact that the working class must build socialism in alliance with the peasantry. An integral part of the general plan for the construction of socialism is Lenin's plan for the transition of the peasants from small-scale, privately owned farming to large-scale, socialist economy through the cooperatives. Lenin's cooperative plan proceeded from the premise that, under the conditions of the dictatorship of the proletariat, cooperatives were the most accessible, comprehensible, and advantageous way for millions of peasants to pass from fragmented individual farms to large production associations, collective farms. The most important economic prerequisite for the production cooperatives of the main mass of the peasantry is the all-round development of large-scale socialist industry, capable of reorganizing agriculture on a modern technical basis. The peasantry must be drawn into the channel of socialist construction by means of the development of the simplest forms of cooperatives in the spheres of marketing, supply, and credit, and by a gradual transition from them to production, collective farm cooperatives. The Cooperatives 113 F. Engels, The Peasant Question in France and Germany, K. Marx, F. Engels, Selected Works, Volume 2, 1948, pp. 414-415. Of the peasants must take place with the strictest observance of the principle of voluntariness. In bourgeois society, where the means of production belong to the exploiters, cooperation is a capitalist form of economy. Under capitalism, the agricultural cooperative is economically dominated by the bourgeoisie, which exploits the masses of the peasantry. Under a social system in which political power is in the hands of the working people themselves and the basic means of production are the property of the proletarian state, cooperation is a socialist form of economy. The system of civilized cooperatives with public ownership of the means of production, with the class victory of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie. This is the system of socialism. 114. Relying on Lenin's writings, Stalin advanced and developed a number of new propositions on the question of the socialist transformation of agriculture. In the multi-structured economy of the transition period, there are, on the one hand, large-scale socialist industry, the basis of which is public ownership of the means of production, and, on the other hand, small peasant farming, the basis of which is private ownership of the means of production. Large-scale industry is equipped with advanced machinery, while privately owned, small-scale peasant agriculture is based on primitive machinery and manual labor. Large-scale industry is developing at a rapid pace, on the principle of expanded reproduction, while small peasant farming not only fails to carry out annually expanded reproduction, but is not always able to carry out even simple reproduction. Large-scale industry is centralized on the scale of the entire national economy and is conducted on the basis of a state plan, while small peasant farming is fragmented and subject to the influence of market forces. Large-scale socialist industry destroys the capitalist elements, while small peasant farming gives birth to them constantly and on 114 volts. I. Lenin, on Cooperation, Works, Volume 33, page 431. A mass scale. The socialist state and the building of socialism cannot for a longer or shorter period be based on two different foundations, on the basis of the largest and most united socialist industry, and on the basis of the most fragmented and backward small commodity peasant farming. This would eventually lead to the collapse of the entire national economy. Thus, in the economy of the transition period from capitalism to socialism, there is inevitably a contradiction between large-scale socialist industry, on the one hand, and small peasant farming, on the other. This contradiction can be resolved only by transferring small-scale peasant farming to large-scale socialist agriculture. The development of socialist industry and the growth of the urban population during the transition period in the USSR were accompanied by a rapid increase in demand for agricultural products. But the rate of development of agriculture lagged far behind the rate of development of industry. The main branch of agriculture, grain farming, moved forward especially slowly. Small peasant farming, which was the main supplier of marketable grain, was semi-consumerist in nature and supplied only a tenth of the gross grain harvest to the market. In spite of the fact that in 1926 the sown area and the gross harvest of grain almost reached the pre-war level, the marketable production of grain was half the level of 1913. There are two ways of creating large-scale farming in agriculture, capitalist and socialist. The capitalist path means the imposition in agriculture of large-scale capitalist farms based on the exploitation of wage labor, which is inevitably accompanied by the impoverishment and ruin of the laboring masses of the peasantry. The socialist path means the unification of small peasant farms into large collective farms, armed with advanced technology, freeing the peasants from exploitation, poverty, and ensuring a steady rise in their material and cultural level. There is no third way. The transition from small, individual peasant farming to large-scale socialist farming cannot take place by itself. Under capitalism, the countryside follows the city spontaneously, since capitalist farming in the town and small peasant farming in the countryside are basically the same form of economy, based on private ownership of the means of production. Under the dictatorship of the working class, the small peasant countryside cannot spontaneously follow the socialist town. Lenin spoke of the commodity capitalist tendency of the peasantry as opposed to the socialist tendency of the proletariat. The socialist town leads the small peasant countryside by organizing large-scale socialist farms in agriculture. The industrialization of the country is equipping the countryside with advanced machinery. At the same time, cadres are being created who master the new technique. New productive forces are emerging in agriculture. The new productive forces do not correspond to the old production relations of small peasant farming. This necessitates the creation of new, socialist relations of production in the countryside, which would give scope to the development of the productive forces. Such relations of production can be created only by uniting small individual farms into large collective farms. Thus, the gradual amalgamation of small peasant farms into producers' cooperatives, armed with advanced technology, is an objective necessity in the period of transition from capitalism to socialism. Without collectivization, it is impossible to ensure the continuous development of the entire national economy on the basis of higher technology and the constant growth of the people's well-being. The path of collectivization is the only possible one from the point of view of the tasks of building socialism and satisfying the fundamental, vital interests of the peasantry. The Communist Party and the Soviet state realized the historical necessity of collectivization, rejected the capitalist path of agricultural development as disastrous for the cause of socialism, and chose the socialist path. This found its expression in the consistently pursued policy of collectivization of agriculture. The 15th Congress of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks, 1927, decided, it is necessary to set as a priority task, on the basis of further cooperation of the peasantry, a gradual transition of scattered peasant farms to large-scale production, collective cultivation of the land based on the intensification and mechanization of agriculture, fully supporting and encouraging sprouts of socialized agricultural labor. 115. The history of socialist construction in the USSR has shown that the path of production cooperatives of peasant farms has fully justified itself. In all countries with a more or less numerous class of small and medium producers, after the establishment of the power of the working class, this path of development is the only possible and expedient one for the victory of socialism. Prerequisites for complete collectivization. The fulfillment of the grandiose historical task of collectivization of millions of small peasant farms required appropriate preparation. If the development of capitalism itself has prepared the material conditions for the socialist transformation of industry, in agriculture these conditions must be created to a considerable extent during the transition period. 115 Resolution of the 15th Congress of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, CPSU in Resolutions and Decisions of Congresses. Conferences and Plenums of the Central Committee, Part 2, ed. 7, p. 317. The economic policy of the Communist Party and the Soviet state in the countryside before complete collectivization was aimed at supporting the poor and middle peasant strata of the countryside by all available means and limiting the exploitative aspirations of the agricultural bourgeoisie. The poor, who made up 35% of the peasant population, were completely exempt from taxes. The socialist state strictly protected the interests of the poor and agricultural workers in its labor legislation. Land management in the poor and small-scale middle peasant farms were carried out free of charge, at the expense of the state. The state organized machine rolling stations, which provided production assistance primarily to poor farms. The poor and middle peasants were given credit in money, seed and food loans on preferential terms. At the same time, the Communist Party and the Soviet state restricted and ousted the capitalist elements in the countryside by imposing high taxes on the kulaks, restricting the size of the lease and the use of hired labor, and prohibiting the purchase and sale of land. The fundamental task of building socialism in the countryside was to transfer the bulk of the peasantry from the old, privately owned path to the new, socialist, collective farm path, under the leadership of the working class, which relied on large-scale socialist industry. The nationalization of the land in the USSR freed the small peasant from his slavish attachment to his piece of land and thereby facilitated the transition from small peasant farming to large-scale collective farming. The nationalization of the land created favorable conditions for the organization of large-scale socialist farms in agriculture, which did not have to spend unproductive funds on the purchase of land and the payment of ground rent. Of decisive importance in the preparation of collectivization was the comprehensive development of socialist industry, which is the key to the socialist transformation of agriculture. In the USSR, the first successes of industrialization made it possible to launch the construction of factories for the production of tractors, combines and other complex agricultural machines. During the first 5-year plan alone, USSR agriculture received 154,000 tractors, translated into 15 horsepower tractors. Thus, an industrial base was created to supply the village with tractors, combines and other agricultural machinery. The mass transition of the peasants to the path of collective farms was prepared by the development of agricultural cooperatives. The lowest stage of the peasant farms cooperatives is cooperation in the marketing of agricultural products and the supply of industrial goods to the countryside, as well as in the sphere of credit. Along with special types of agricultural cooperatives, buttermaking, flax growing, beet cutting, credit and others, handicraft cooperatives are of great importance. These forms of cooperation play an important role in the transition from individual peasant farming to large-scale, social farming. They inculcate in broad strata of the peasantry the skills of collective management of economic affairs. At this stage, there is predominantly a trade bond between socialist industry and peasant farming, which does not yet change the privately owned foundations of peasant production, but ensures the material interest of the peasants in the development of their economy. The trade bond is carried out through the expansion of state and cooperative trade and the ousting of private capital from the circulation of goods. In this way, the peasants are freed from exploitation by traders and speculators. An important role in this is played by consumer cooperatives in the countryside, which trade in personal consumption goods. In the relations between the state and cooperative associations, the system of contracting, which is a form of organized commodity turnover, is of great importance. This trade turnover is carried out on the basis of contracts under which the state gives orders to cooperative producers for the production of a certain amount of agricultural products, supplies the cooperatives with seeds and instruments of production, stipulates the use of the best methods of farming, row sowing, sowing with varietal seeds, the use of fertilizers, and so on, and buys marketable products from them to supply the population with foodstuffs and industry with raw materials. This system is beneficial to both sides and connects the peasant farms with industry directly, without private intermediaries. The highest stage of the peasantry's cooperatives is the organization of collective farms, kolkhozes, which signifies the transition to large-scale socialized production. A kolkhoz is a voluntary cooperative production association of peasants, the basis of which is social ownership of the means of production and collective labor, which precludes the exploitation of man by man. An important role in the preparation of mass collectivization was played by the first collective farms, which were created soon after the Socialist Revolution. On the example of these collective farms, the peasants are convinced of the advantages of collective forms of farming over individual farming. Prior to complete collectivization, the predominant form of collective farms was cooperatives for joint cultivation of land, TOZ, in which land use and labor were socialized, but draft animals and agricultural implements remained in the private ownership of the peasant. With the development of mass collectivization, the TOZ turned out to be a stage that had already been passed. In a number of districts there were agricultural communes, in which not only all the means of production were socialized, but also the personal economy of the collective farmer. These communes proved to be unviable, since they arose under conditions of undeveloped technology and a shortage of products. They practiced an egalitarian distribution of consumer goods. The communes were turned into agricultural artels. The basic and main form of kolkhoz construction is the agricultural artel. The agricultural artel is a form of collective farming, which is based on the socialization of the main means of production of the peasants and on their collective labor, and the personal ownership of the collective farms by the collective farmers is preserved in the amounts determined by the statute of the agricultural artel. The leading role of large-scale socialist industry in the collectivization of agriculture is exercised through machine and tractor stations. The Machine and Tractor Station, MTS, is a state socialist enterprise in agriculture, which concentrates tractors, combines, and other complex agricultural machinery and serves kolkhoz production on a contractual basis. The MTS is a form of organization by the socialist state of the material and production base of large-scale collective agriculture that ensures the fullest combination of the independent activity of the collective farm masses in the construction of their collective farms under the direction and with the help of the socialist state. Machine and tractor stations are a powerful lever for the socialist reconstruction of agriculture and a means of establishing a productive bond between industry and agriculture. The bond of production consists in the fact that large-scale socialist industry supplies agriculture with machinery and other means of production and equips it with new and perfect technology. An important role in the socialist transformation of agriculture is played by the large state agricultural enterprises, which are organized by the socialist state on part of the former landlord's lands and also on the vacant lands of the state fund. In the USSR, Soviet state farms began to be established in the first year after the Socialist Revolution. A sovkhoz is a large socialist agricultural enterprise for the production of grain, meat, milk, cotton, and other agricultural products, in which the means of production and all the products produced belong to the state. State farms are one of the most important sources of food and raw materials at the disposal of the state. The state farms, as models of a highly mechanized and highly marketable socialist economy, gave the peasants the opportunity to convince themselves of the enormous advantages of large-scale socialist farming and helped them with tractors, varietal seeds, and pedigree livestock. They facilitated the turn of the peasant masses to socialism, to the path of collectivization. The collective farm system arose with the financial and organizational support of the working class. The Soviet state spent enormous funds to finance kolkhoz and sovkhoz construction. In the first years of the mass collective farm movement, the best workers of the party and tens of thousands of advanced workers were sent to the countryside and rendered great assistance to the peasants in organizing collective farms. An important role in preparing the peasants for the transition to collectivization was played by the work carried out by the Communist Party on the political education of the peasant masses. The turning of the main mass of the peasantry to the path of collectivization required an irreconcilable class struggle against the kulaks. The resistance of the kulaks to the policy of the Soviet government in the countryside intensified especially in 1927-1928, when the Soviet country experienced difficulties in obtaining bread. The kulaks organized sabotage of grain procurements, committed terrorist acts against collective farmers, party and Soviet workers, and set fire to collective farms and state grain warehouses. The policy of resolute struggle against the kulaks and the defense of the interests of the toiling peasants rallied the poor and middle peasant masses around the Communist Party and the Soviet state. Complete collectivization and liquidation of the kulaks as a class. A radical turn of the peasantry towards collective farms was evident in the USSR in the second half of 1929. By which time the economic and political prerequisites for the collectivization of agriculture had been created. The middle peasant, that is, the bulk of the peasantry, joined the collective farms. Peasants joined collective farms not in separate groups, but in whole villages and districts. In the Soviet countryside, the process of complete collectivization began. Prior to complete collectivization, the Communist Party and the Soviet state pursued a policy of restricting and ousting the capitalist elements in the countryside. The tax policy, the price policy, the restriction of the lease of land and hired labor, all this set certain limits on kulak exploitation and led to the ousting of certain groups of kulaks. But this policy did not destroy the economic foundations of the kulaks, did not entail their liquidation as a class. Such a policy was necessary until the conditions for complete collectivization were created, until there was a wide network of collective farms and state farms in the countryside that could replace capitalist grain production with socialist production. In 1926-27, the kulaks produced 617 million poods of grain and sold 126 million poods in non-village exchange, while state and collective farms produced 80 million poods and produced 37.8 million poods of marketable grain. Things changed radically in 1929. When state and collective farms produced at least 400 million poods and produced more than 130 million poods of commercial grain, that is, they blocked the kulak production of commercial grain. The great turn of the main peasant masses towards socialism marked a radical shift of class forces in the country. In favor of socialism, against capitalism. This made it possible for the Communist Party and the socialist state to pass from the old policy of restricting and ousting the capitalist elements in the countryside to a new policy, to a policy of liquidating the kulaks as a class on the basis of complete collectivization. The transition to complete collectivization was carried out in the form of a mass struggle of the peasants against the kulaks. The kulaks offered fierce resistance to collectivization. The working class, leading the main mass of the peasantry, led them to storm the last capitalist stronghold in the country in order to smash the kulaks in open battle, before the eyes of the entire peasantry, and to convince the masses of the peasants of the weakness of the capitalist elements. With complete collectivization, the land area in the area of villages and hamlets was transferred to the use of collective farms. But since a considerable part of this land was in the hands of the kulaks, the peasants, organizing collective farms, took away the kulaks' land, cattle, and implements, and dekulakized them. The Soviet government abolished the laws on the lease of land and on the hiring of labor. Thus, the liquidation of the kulaks as a class was a necessary component of complete collectivization. Collectivization was carried out in strict compliance with Lenin's principles of kolkhoz construction, the voluntary entry of peasants into kolkhozes, consideration of the peculiarities of the economy and the level of culture in various regions of the country, and the inadmissibility of skipping over the agricultural artel, as the main form of kolkhoz construction, to the commune. Complete collectivization and the liquidation of the kulaks as a class carried out on its basis represented a profound revolutionary upheaval, a leap from the old qualitative state of society to a new qualitative state, equivalent in its consequences to the revolutionary upheaval of October 1917-116. It was a revolution which abolished the old, bourgeois individual peasant economic system in the countryside and created a new, socialist collective farm system. The peculiarity of this revolution lay in the fact that it was carried out from above, on the initiative of the state power, with direct support from below, on the part of the vast masses of peasants who were fighting against kulak bondage and for a free collective farm life. This revolution solved a number of fundamental problems of socialist construction. In the first place, it abolished the most numerous exploiting class in the country, the kulak class. The liquidation of the kulaks as a class on the basis of complete collectivization was a decisive step in the abolition of the exploiting classes. The problem of who wins was solved not only in the city, but also in the countryside in favor of socialism. Within the country, the last sources of the restoration of capitalism were destroyed. Secondly, it has transferred the most numerous working class in the country, the peasant class, from the path of individual farming, which gives rise to capitalism, to the path of social, collective farm, socialist economy, thereby solving the historical task of the proletarian revolution, which has been most difficult since the conquest of power by the working class. Thirdly, it provided Soviet power with a socialist basis in the most extensive and vital, but also in the most backward branch of the national economy, agriculture. Agriculture began to develop on the same basis as industry, on the basis of public ownership of the means of production. In this way, one of the deepest contradictions of the transition period, the contradiction between large-scale socialist industry and small-scale individual peasant farming, was solved, and the basis for the antagonism between town and country was eliminated. 116 History of the CPSU, B. Short Course, page 291. The old, capitalist and petty bourgeois relations of production in the countryside, which had been a brake on the productive forces, were replaced by new, socialist relations of production. Thanks to this, the productive forces in agriculture received full scope for their development. Agricultural artel is the main form of collective farming. The experience of collective farm construction in the USSR has shown that, of all the forms of kolkhozes, the agricultural artel is the one that ensures the development of the productive forces of socialist agriculture to the greatest extent. The agricultural artel correctly combines the personal, everyday interests of the kolkhoz workers with the social interests of the kolkhoz. The artel successfully adapts personal, domestic interests to the public interests, thereby facilitating the education of yesterday's individual farmers in the spirit of collectivism. In accordance with the statute of the agricultural artel, it collects agricultural implements, draft animals, seed stocks, fodder for socialized livestock, farm buildings necessary for the conduct of artel farming, and all enterprises for the processing of products. In the agricultural artel, such important branches of agriculture as grain farming and the production of industrial crops are completely socialized. Socialized animal husbandry is organized on kolkhoz farms. In the developed artels there is large-scale socialized production of potatoes and vegetables, gardening, viticulture, and so forth. In the agricultural artel, residential buildings, productive cattle in a certain quantity, poultry, outbuildings necessary for the maintenance of cattle remaining in the personal ownership of the peasant, and small agricultural implements necessary for personal subsidiary farming are not socialized and remain in the personal ownership of the kolkhoz household. In case of necessity, the board of the artel allocates several horses from the socialized draft animals to serve the personal needs of the members of the artel for payment. The kolkhoz workers derive their main income from the kolkhoz social economy, which is the main and decisive one. According to the charter of the agricultural artel, each collective farmyard in the grain, cotton, beet, flax, hemp, potato vegetable, tea and tobacco areas can have in personal ownership a cow, up to 2 heads of young cattle, 1 sow with offspring, or, if the collective farm board finds necessary, 2 sows with offspring, up to 10 sheep and goats together, an unlimited number of poultry and rabbits and up to 20 beehives. Each kolkhoz household in agricultural areas with developed animal husbandry may have in its personal ownership 2 to 3 cows and, in addition, young animals, from 2 to 3 sows with offspring, from 20 to 25 sheep and goats together, an unlimited number of poultry and rabbits, and up to 20 hives. Each kolkhoz household in the areas of non-nomadic and semi-nomadic animal husbandry, where agriculture is of little importance and animal husbandry plays a decisive role in the economy, may have in personal ownership from 4 to 5 cows and, in addition, young animals, from 30 to 40 sheep and goats together, from 2 to 3 sows with offspring, an unlimited number of poultry and rabbits, up to 20 hives. And also 1 horse or 1 kumis mare, or 2 camels, or 2 donkeys, or 2 mules. Each kolkhoz household in the areas of nomadic cattle breeding, where agriculture is of almost no importance, and animal husbandry is an all-encompassing form of farming, may have in its personal ownership from 8 to 10 cows and, in addition, young animals, 100 to 150 sheep and goats together, an unlimited number of poultry, up to 10 horses, and from 5 to 8 camels. From the socialized land plots, a household plot of land is allocated for the personal use of each kolkhoz household for subsidiary farming in the amount of 1/4 before half a hectare. And in some areas, up to 1 hectare, depending on the characteristics of the districts. The reorganization period in agriculture in the USSR ended by the end of the first 5-year plan. In 1932, kolkhozes comprised more than 60% of all peasant farms and concentrated more than 75% of all peasant crops. But the kulaks, defeated in open battle, had not yet been finished. By deceiving the collective farms, the kulaks strove to blow up the collective farms from within, by means of various methods of wrecking. The Communist Party and the Soviet state have set as the main task of collective farm construction the organizational and economic strengthening of the collective farms, that is, the strengthening of the party and state leadership of the collective farms, the purging of the collective farms of kulak elements that have made their way into them, the protection of socialist property, and the improvement of the organization and strengthening of the discipline of collective labor. The victory of the collective farm system was won in a resolute struggle against the exploiting classes and their agents, the Trotskyites and Bukharinites, who defended the kulaks by all means, fought against the creation of collective farms and state farms, and demanded their dissolution and liquidation. The Communist Party decisively smashed the Trotskyist theory of exploitation and the forcible expropriation of the peasantry through high prices of manufactured goods and excessive taxes, as well as Bukharin's right opportunist theory of the peaceful growth of the kulak into socialism and of spontaneous growth in economic construction. Transformation of the USSR from a country of small peasant farming into a country of the largest and most mechanized agriculture in the world. By the end of the second 5-year plan, the collectivization of agriculture was complete. The method of collectivization proved to be a highly progressive method, since it made it possible to cover the whole country within a few years with large collective farms that were able to apply new techniques, make use of all agronomic achievements, and give the country more marketable products. It paved the way for an increase in the well-being of the peasantry. In the USSR, the world's largest agriculture has been created and consolidated in the form of an all-encompassing system of collective farms, MTS, and state farms, which represent a new, socialist mode of production in agriculture. Instead of the 25 million peasant farms that existed in the USSR on the eve of complete collectivization, by the middle of 1938 there were 242, 4 collective farms, not counting fishing and commercial farms. Each kolkhoz accounted for an average of 1,534 hectares of agricultural land, including 485 hectares of cultivated land. In the U.S. in 1940, there were only 1.6% of all farms with land of 405 hectares or more. The collective farm system has shown its indisputable advantage over the capitalist system of agriculture and small peasant farming. The great significance of the collective farms lies precisely in the fact that they constitute the basic basis for the use of machinery and tractors in agriculture, that they constitute the basic basis for the transformation of the peasant, for the transformation of his psychology in the spirit of socialism. 117 During the first 2 5-year plans, a genuine technical revolution was carried out in agriculture in the USSR, as a result of which a solid material and productive basis for socialism was created in the countryside. Socialist agriculture is not only the largest, but also the most mechanized agriculture in the world. Whereas under capitalism the use of machinery in agriculture is inevitably accompanied by the ruin of small peasants, the mechanization of socialist agriculture on the basis of collective labor facilitates the work of the peasant and leads to an increase in his well-being. In 1940, the Soviet agricultural sector had 530,000 tractors, 182,000 combine harvesters, and 228,000 trucks. The number of MTS was 158 in 1930 and 7,069 in 1940. The level of mechanization of agriculture in the USSR reached in 1940 in terms of tractor plowing. The rise of steam 83%, the rise of cold 71%, tractor sowing of spring and winter crops 52 to 53%, grain harvesting by combine harvesters 43%. In 1940, the Soviet agricultural sector had 530,000 tractors, 182,000 combine harvesters, and 228,000 trucks. The number of MTS was 158 in 1930 and 7,069 in 1940. The level of mechanization of agriculture in the USSR reached in 1940 in terms of tractor plowing. The rise of steam 83%, the rise of cold 71%, tractor sowing of spring and winter crops minus 52 to 53%, grain harvesting by combine harvesters 43%. The kolkhoz system ensured a significant increase in agricultural output and a high marketability of agriculture, which is important for supplying the country with food and raw materials. The gross agricultural output of the USSR in 1940 exceeded the pre-revolutionary level, 1913, by almost 2 times. In 1938, the marketability of kolkhoz and sovkhoz grain production reached 40% of the gross grain production, as against 26% in 1913. The kolkhozes and sovkhozes 117 J. V. Stalin, On Questions of Agrarian Policy in the USSR, Works, Volume 12, page 165. Have enormous opportunities for a steady rise in production. They do not experience marketing crises, since the systematic increase in the material well-being of the people is accompanied by an ever-increasing demand for agricultural products. The victory of the collective farm system provided the Soviet peasantry with the necessary conditions for a prosperous and cultural life. The collective farm system destroyed the possibility of stratification of the peasantry, poverty and destitution in the countryside. Tens of millions of poor people, having joined collective farms, turned into wealthy people. Thanks to collective farms, there were no horseless, cowless, or equipment-less peasant farms in the village. The personal income of collective farmers from the public farming of collective farms and from personal subsidiary plots increased 2.7 times in the period from 1932 to 1937 alone. As a result of the victory of the collective farm system, the friendly alliance of workers and peasants became still stronger. The collective farm peasantry became a firm support for Soviet power in the countryside. Now not only the working class, but also the peasantry began to base its existence on socialist ownership of the means of production. The experience of collective farm construction in the USSR greatly facilitates the solution of the problem of the socialist transformation of agriculture in other countries during the transition from capitalism to socialism. At the same time, the peculiarities of the historical development of individual countries in the period of transition from capitalism to socialism determine the peculiarities of the conditions of preparation, forms, and methods of carrying out the collectivization of agriculture in each country. Thus, in the people's democracies, in contrast to the USSR, where all land has been nationalized, private peasant ownership of land is preserved for a certain period of time. When peasant farms are cooperative, related to this are the peculiarities in the forms of organization and in the activities of producers' cooperatives in the countryside. However significant the peculiarities may be in the conditions, forms, and methods of carrying out the socialist transformation of agriculture in individual countries, the basic principles of Lenin's cooperative plan, which have been tested by the experience of collective farm construction in the USSR, remain common to all countries carrying out the socialist transformation of agriculture. Brief conclusions. 1. A necessary condition for the building of socialism is the collectivization of agriculture. The essence of the collectivization of agriculture consists in the gradual and voluntary amalgamation of peasant farms into production cooperatives. Collectivization means the transition from small, individual, backward private farming to large-scale socialist farming, armed with advanced machine techniques. Collectivization frees the toiling peasantry from exploitation and poverty and opens up it as the way to a prosperous and cultured life. Collectivization is in the vital interests of the peasantry and all working people. 2. The most important prerequisites for complete collectivization are the socialist industrialization of the country, the development of agricultural cooperatives, the experience of the first collective farms and large state farms in agriculture, which showed the peasants the advantages of large-scale socialist farming, the creation of machine and tractor stations, and the resolute struggle against the kulaks. 3. Complete collectivization and, on its basis, the liquidation of the kulaks as a class, carried out under the leadership of the Communist Party and the Soviet state, represented a profound revolutionary upheaval, a transition from the bourgeois individual peasant system in the countryside to a new, socialist, collective farm system. This revolution abolished the most numerous exploiting class, the kulaks, and transferred the largest working class. The peasantry from the capitalist path of development to the socialist path of development created for the Soviet state a solid socialist basis in agriculture. 4. As a result of the victory of the collective farm system, the Soviet Union was transformed from a country of small peasant farming into the country of the largest and most mechanized agriculture in the world. The productive forces of agriculture were given full scope for their development. The Soviet peasantry has been forever freed from exploitation, poverty and misery have been abolished in the countryside, and conditions have been created for a continuous rise in the material and cultural standard of living of the collective farm peasantry. Chapter 25. The Victory of Socialism in the USSR. Establishment of the socialist mode of production. The successes of the socialist industrialization of the country and the collectivization of agriculture led to a radical change in the correlation of class forces in the USSR in favor of socialism, to the detriment of capitalism. Until the second half of 1929, the decisive offensive against the capitalist elements was carried out mainly along the line of the city. With the transition to the complete collectivization of peasant farms and the liquidation of the kulaks as a class, this offensive also embraced the countryside, thus assuming a general character. A full-scale offensive of socialism began along the entire front. As a result of the turn of the main masses of the peasantry towards socialism, the capitalist system lost its basis in the form of small-scale commodity production and began to sink. In 1930, the socialist sector already held in its hands the levers of the entire national economy. This meant that the USSR had entered a period of socialism. The entry into the period of socialism was not the end of the transition period, since the task of building a socialist society had not yet been fully accomplished. But this was the last stage of the transition period. Whereas at the beginning of NEP there was a certain revival of capitalism, now the last stage of NEP has arrived, the stage of the complete liquidation of the capitalist elements in the country. The offensive of socialism along the entire front took place under conditions of intensification of the class struggle. In order to overcome enormous difficulties. These were the difficulties associated with the radical reconstruction of industry and agriculture, with the restructuring of the technical basis of the entire national economy. In agriculture, reconstruction was impossible without the simultaneous restructuring of the old economic structure, without the collectivization of peasant farms, and without uprooting the roots of capitalism in the countryside. The advent of socialism inevitably provoked the desperate resistance of the perishing exploiting classes, which, with the support of the capitalist encirclement, carried out wrecking, sabotage, and terror. The difficulties of socialist construction are fundamentally different from those inherent in capitalist economy. The capitalist economy is characterized by crises and unemployment, which cannot be overcome within the framework of capitalism. The difficulties of socialist construction are the difficulties of growth, ascent, and advancement. Therefore, they themselves contain the possibility of overcoming them. As a result of the first 5-year plan, the foundation of a socialist economy was built in the USSR in the form of socialist industry and large-scale collective agriculture, armed with advanced technology. The capitalist elements in industry were eliminated. Collectivization in the main agricultural areas of the country was largely carried out. The kulaks have been crushed, although they have not yet been finished. The transition to Soviet trade has taken place, to trade without capitalists, small and large. Private trade was completely supplanted by state, cooperative, and kolkhoz trade. At the beginning of the second 5-year plan, the economy of the USSR ceased to be multi-structured. Of the 5 economic modes that existed in the national economy, 3, private capitalism, state capitalism and patriarchal economy, no longer existed. The small-scale commodity system was relegated to secondary positions, and the socialist system became the undisputed dominant and sole commanding force in the entire national economy. This meant that Soviet power began to be based both in the city and in the countryside on a socialist basis. In the second five-year plan, the technical reconstruction of the entire national economy was completed. The USSR became an economically independent country, providing its economy and defense needs with the necessary technical weapons. In all branches of the national economy, numerous cadres have grown up and successfully mastered the new technique. The main historical task of the second five-year plan was successfully solved. All exploiting classes were finally eliminated. The causes that give rise to the exploitation of man by man and the division of society into exploiters and exploited were completely eliminated. The most difficult task of the socialist revolution has been solved. The collectivization of agriculture has been completed, and the collective farm system has finally become stronger. 118 As a result of the completion of collectivization, the roots of capitalism in the economy have been uprooted. The process of differentiation of the peasantry and the birth of capitalist elements has ceased. The fundamental contradiction of the transition period, the contradiction between growing socialism and the overthrown, but at first still strong capitalism, which had its basis in small-scale commodity production, was overcome. The question of who wins was resolved in favor of socialism. The goal of NEP, calculated for the victory of socialist forms of economy, was achieved. Lenin said that NEP was being introduced seriously and for a long time, but not forever, and that NEP Russia would be Socialist Russia. Lenin's scientific foresight was realized. The victory of 118 resolution of the 18 Congress of the CPSU, b. the CPSU in resolutions and decisions of congresses, conferences and plenums of the Central Committee, Part 2, ed. 7, page 879. Socialism meant the end of the transition period, the end of NEP. In 1936, the share of socialist forms of economy in the total amount of means of production reached 98.7%, including 99.95% in industry and 96.3% in agriculture. From 1923-24 to 1936, the proportion of socialist forms of economy rose from 76.3% to 99.8% in gross industrial output, from 1.5% to 97.7% in gross agricultural output, including the personal subsidiary plots of kolkhoz workers, from 43% to 100% in the retail turnover of commercial enterprises, and from 35% in 1924-25 to 99.1% in 1936 in the national income. Thus, as a result of the transition period in the USSR, the requirements of the law of obligatory correspondence of production relations to the nature of productive forces were fulfilled. This became possible because in the Soviet Union there was such a social force as the alliance of the working class and the peasantry, which united the overwhelming majority of society. The resistance of the bourgeoisie, whose interests were contrary to this law, was defeated. The working class used the law of the obligatory correspondence of the relations of production to the character of the productive forces in order to overthrow the old, bourgeois relations of production and to create new, socialist relations of production throughout the national economy. During the years of the transition period, the most progressive of all the modes of production that have existed so far in history, the socialist mode of production, was established in the USSR. New, powerful productive forces of Soviet industry and agriculture developed. In this way, the material conditions were created for the complete victory of socialist relations of production and for their consolidation in the entire national economy. In turn, the socialist relations of production, which triumphed both in the city and in the countryside, opened up space for the development of the productive forces and ensured the continuous growth of socialist production. The construction of socialism was the only way that led to the elimination of Russia's age-old technical and economic backwardness, freed the country from foreign bondage and ensured its national independence. In the historically shortest period of time, the USSR became a powerful industrial collective farm power, taking the first place in the world in terms of the level of technology in industry and agriculture. The working class, the working masses of the USSR, under the leadership of the Communist Party, have built a socialist society and fulfilled the aspirations of many generations of working people. Socialism is a system based on social ownership of the means of production in its two forms: state, nationwide, and cooperative kolkhoz. A system in which there is no exploitation of man by man. The national economy develops in a planned manner, with a view to satisfying the growing needs of the working people to the fullest extent possible by means of a continuous rise in production, and the principle of distribution according to labor is implemented. The victory of socialism in the USSR represented the most profound revolutionary upheaval in the history of mankind. Changes in the class structure of society. The construction of a socialist economy in the USSR led to radical changes in the class structure of society. Under socialism there are no exploiting classes. Socialist society consists of two friendly working classes, the working class and the peasantry, and the intelligentsia, which is rooted in these classes. In pre-revolutionary Russia in 1913, workers and employees made up 16.7% of the population, small commodity producers, peasants, handicraftsmen, artisans, 65.1. Exploiting classes 15.9, including kulaks 12.3, other population, students, pensioners, army and others, 2.3%. In the USSR in 1937, workers and employees made up 34.7% of the population, the collective farm peasantry and cooperative artisans 55.5, students, pensioners, the army and others 4.2%. Individual peasants and non-cooperative working handicraftsmen, that is, persons engaged in their labor in small-scale farming, made up only 5.6% of the population. The exploiting classes, the landowners and the bourgeoisie, were eliminated during the transition period. The victory of socialism radically changed the character and position of the working class, the peasantry and the intelligentsia. The working class has ceased to be a class deprived of the means of production, selling its labor power and being exploited by the capitalists. It has been transformed into an entirely new class, unprecedented in history, owning the means of production together with the whole people and freed from exploitation. The working class in the USSR bases its existence on state, nationwide, property and on socialist labor. It is the advanced class of society, the leading force of its development. In the USSR, therefore, the state leadership of society, dictatorship, belongs to the working class. The peasantry was transformed from a class of small, scattered producers, based on private property, individual labor and primitive techniques, and exploited by landlords, kulaks, merchants and usurers, into an entirely new class, the like of which history has never known. The peasantry in the USSR has been freed from exploitation. It bases its work and its property on social, cooperative collective farm ownership, collective labor and advanced technology. In close alliance with the working class and under its leadership, the peasantry takes an active part in the administration of the Soviet state, which is a socialist state of workers and peasants. The victory of socialism in the USSR has completely put an end to the exploitation of the countryside by the towns, to the ruin of the peasantry by capitalism. Thus, the age-old antagonism between town and country was eliminated. The city, which under capitalism was the center of the exploitation of the countryside, became under socialism the center of economic, political, and cultural assistance to the countryside. The enormous assistance rendered to the peasantry by the socialist city in the liquidation of the landlords and kulaks, as well as in the systematic supply of tractors and other machinery to the peasantry and collective farms, strengthened the alliance between the working class and the peasantry and transformed it into a lasting friendship. Thanks to the socialist city, the countryside acquired new and powerful productive forces. The bond between industry and agriculture became stronger and stronger. The antagonism between the interests of town and country has disappeared. Not a trace of the former distrust, let alone hatred of the countryside for the city, remained. Both the city and the countryside began to develop on a socialist basis. The interests of the workers and peasants lie on one common line, the strengthening of the socialist system and the building of communism. A new intelligentsia was born in the USSR, which included that part of the old intelligentsia which had joined the people after the revolution. In bourgeois society, the intelligentsia is recruited mainly by people from the propertied classes, serves the capitalists, is exploited by them, and helps them to exploit the workers and peasants. Under capitalism, a large part of the intelligentsia is forced to engage in unskilled labor or falls into the ranks of the unemployed. In the USSR, the overwhelming majority of the intelligentsia come from the working class and the peasantry. The Soviet intelligentsia knows no exploitation, serves the working people, the cause of socialism, and has every opportunity for the fruitful application of its knowledge. Under socialism, the intelligentsia is an equal member of society, along with the working class and the peasantry, and takes an active part in the administration of the country. In 1937, the cadres of the Soviet intelligentsia numbered 9.6 million people. Including family members, the intelligentsia made up approximately 13 to 14% of the population of the USSR. With the victory of socialism in the USSR, the age-old tension between mental and physical labor was eliminated. The situation in which a large part of the representatives of intellectual labor helped the ruling classes to exploit manual workers has been put an end to. Under socialism, workers and enterprise managers form a single labor collective, interested in the rise of production. The monopoly of education of the propertied classes has been abolished, science is used in the interests of the whole people, and education is the property of the workers and peasants. The victory of socialism has created all the necessary conditions for a prosperous and cultured life of the masses. In accordance with the basic economic law of socialism, the well-being of the working class, the peasantry, and the intelligentsia rose significantly during the years of the transition period. Unemployment and poverty have disappeared. There were no more poor peasants in the village. The real wages of the workers and office workers have risen, and the real incomes of the peasantry have increased. A cultural revolution has taken place in the country. As a result of the first two five-year plans, universal compulsory primary education in the languages of the nationalities of the USSR was implemented. Throughout the country, the network of educational institutions has grown on a huge scale. The number of specialists for various sectors of the economy and culture has increased several times. The national income of the USSR, which belongs entirely to the working people, increased in 1937 compared to 1913 at constant prices by more than 41.5 times. The production of personal consumption goods by large industry increased in 1937 compared to 1913 by almost 6 times. During the second five-year plan alone, real wages of workers and office workers doubled. The number of students in primary and secondary schools increased from 7.9 million in 1914 to 29.6 million in 1937. The number of students in higher educational institutions, from 117,000 to 547.2 thousand. The circulation of books increased from 86.7 million to 673.5 million. The single circulation of newspapers, from 2.7 million to 36.2 million. In accordance with the principles of the socialist system, the Soviet government put an end to the oppressed position of women. In the USSR, women actually enjoy equal rights with men in all spheres of economic, cultural, and socio-political life. Women receive equal pay for equal work with men. The victory of socialism introduced millions of women to skilled labor. Over the years of the five-year plans, numerous leading cadres from among women have grown. Women have taken an equal position with men in the intelligentsia. A radical change in the status of women in the countryside took place with the victory of the kolkhozes, which eliminated the previous inequality between women and men that had taken place in individual peasant farming. Women were given the opportunity to stand on an equal footing with men and take an honorable place in the public economy. The victory of socialism freed women from the semi-slave state in which they lived in a number of national outskirts, where feudal and patriarchal survivals existed. The women of the national border regions, on an equal footing with the women of the whole country, became active builders of socialism. In 1936, women made up 42% of those admitted to universities and 48% of those admitted to technical schools. The proportion of women among students at industrial universities of the USSR in 1935 was 7 times higher than in Germany, 10 times higher than in England, and 20 times higher than in Italy. The number of women doctors in the USSR in 1940 compared to 1913 increased 40 times. If in 1913 women made up 9.7% of the total number of doctors, then in 1940 about 60% of the total number of doctors were women. With the victory of socialism and the abolition of the exploitation of man by man, there were no more hostile, antagonistic classes or irreconcilable class contradictions in the USSR. The class relations of socialist society are characterized by the indestructible friendship and comradely cooperation of the working class, the peasantry, and the intelligentsia. The class distinctions between the working class and the peasantry, as well as between these classes and the intelligentsia, are gradually being erased. Whereas capitalist society is torn apart by class and national antagonisms, which make it unstable, socialist society, which knows no class or national antagonisms, is monolithic and stable. The undivided domination of social property and the socialist economic system in the USSR was the economic basis on which such powerful driving forces of social development as the moral and political unity of Soviet society, the friendship of the peoples of the USSR, and Soviet patriotism unfolded. These social forces have a huge reciprocal effect on the economy, accelerating its development. The radical changes that took place in the socialist economy and class structure of the USSR were reflected in the sphere of the state superstructure. The Soviet socialist state passed through 2 main phases in its development during the transition period. The first phase refers to the period from the October Revolution to the liquidation of the exploiting classes. During this period, the state suppressed the overthrown classes and defended the country from attacks from outside. The economic, organizational, cultural and educational function of the state was also carried out. But this function was not yet fully developed. In the second phase of the development of the Soviet state, it was confronted with the task of organizing a socialist economy throughout the country and eliminating the last remnants of capitalist elements. The function of suppressing the exploiters disappeared, and the protection of socialist property took its place. The function of military defense of the country against capitalist encirclement has been preserved. The creation of a socialist basis ensured the full development of the economic, organizational, cultural and educational work of state bodies. As a result of these changes, a new constitution of the USSR was adopted in 1936, which enshrined in law the principles and basic foundations of socialism. It is not limited to fixing the formal rights of citizens, but shifts the center of gravity to the real provision of these rights. Thus, the Constitution of the USSR does not simply proclaim the right of working people to work, to rest, to material security in old age, in the event of illness and disability, as well as the right to education. The real exercise of these rights is ensured by the socialist system of the national economy, the abolition of unemployment, the 8-hour day, annual leave for workers and office workers with the preservation of wages, social insurance for workers and employees at the expense of the state, the provision of a wide network of sanatoriums and rest homes to the working people, state protection of the interests of mothers and children, universal compulsory primary education, and free 7-year education, state scholarships for students and other material means. Thus, the victory of socialism in the USSR created a solid economic foundation that guaranteed the actual exercise of workers' rights. This is the expression of the genuinely socialist democracy of Soviet society and the constitution of the USSR. Elimination of economic inequality of nations. Socialism, which abolishes all exploitation, also eradicates the causes that give rise to the oppression of nations. The socialist system eliminates the political, economic, and cultural inequality of nations and ensures the economic and cultural upsurge of all peoples without exception. If private property and capital inevitably divide people, incite national strife and intensify national oppression, then collective ownership and labor just as inevitably bring people together, undermine national strife and abolish national oppression. The existence of capitalism without national oppression is as inconceivable as the existence of socialism without the emancipation of the oppressed nations, without national freedom. 119 With the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the USSR, the political inequality of nations and the system of national oppression and colonial exploitation were abolished. Further, the task arose to eliminate the economic inequality of nationalities and to put an end to the economic and cultural backwardness of a number of peoples inherited from the past. This task could be solved only on the basis of socialist construction. Of the population of the national suburbs of Russia, about 25 million people were at the pre-capitalist stage of development, while 6 million people were pastoral tribes that had not yet switched to agriculture and had not outlived the patriarchal tribal system. It was necessary to help the peoples of the national borderlands to free themselves from numerous feudal and patriarchal remnants, to eradicate the remnants of colonialist elements, and to enable these peoples to build a socialist economy. 119 J. V. Stalin, on the immediate tasks of the party in the national question. Works, Volume 5, page 19. As has already been said, the backward countries, having thrown off the yoke of imperialism, can, with the help of the advanced countries of the proletarian dictatorship, gradually pass over to the path of socialist construction, bypassing the stage of capitalist development. In the country of the proletarian dictatorship, the backward peoples are following this non-capitalist path of development with the help of the advanced peoples. As a result of the all-round assistance of the Russian people and the other peoples of the USSR, the backward peoples of the national border regions made the greatest leap from patriarchal and feudal forms of economy to socialism, bypassing the path of capitalist development. The construction of socialism in the USSR was carried out with careful consideration of the peculiarities of the economic situation, the historical past, and the way of life and culture of each people. In the USSR, the actual inequality of the various nationalities in economic and cultural development, inherited from the bourgeois landlord system, has been eliminated. The inequality between Central Russia, which had gone ahead, and the national border regions that had lagged behind in the past. The former national outskirts of Tsarist Russia were transformed from colonies and semi-colonies into independent and developed states, the Soviet Socialist Republics. In the previously backward national republics and regions, large-scale socialist industry was created, the collective farm system was established, numerous national cadres of the working class, including skilled workers, were trained, and a national intelligentsia grew. The powerful economic upsurge of the national border regions was accompanied by a rapid increase in material well-being and an enormous increase in the cultural level of the working people. Given the overall high rates of growth of industry in the USSR, industry grew particularly rapidly in the national republics. In 1940, as compared with 1913, the gross output of large-scale industry in the USSR as a whole increased by almost 12 times, and in the Kazakh SSR by 20 times, in the Georgian SSR 27 times, in the Kyrgyz SSR 153 times, in the Tajik SSR 308 times. Under Soviet rule, 48 nationalities received a written language for the first time. Whereas before the revolution a large majority of the population of the national border regions was illiterate, the socialist revolution led to the fact that already in 1939 the overwhelming majority of the population of the national republics became literate. In 1940, as compared with 1914-15, the number of pupils in primary and secondary schools increased. In the Azerbaijan SSR 9 times, in the Armenian SSR 9.4 times, in the Kazakh SSR 10.9 times, in the Turkmen SSR 35 times, in the Kyrgyz SSR 47 times, in the Uzbek SSR 73 times, in the Tajik SSR 822 times. The construction of socialism fundamentally changes the nature of nations. As a result of the revolutionary transformation of social relations, the place of bourgeois nations, of which capitalist society is composed, is taken by new, socialist nations, which are formed on the basis of the old, bourgeois nations. Whereas capitalism divides nations into classes and groups with opposing interests, socialism unites nations on the basis of public ownership and common interests. Every socialist nation is monolithic. It consists of working people led by the working class. The victory of socialism consolidated the unity of the economic and political interests of the peoples of the USSR and led to the flowering of their cultures, national in form and socialist in content. The Soviet Union is the most stable and viable multinational state, based on fraternal cooperation of peoples and representing a model for the solution of the national question. The USSR enters the period of gradual transition from socialism to communism. With the victory of socialism, the USSR entered a new phase of its development, a period of gradual transition from socialism to communism. Communism is a social system in which there are no classes and class distinctions. All the means of production are the property of the whole people. The level of productive forces ensures an abundance of products, and the guiding principle of social life is the principle from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Socialism and communism are two phases of the same communist socio-economic formation. Socialism is the lower phase of the communist formation, and communism is the more mature, higher phase of this formation. The development of socialism leads to the creation of the material and production base of communism and an abundance of products, to an enormous rise in the well-being and level of culture of the people. Thus, the completion of the socialist stage of the development of society means at the same time the realization of a gradual transition to communism. The entire people, the working class, the peasantry, the intelligentsia, have a vital interest in the creation of the communist system, and all the working people are active builders of communism, which means the greatest material and cultural flowering of society. An important milestone on the road to communism was the Third Five-Year Plan. During the first 3.5 years, 1938–June 1941, the tasks of the Third Five-Year Plan were successfully carried out. A new, significant growth of industry, especially heavy industry, was achieved, and agriculture was further strengthened and developed. The peaceful creative work of the Soviet people to build communism was interrupted in 1941 by the treacherous attack on the USSR by fascist Germany and its vassals. The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union, 1941–1945, was the most difficult of all wars that took place in the history of Russia. The war confirmed that the USSR possessed the most stable and viable social and state system in the world. The Soviet system proved to be not only the best form of organizing the economic and cultural upsurge of the country during the years of peaceful construction, but also the best form of mobilizing all the forces of the people to repel the enemy during the war. The powerful economic base for the active defense of the country, which was used during the war, was created during the years of the pre-war five-year plans as a result of the implementation of the policy of industrialization and collectivization. In 1940, the USSR produced 15 million tons of cast iron, that is, almost 4 times more than in 1913, 18,300,000 tons of steel, that is, 4.5 times more than in 1913, 166 million tons of coal, that is, 5.5 times more than in 1913, 31 million tons of oil, that is, 3.5 times more than in 1913, 38,300,000 tons of marketable grain, that is, 17 million tons more than in 1913, 2,700,000 tons of raw cotton, that is, 3.5 times more than in 1913. The socialist system made it possible to create a well-coordinated and rapidly growing military economy in the USSR in the shortest possible time. The economic basis of the Soviet state proved to be incomparably more viable than that of the enemy states. Thanks to the advantages of the planned socialist economy, the Soviet state, under incredibly difficult conditions caused by the temporary loss of a number of important regions of the country, was able to carry out in a timely manner the maximum mobilization and the most effective use of material, labor, and financial resources. The Soviet state launched the large-scale construction of new enterprises and ensured the intensive growth of industrial production necessary to ensure victory. Despite the enormous damage inflicted on the country's economy, the high level of socialist accumulation ensured at the end of the war that the volume of capital investment in industry exceeded the pre-war level. Throughout the war, the technology and organization of industrial production were continuously improved. The quantity and quality of Soviet weapons grew rapidly. In spite of the enemy's temporary occupation of the most important agricultural regions, the kolkhozes and sovkhozes supplied the army in the country with foodstuffs and industry with raw materials for the most part without serious interruptions. The collective farm system withstood the severe trials of the war and showed its vitality. The working class, the peasantry, the intelligentsia, including Soviet women and youth, made enormous sacrifices and showed exceptional dedication in their work. The nationwide socialist emulation yielded great results. Due to the growth of labor productivity in the heavy and defense industries, a significant reduction in the cost of production was achieved. This made it possible to dramatically expand the production of weapons. The moral and political unity of socialist society, the friendship of peoples, and Soviet patriotism aroused the mass heroism of the Soviet people at the front and in the rear. The Communist Party, directing the defense of the country, skillfully directed all the forces of the people to defeat the enemy. The decisive advantages of socialism and the invincible stability of the Soviet rear ensured the Soviet Union's economic and military victory, which it won in the mortal struggle against imperialist Germany, which had the resources of many European countries, and against imperialist Japan. The Soviet people not only defended the freedom and independence of their homeland and their socialist gains, but also liberated the peoples of Europe from the Hitlerite yoke and saved world civilization from fascism. The war caused enormous damage to the national economy of the USSR. Any capitalist state, even the largest one, would inevitably be thrown back decades and turn into a second-rate power. But the USSR, thanks to the advantages of the socialist system, successfully coped with the most difficult tasks of eliminating the consequences of the war. Having ended the war with victory over its enemies, the Soviet Union was able not only to reach the pre-war level of production by its own efforts within a few years, but also to leave it far behind. The plan of the Fourth Five-Year Plan, 1946-1950, was successfully implemented, the main tasks of which were to restore the affected areas of the country, to restore the pre-war level of industry and agriculture, and then to surpass this level on a significant scale. The Fourth Five-Year Plan for industry was fulfilled ahead of schedule. The successful implementation of the Fourth Five-Year Plan marked a major step forward in the economic and cultural development of Soviet society. Ensuring the further movement of the USSR towards communism was the task of the Fifth Five-Year Plan, 1951-1955, and the subsequent decisions of the Communist Party and the Soviet government on a new upsurge in socialist production and popular consumption. The victory of socialism in the USSR is of the greatest international significance. It was a new and powerful blow to the imperialist world system, which further undermined its foundations. With the establishment of socialism, the superiority of the socialist system of the national economy over the capitalist system was manifested with all its force. It took capitalism about a century, and feudalism about 2 centuries, to prove its superiority over previous modes of production. The socialist economic system has already proved its indisputable superiority over capitalism during the years of the transition period, i.e., in less than 20 years. In practice, the correctness of Marxism as the revolutionary world outlook of the working class, the correctness of Lenin's theory of socialist revolution, has been proved. This strengthened the faith of the working masses in the strength of the working class and in the final victory of socialism throughout the world. Brief conclusions. 1. As a result of the transition period from capitalism to socialism in the USSR, capitalist elements were eliminated in all branches of the economy. The socialist system became the only system of the national economy, and the economic basis of socialist society was created. The victory of socialism was reflected in the Constitution of the USSR, the most democratic constitution in the world. 2. Socialism is a system based on social ownership of the means of production in its 2 forms: state, nationwide, and cooperative kolkhoz, a system in which there is no exploitation of man by man. The national economy develops systematically for the purpose of satisfying the growing needs of the working people to the fullest extent possible by means of a continuous rise in production, and the principle of distribution according to labor is realized. 3. Socialist society consists of 2 friendly classes, the working class and the peasantry, and the intelligentsia, which is rooted in the working class and the peasantry. The victory of socialism has led to a radical improvement in the material and cultural conditions of the working people, to the elimination of the antagonism between town and country, between mental and physical labor, to the abolition of the inequality of nations and the emergence of new, socialist nations. 4. With the victory of socialism, the USSR entered a period of gradual transition from socialism to communism. Thanks to the advantages of the socialist system, the USSR won an economic and military victory in the Great Patriotic War. After the war, the Soviet Union restored the national economy in the shortest possible time, achieved a new and powerful upswing, and successfully continues its path to communism. The victory of socialism in the USSR had world historical significance. It has proved in practice the superiority of socialism over capitalism. B. The socialist system of the nationaol economy. Chapter 26. The material and productive basis of socialism. The main features of the material and production base of socialism. As a result of the 2 greatest transformations, the socialist industrialization of the country and the collectivization of agriculture, the material and production base of socialism was created in the USSR. The material and production basis of socialism is large-scale machine production in all branches of the national economy, based on higher technology and the labor of workers free from exploitation. The material and production base of socialism represents a new, higher stage in the development of large-scale machine production in comparison with capitalism and radically differs from the material and production base of capitalist society. Socialist production is united by social ownership of the means of production and develops systematically in the interests of society as a whole. The growth of socialist production does not encounter obstacles caused by private ownership of the means of production. Socialist production is the largest and most concentrated in the world. The socialist system established in the USSR means the undivided domination of large-scale production not only in industry but also in agriculture, whereas under capitalism agriculture is numerically dominated by small farms of individual peasants. Socialist production is the most mechanized in the world. In bourgeois society, machines serve as instruments of exploitation and are introduced into production only when wages of the workers. Under socialism, machinery is used in all cases where it saves labor to society. In socialist society, machines have become a powerful means of facilitating the labor of workers and peasants and of increasing the people's well-being. In the absence of unemployment in a socialist society, machines cannot compete with the working people. For this reason, the working people are very willing to use machinery in production, and the sphere of application of machinery is greatly expanded in comparison with capitalism. As a result of the abolition of private ownership of the means of production, all the achievements of advanced science and technology under socialism are the property of the whole society. In a socialist economy, the possibility of the artificial retardation of technical progress, which is practiced by the capitalist monopolies for their own selfish ends, is excluded. Socialist production, which pursues the task of satisfying the needs of society as a whole, requires the continuous development and improvement of technology. Old equipment should be replaced by new equipment, and new equipment should be replaced by the latest one. Hence the need for large-scale capital investments in the national economy. A socialist state, which concentrates in its hands the main means of production and accumulation of the national economy, can make capital investments in all branches of production on a scale inaccessible to capitalism. Technical development under socialism, unlike capitalism, is not restrained by the burden of old technology. Soviet industry and agriculture embody the newest, most advanced that modern science and technology possess. The national economy of the USSR has the youngest production and technical apparatus in terms of age. Thus, socialism ensures the consistent introduction of modern machine techniques into all branches of production, including agriculture. Under capitalism, however, agriculture and even some branches of industry are based mainly on manual labor. Under socialism, the position of the workers in production changes radically. The labor of workers, collective farmers, and intellectuals, freed from exploitation, is the basis for the existence of socialist society. The working people work for themselves, for society, and not for the exploiters, and are therefore deeply interested in the improvement of production on the basis of higher technology and in the best use of available technology. At the same time, socialism leads to a steady and rapid increase in the general cultural level and technical training of workers. All this determines the creative activity of workers in the development of production and tools of labor. The workers, collective farmers, and intelligentsia are making a serious contribution to the cause of technical progress, overcoming the old standards for the use of machinery, and mastering new, ever higher standards. In contrast to capitalism, socialism ensures the continuous and rapid growth of the productive forces. Socialist industry. Socialist industry is a highly concentrated and technically advanced industry united on the basis of social ownership on a national scale. Socialist industry plays a leading role in the national economy. It equips all branches of the national economy with advanced technology. This is achieved by a more rapid growth of industries producing means of production and a high level of development of mechanical engineering. Heavy industry is the basis of the foundations of a socialist economy. Industry plays a crucial role in ensuring the growth of people's consumption. The light and food industries, armed with advanced technology, increase the production of consumer goods from year to year. Socialism has raised the technical level of industry to an unprecedented height. From the point of view of the technique of production and the saturation of industrial production with new technology, the industry of the USSR is in the first place in the world. The main production assets of the USSR industry increased in 1953 by more than 2 times compared to 1940 and 22 times compared to 1913. The gross output of large-scale industry in 1953 increased, in comparable prices, compared to 1913, 30 times. Compared to the level of 1940, industrial output increased in 1953 by more than 2.5 times, including mechanical engineering output by almost 4 times. The production of certain major branches of heavy industry grew from 1913 to 1953 as follows. Coal, from 29 million tons to 320 million tons, oil, from 9 million tons to 52 million tons, steel from 4.2 million tons to 38 million tons, cement, from 1.5 million tons to 16 million tons, electricity, from 1.9 billion kilowatt-hours to 133 billion kilowatt-hours. The share of mechanical engineering in industrial output was 27% in 1938 and 39% in 1950. In the USA before the war, mechanical engineering accounted for 17.6% of all industrial output, in Germany 14.6%, in England 16.2%. Socialist industry is the most concentrated industry in the world. The concentration of production under socialism is carried out in a planned manner and is accompanied by a general rise in production in the interests of society as a whole. Under capitalism, however, concentration is carried out spontaneously, accompanied by the ruin of small and medium-sized enterprises and the establishment of the domination of monopolies. We are the country of the most concentrated industry. This means that we can build our industry on the basis of the best technology and thereby ensure an unprecedented productivity of labor, an unprecedented rate of accumulation 120. Under socialism, one of the most important forms of concentration, the combination of production, is widely developed. The combination of production makes it possible to use raw materials and fuel more fully, reduces transportation costs, and leads to an acceleration of the production process. In 1940, in the industrial sector of the USSR, enterprises with an annual production of more than 5 million rubles, at the constant prices of 1926-27, concentrated 71% of all workers and 84% of all output, and in 1950 to 79% of all workers and 92% of all industrial output. If we compare the data on the concentration of industry in the USSR and the USA, for convenience of comparison, both countries are grouped by the number of workers and employees. It turns out that in 1950 in the manufacturing industry of the USSR, enterprises with the number of workers and employees over 1,000 concentrated 62% of all workers and employees, and these enterprises 70% of all industrial output, in the manufacturing industry of the United States. According to the post-war census, 1947, enterprises with a number of workers and employees of more than 1,000 concentrated 32% of workers and produced 34% of industrial products. The growth of the concentration of production in the USSR is accompanied by the specialization of industrial enterprises. Specialization of industrial production is the concentration of an enterprise on the production of a certain type of product, its individual parts, or on the performance of individual operations in the production of a product. Specialization in the USSR expresses society's planned use of the benefits of the division of labor among 120 J.V. Stalin, on the tasks of business executives, Works, Volume 13, pp. 33-34. Individual enterprises. It makes it possible to introduce high-performance equipment, standardization and mass production that provide a significant increase in labor productivity. Under socialism, the planned cooperatives of industrial enterprises, i.e., the organization of permanent production links between enterprises that jointly participate in the manufacture of an item but are economically independent in relation to each other, are widely developed. Cooperative enterprises are organized primarily within the framework of individual economic regions in order to free transport from long-distance transport. Planned cooperation of enterprises is an important factor in the growth of social labor productivity. The development of industry and its technical equipment are accompanied by the growth of the working class and the rise of the cultural and technical level of the workers. In contrast to capitalism, where the introduction of machinery is usually accompanied by the dequalification of a significant part of the workers, under socialism the introduction of new technology leads to an increase in the number and proportion of skilled workers, and a decrease in the number and proportion of unskilled manual workers. The number of engineering and technical employees is steadily growing. In the USSR, a powerful and technically advanced transport system has been created, which, according to Marx's definition, is the fourth branch of material production, after the extractive industry, manufacturing, and agriculture. Transport links together all branches of the national economy and economic regions of the country and plays an important role in the process of production and distribution of material wealth. The role of transportation is growing under the conditions of a planned socialist economy, which is developing at a high rate and is characterized by multifaceted ties between individual branches of production. Lenin, describing the role of the railways, pointed out that they represent one of the most striking manifestations of the most striking connection between town and country, between industry and agriculture, on which socialism is based entirely. 121. The concentration of all transport, railway, water, automobile, and air, in the hands of society eliminated the competition of the various modes of transport characteristic of capitalism and opened up the possibility of systematic coordination of their work. In the USSR, a unified transportation system has been created on a national scale, systematically combining all modes of transport. Under socialism, a unified transport system is built on the basis of the latest achievements in transport technology. The widespread introduction of rolling stock of the latest designs in high power, the mechanization of loading and unloading operations, the improvement of track facilities, and so on. Fixed transport assets in the USSR increased in 1953 compared to 1913 by 7.7 times. Freight turnover of all types of transport increased in 1953 compared to 1913 by more than 8 times, including freight turnover of railways 12 times. Socialist agriculture. The socialization of the previously fragmented peasant economy and the creation of kolkhozes and sovkhozes opened up the possibility of the widespread use of machinery, the introduction of advanced agricultural 121 volts. I. Lenin. Final word on the report on the immediate tasks at the meeting of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee on April 29, 1918. Works, Volume 27, page 277. Technology in agriculture and provided conditions for the rise of agricultural production. The socialist agriculture of the USSR, conducted on the basis of public ownership, is the largest and most mechanized agriculture in the world. It covers large agricultural enterprises, collective farms, machine and tractor stations, and state farms. The size of collective farms as a result of the consolidation carried out in 1950-1951 by decisions of the general meetings of collective farmers greatly increased. In 1954, there were 93,000 collective farms in the country, up from 254,000 in 1950. If before consolidation, on average, one collective farm accounted for 589 hectares of arable land, then after consolidation 1,693 hectares of arable land. Machine and tractor stations have brought the material and technical base of large-scale machine production under collective farms. The Soviet state created an extensive system of machine and tractor stations in grain, flax, cotton, beet and suburban areas. Special machine breeding stations have been set up for mechanizing labor-intensive work in animal husbandry, and meadow reclamation stations for mechanizing land drainage and improvement of meadows and pastures. Electric tractor stations are being created for use in collective farm electricity production. All MTS, depending on the production direction of collective farms, have appropriate agricultural machines and qualified personnel of specialists. In 1954, the USSR had 9,000 MTS and other specialized stations serving collective farms and ensuring a high level of mechanization of all branches of agricultural production. In the agriculture of the USSR, large state-owned enterprises, state farms equipped with advanced equipment play an important role. In 1954, there were about 5,000 state farms in the country: grain, livestock, meat and dairy, pig, sheep, horse breeding, cotton and others. Socialist industry has armed agriculture with the most advanced technology. In accordance with the peculiarities of agriculture on the basis of tractor traction, a system of machines has been created to perform basic agricultural work: plowing, sowing, inter-row cultivation, harvesting. In 1954, in the agriculture of the USSR there were 1,260,000 tractors, 15 horsepower, 326,000 grain combines, 370,000 trucks and many other agricultural machines. In this regard, the level of mechanization of agricultural work has increased sharply. The introduction of machines radically changed the structure of agricultural energy resources. In 1916, draft animals accounted for 99.2% and mechanical engines only 0.8% of all agricultural energy resources. In 1940, draft animals accounted for 22% and mechanical engines 78%, and by the beginning of 1953, respectively 9 and 91%, including tractors 35%, trucks 29%, combined engines 15%, electrical installations 3%, other engines 9%. The socialist transformation of agriculture abolished the primitive, centuries-old three-field system of agriculture and created a new, most progressive system of agriculture in the world. The main features of this system are the widespread introduction of the latest technology and the achievements of advanced agronomic science into agricultural production, the introduction of regular crop rotations with the wide development of sowing fodder, vegetable and industrial crops, the use of artificial and organic fertilizers, irrigation of land in arid areas, drainage of swamps, etc. The correct conduct of socialist agricultural enterprise excludes both the universalism of small peasant farming, in which a variety of crops are cultivated, mainly for domestic consumption, and the one-sided development of capitalist farms, which usually specialize in a single crop, monoculture. The specialization of socialist agricultural enterprises is expressed in the fact that, in accordance with the natural and economic conditions of individual regions, the leading branches are singled out in a planned manner, and additional branches develop along with them. Thus, specialization does not negate but presupposes the development of a diversified economy with the right combination of basic and additional industries. One of the important advantages of large-scale socialist agriculture is that it has the greatest potential for the development of a diversified, integrated economy in which land and labor are used productively. Along with the enlargement and technical re-equipment of agriculture, there is the creation of new cadres of agricultural workers who possess modern advanced equipment and agronomic knowledge. In the USSR, for the first time in history, the achievements of agronomic science became the property of the broad masses of the peasantry. The mass introduction of new technology brought to life new professions of mechanized agricultural labor, tractor drivers, combine harvesters, drivers, mechanics, threshing machine operators, flax grinders, cotton pickers and other machines. The kolkhoz system gave birth to hundreds of thousands of qualified managers and organizers of production, chairmen of collective farms, foremen, agronomists and zoo technicians, farm managers, and others. Thus, the socialist reconstruction of agriculture has created all the conditions for a systematic increase in the yield of agricultural crops and the productivity of animal husbandry, and for a steady increase in agricultural output. Paths of technological progress under socialism. The main lines of technical progress under socialism are the mechanization and automation of production, the electrification of the national economy, and the widespread use of chemistry in production. Mechanization is the replacement of manual labor by labor carried out with the help of a machine. The consistent mechanization of labor processes is an economic necessity under socialism. The continuous and rapid growth of socialist production can be assured only through the constant improvement of techniques and the all-round mechanization of labor processes. The mechanization of labor processes is the decisive force without which it is impossible to ensure the high rates and enormous scale of production characteristic of socialism. In the USSR, the mechanization of the basic and most labor-intensive processes of production in all branches of the national economy is being consistently carried out. The mechanization of socialist production takes place through the introduction of new, most advanced machines, mechanisms, and advanced technological processes. In the USSR industry, mechanization of production has reached a level unprecedented under capitalism. In the coal industry, which before the revolution was completely dominated by heavy manual labor, mechanization based on the widespread introduction of cutting machines, electric vehicles and loading mechanisms was already in 1940 for cutting and breaking 94.8%, for DELIVERY 90.4%, for ROLLING 58.4%, for loading coal into railway cars 86.5%. In the post-war period, the mechanization of notching, breaking and delivery of coal, as well as underground transport and loading of coal into railway cars was fully completed. Great progress has been made in mechanization and other industries. For example, the construction of hydroelectric power plants uses such outstanding achievements of Soviet technology as new powerful excavators, bulldozers, dredgers and others. Uralmashplant's 14-cube walking excavator can take over 2.5 million cubic meters of land per year and replace the physical labor of 7,000 workers. In 1953, almost all plowing was mechanized in collective farms. Sowing of winter crops is mechanized by 93%, sowing of spring crops by 83%. The sowing of cotton, sugar beet and other industrial crops is almost completely mechanized. 77% of the area of grain crops was harvested by combines. The mechanization of the main field work in the collective farms is being completed. In the state farms, the main agricultural work is almost completely mechanized. The mechanization of labor-intensive work in animal husbandry, vegetable growing, horticulture, transportation, loading and unloading of agricultural products, mechanization of irrigation, and drainage of wetlands is being widely developed. In the post-war period, Soviet machine building annually created and mastered the production of 600 to 700 new types of high-performance machines. If in 1940 the machine building industry produced 84 items of agricultural machinery and implements, then in 1950 there were already 222 items. High-speed methods of metal cutting, stamping instead of free forging, hardening of parts with high-frequency currents, machine forming of parts and other new methods that give a great economic effect are widely introduced into production. Under socialism, complex mechanization is becoming more and more widely developed. Complex mechanization means the mechanization of all interrelated stages of the production process, both main and auxiliary, and is based on a system of mutually complementary machines. It closes the gaps in the mechanization of production. As a result of complex mechanization, a complete system of machines is created, covering the entire production process. So, for example, in the coal industry, the problem of complex mechanization is solved by using coal combines created by Soviet designers, which combine the operations of cutting, shipping and piling coal on a conveyor and represent a new word in world technology. Mechanization of the fastening process will complete a comprehensive mechanization of coal mining. The highest level of mechanization is the automation of production, that is, the use of automatic machines operating on the basis of self-regulation. Closely related to automation is telemechanics, i.e. the control of mechanisms at a distance, remote control. In cases where the entire system of machines covering the production process as a whole operates on the basis of self-regulation, there is an automatic system of machines. An automatic machine system carries out all the production processes necessary to process the raw material into the finished product without human assistance and only needs to be supervised by the worker. As early as 1951, 95% of all pig iron was smelted in blast furnaces with automatic blast temperature control, and 87% of all steel production was smelted in open hearth furnaces equipped with automatic thermal control. In mechanical engineering, the fleet of automatic and semi-automatic metalworking machines, forging and pressing machines, as well as automatic control and measuring equipment is increasing every year. Automatic equipment is widely used in chemical, paper, oil refining and other industries. Automatic machine systems exist in the USSR in the form of automated lines of machine tools and other mechanisms or in the form of separate automated enterprises. The high level of mechanization of production under socialism is the basis for the rapid growth of labor productivity and leads to an ever greater convergence of physical labor with mental labor. The restructuring of all branches of the economy on the basis of large-scale machine production and the consistent mechanization of production processes are closely connected with electrification. Electricity is the technical basis of modern large-scale production. Socialism ensures the systematic introduction of electricity into all branches of the national economy. Centralization of electricity production and the concentration of capacities in large power plants, the rapid development of high-voltage power lines connecting individual stations into powerful regional or inter-district systems with the prospect of forming a single high-voltage network for the entire country. Secondly, the extensive construction of hydroelectric power plants and the systematic increase in their share in total electricity generation, which is the most important means of improving the country's energy balance. Thirdly, the development of district heating in large cities and industrial centers, the use of low-grade and local fuels. The electrification of industry is changing the face of factories and plants. Instead of a central motor with a complex transmission mechanism, almost all enterprises have introduced an individual electric drive. The electrification of working machines is the energy basis for the integrated mechanization and automation of production. On the basis of the use of electricity, new industries have emerged, such as electrometallurgy of ferrous and non-ferrous metals, electrochemistry, as well as new methods of metal processing. Of great importance for the further electrification of the USSR is the construction of hydroelectric power stations on the Volga, Dnieper, Don, and other rivers, which began in the Fifth Five-Year Plan. Some of them will be the largest in the world. The construction of these stations provides a comprehensive solution to the problems of obtaining cheap electricity on a huge scale, the widespread development of the electrification of agriculture and transport, the creation of new electricity-intensive industries, the improvement of navigation, and so on. At the end of the second five-year plan, the USSR ranked first in the world in terms of industrial electrification. In 1952, the level of electric labor in industry increased by 1.8 times compared to 1940. In the post-war period, there was an increased introduction of electricity in agriculture. At the beginning of 1954, the capacity of rural power plants increased five-fold compared to 1940. 30% of all collective farms used electric power. Mechanization of threshing, as well as a number of production processes in animal husbandry in many collective and state farms is based on the use of electric energy, feed preparation, water supply, milking cows, sheep shearing, etc. Widespread introduction of electricity in agriculture occurs in areas of large hydroelectric power plants, electric plowing, etc. The progress of modern technology is also reflected in the ever-increasing development of chemistry and the application of methods for chemical processing of substances. Chemical methods ensure the acceleration of production processes, the most complete use of raw materials, and allow you to create new types of raw materials. The chemical industry in the USSR has become a powerful factor in the technical development of the entire national economy. Modern chemical production facilities are usually automated, run continuously, in closed equipment with automatic control and regulation, without direct human intervention. Chemicalization is the most important condition for increasing crop yields. The creation of an abundance of consumer goods is associated with the widespread chemicalization of agriculture. The development of the material and production base of socialism is based on the achievements of Soviet advanced science, which successfully solves the major tasks of improving and consistently introducing higher technology into production. Soviet technical thought plays a leading role in solving a number of new technical problems, designing new machines and mechanisms for all branches of production. Soviet designers have priority in creating such machines as, for example, mountain combines, many agricultural machines, potato planting and potato harvesting machines, flax harvesters, beet harvesters, new models of modern equipment in the field of energy, direct flow high pressure boiler, the world's largest hydro turbines, powerful mechanisms for construction, new types of metal cutting machines and others. Place of socialist production. Under the conditions of socialism, a new distribution of production and a new system of relations between the branches of production and the regions of the country are being formed. In bourgeois society, the pursuit of profit and competition lead to an uneven and irrational distribution of production. Industry is spontaneously concentrated in a few centers, while vast territories, especially the colonial border regions, are doomed to industrial backwardness. Under socialism, the distribution of production is carried out in a planned manner, in the interests of increasing the productivity of social labor, strengthening the power of the socialist state, and raising the well-being of the working people. The location of production under socialism is based on the following principles. First, the all-round approximation of production to the sources of raw materials and the areas of consumption of industrial and agricultural products. In outlining the foundations of the plan for the reorganization of industry and the general economic upswing of the country, Lenin pointed out, this plan should include finished products up to the receipt of the finished product. 122. Such a location of industry makes it possible to make better use of natural resources and to eliminate irrational transportation, which ensures significant labor savings on the scale of society as a whole and accelerates the growth rate of socialist production. Secondly, the elimination of the actual economic inequality among the peoples and the rapid development of the economy of the formerly backward national regions, which is the material basis for the strengthening of friendship and cooperation among the peoples. Thirdly, a planned territorial division of labor between economic regions, combined with the integrated development of the economy within these regions, taking into account the natural conditions of each region and the economic expediency of producing certain industrial goods and agricultural products. The comprehensive development of the economy of the economic regions, taking into account the needs of the region for fuel, building materials, mass products of light industry, and foodstuffs, reduces excessively long distance and other irrational transportation, and contributes to the mobilization of local sources of raw materials. Fourth, the planned distribution of industry throughout the country, ensuring the formation of new cities and industrial centers in the formerly backward agrarian regions, and bringing agriculture closer to industry. This contributes to the elimination of the essential distinction between town and country. Fifth, the strengthening of the defense capability of the socialist country. The existence of a hostile capitalist encirclement necessitates the particularly rapid development of many branches of industry in the interior of the country. 122 volts. I. Lenin, Sketch of a Plan for Scientific and Technical Work, Works, Volume 27, page 288. As a result of the implementation of these principles in the USSR, the unevenness in the distribution of production inherited from capitalism was eliminated. The approximation of industry to the sources of raw materials was expressed primarily in the accelerated development of the eastern regions of the country and the creation of new fuel and metallurgical bases, new centers of mechanical engineering, and light industry in the Urals, Western Siberia, Central Asia, and Kazakhstan. The newly created industrial centers became economic and cultural centers that transformed the entire appearance of these districts and regions. The creation of a powerful industrial base in the east of the country was one of the most important conditions for the victory of the Soviet Union in the Great Patriotic War. In 1953, the total volume of industrial output in the regions of the Volga region, the Urals, Siberia, the Far East, Kazakhstan, and Central Asia increased by more than 3.5 times as compared with 1940. The production of consumer goods has increased in these areas. In 1953, the output of the light and food industries increased by 40.1953 times compared to 1937 and by more than 2.2 times compared to 1940. In the Soviet republics, Uzbek, Kazakh, Kyrgyz, Turkmen and Tajik, with a population of about 17 million people, electricity was generated in 1953 4.5 times more than in the eastern countries neighboring the USSR, Turkey, Iran, Afghanistan and Pakistan, combined, with a population of 130 million people. In terms of technical equipment of agriculture, these republics are superior to many developed countries of capitalist Europe. The development of socialist industry in a number of economic regions, which previously had no industry, has led to the fact that the old division of regions into industrial and agricultural ones has largely outlived its usefulness. Important changes have taken place in the distribution of agricultural production in the USSR, indicating that the former one-sided specialization of agriculture in pre-revolutionary Russia is being successfully eliminated. A powerful grain base was created in the eastern regions of the USSR, a new wheat base was created in the non-black earth zone, agricultural crops were advanced far to the north, and food bases were grown around cities and industrial centers. The socialist distribution of production is based on the economic regionalization of the country. Economic zoning is the planned division of the entire territory of the country into separate large regions in accordance with their economic and natural characteristics. The socialist location of production ensures the best use of the country's natural resources and labor resources and is an important condition for increasing the productivity of social labor, accelerating the rate of growth of production, and strengthening the economic power of the USSR. Brief conclusions. 1. The material and production base of socialism is large-scale machine production, which embraces all branches of the national economy. Under socialism, the machine serves as a means of saving and facilitating the labor of the workers and peasants and of increasing the well-being of the people. The socialist industry of the USSR is the most concentrated in the world, technically the most advanced, and the most centralized on a national scale. It serves as the basis for the development of all sectors of the economy. Socialist agriculture is the largest and most mechanized in the world. It is a growing source of food and industrial raw materials. 2. The material and production base of socialism is based on the latest achievements of modern advanced science and technology. Socialism eliminated the unevenness inherent in capitalism in the use of machine techniques between individual branches and processes of production and ensured the consistent introduction of new techniques into all branches of the national economy. The main lines of development of technology under socialism are the mechanization and automation of production, the electrification of the national economy, and the widespread use of chemistry. 3. Socialism ensured the planned and rational distribution of production, bringing it closer to the sources, overcoming the economic backwardness of the national regions, and bringing industry and agriculture closer together. The socialist location of production makes it possible to make expedient use of natural and labor resources, leads to enormous savings in the cost of transporting raw materials and products, and is an important factor in accelerating the growth of socialist production and strengthening the country's defense capability. Chapter 27. Social ownership of the means of production as the basis of the relations of production of socialism, the socialist system of the national economy and socialist property. The economic basis of socialist society consists of the socialist system of the national economy, socialist ownership of the means of production, which were established as a result of the abolition of the capitalist system of economy, the abolition of private ownership of the means of production, and the abolition of the exploitation of man by man. Exposing the fabrications of the apologists of capitalism about the program of scientific communism as a program for the destruction of property in general, Marx and Engels wrote, "The distinctive feature of communism is not the abolition of property in general, but the abolition of bourgeois property." 123. No society is possible without the domination of a historically defined form of ownership. By abolishing private ownership of the means of production, the proletarian revolution asserts instead socialist ownership of the means of production. Under socialism, the means of production cease to be capital, that is, a means of exploitation. In a socialist society, there are no classes that monopolize the means of production, and no classes that are deprived of ownership of the means of production. Under socialism, the means of 123 K. Marx and F. Engels, Manifesto of the Communist Party, K. Marx, F. Engels, Selected Works, Volume I, 1948, page 21. Production constitute public property. The basic elements of the production process, the labor force and the means of production, are combined here on a new basis. This base is large-scale socialist production both in the city and in the countryside. Since the means of production have ceased to be capital, under socialism there is no division of accumulated labor into constant and variable capital. The entire mass of labor accumulated by society, that is, the entire mass of means of production and means of consumption available to society for the purposes of further production, serves the interests of the people and cannot be a condition of exploitation. In bourgeois society, living labor is only a means to increase accumulated labor. In communist society, accumulated labor is only a means of expanding, enriching, and facilitating the worker's life process. 124. Under socialism, social ownership is unchallenged in all spheres of the national economy. In the USSR in 1950, socialist ownership covered 99.4% of all means of production used in the country. With the assertion of the undivided domination of social property, the false theory of the ideologists of the bourgeoisie about the eternity and inviolability of private capitalist property has been completely debunked. The transformation of the means of production into social property and the emancipation of the workers of production from all forms of exploitation marked the establishment of a new, socialist system of the national economy. The socialist system of the national economy is fundamentally different from the capitalist system of economy and has decisive advantages over it. 1. Under the conditions of the socialist system of the national economy, the means of production are social property, that is, they belong to the working people in the 124 IBID. Page 22. Person of the socialist state or in the person of collective farms and other cooperative associations, in view of which the products of labor also belong to the working people. Under the capitalist system of economy, the means of production are the private property of the capitalists and landlords, and therefore the products of labor also belong to the capitalists and landlords. 2. The socialist system of the national economy means that the exploitation of man by man has been abolished, and production is carried out in order to satisfy the growing material and cultural needs of the whole society as much as possible. Capitalist production is carried out in order to ensure maximum capitalist profit through the exploitation, ruin, and enslavement of the working people. 3. Socialist production is developing in a planned manner. The steady improvement of the material well-being of the working people and the continuous growth of their purchasing power are an ever-growing stimulus for the expansion of production and a reliable guarantee against crises of overproduction and unemployment. Capitalist production develops spontaneously. The growth of production comes up against the proletarian condition of the masses and the relative reduction of the purchasing power of the working people, whose consumption is limited by capital to an extremely low level, which inevitably entails crises of overproduction and an increase in unemployment and poverty among the masses. 4. Under socialism, Every toiler receives material benefits according to the quantity and quality of his labor, and the distribution of the national income is carried out in the interests of systematically improving the well-being of the working people, expanding socialist production in town and country, and increasing social wealth. Under capitalism, the distribution of the national income takes place in the interests of the enrichment of the exploiting classes and their numerous parasitic servants. 5. Under the socialist system, state power is in the hands of the working people of town and country. The workers, peasants, and intelligentsia are active builders of communism, working for themselves, for the benefit of society as a whole. The capitalist system of economy means that power in society belongs to the capitalists, who use this power to maintain an order that is pleasing and beneficial to the propertied classes, while the proletariat and the toiling masses of the peasantry are classes exploited and forced to work for the capitalists and landlords. Public ownership is the basis of the socialist system, the source of the wealth and power of the motherland, and the source of a prosperous and cultured life for all working people. It is sacred and inviolable. The Constitution of the USSR obliges every citizen of Soviet society to preserve and strengthen public property. Those who encroach on socialist property are enemies of the people and are punished according to the law. 2 forms of socialist ownership. In the first phase of communism, socialist ownership exists in 2 forms. 1. In the form of state ownership and 2. In the form of cooperative kolkhoz ownership. State socialist property is the property of the entire Soviet people in the person of the socialist state of the workers and peasants. Cooperative collective farm socialist property is the property of individual kolkhozes and cooperative associations. 2 types of socialist farms correspond to the 2 forms of socialist ownership. 1. State enterprises, factories, plants, state farms, MTS, etc. And 2. Cooperative, collective, farms, kolkhozes, trade artels, and consumer cooperative enterprises. The existence of 2 forms of socialist property is caused by the historical conditions in which the proletarian revolution and the construction of communism take place. The working class, having conquered state power, finds various forms of private property historically formed. On the one hand, large-scale capitalist property based on the exploitation of the labor of others, and on the other hand, the small-scale private property of peasants, handicraftsmen and artisans, based on their personal labor. In the course of the socialist revolution, large-scale capitalist property is expropriated and passed into the hands of the socialist state. This is how state, people-wide, socialist property arises. At the same time, the program of scientific communism rejects the expropriation of peasants, handicraftsmen and artisans as hostile and criminal. Small and medium-sized commodity producers voluntarily unite in production cooperatives, i.e., collective farms, artels of industrial cooperation, and their ownership of the main means of production is socialized on a cooperative basis. This is how cooperative kolkhoz property arises. Thus, the existence of 2 forms of social ownership is an objective necessity and expresses the peculiarity of the ways in which the working class and the peasantry arrive at socialism and then at communism. Both of the 2 classes existing in the USSR are building socialism and are entering into the system of socialist economy. But being in one general system of socialist economy, the working class is bound by its labor to state socialist property, the property of the whole people, and the kolkhoz peasantry to the cooperative kolkhoz property belonging to individual kolkhozes and kolkhoz cooperative associations. It is this connection with the various forms of socialist property that determines the difference in the position of these classes in the first place. This also determines a certain difference in the ways of their further development. What is common in their development is that both these classes are developing towards communism. 125. State property in the USSR includes land, its subsoil, waters, forests, plants, factories, mines, railway, water, and air transport, banks, means of communication, large agricultural enterprises organized by the state, state farms, machine and tractor stations, and so on, state-owned trade and procurement enterprises, as well as communal enterprises and the basic housing stock in cities and industrial centers. The territory of the Soviet Union occupies 1/6 of the Earth's land area, 22.4 million square kilometers. Almost a quarter of this territory, more than 600 million hectares, is agricultural land. Almost 1/3, 700 million hectares, is covered by forests. The USSR is the richest country in the world in terms of mineral resources. The socialist system of economy brought the life riches that remained untouched in Tsarist Russia. Of the 92 elements of the Mendeleev system, 20 were mined in Tsarist Russia, and more than 80 are mined in the USSR. The USSR ranks first in the world in terms of iron ore, oil, potash salts, apatite, peat and a number of other important minerals, and second in terms of coal reserves. The national heritage includes 200,000 state-owned industrial enterprises, the entire railway network, water transport enterprises, and state-owned agricultural enterprises, about 5,000 large state farms, 9,000 machine and tractor stations, and thousands of subsidiary agricultural enterprises. Many thousands of state-owned commercial enterprises are in the public domain. The state owns numerous scientific and cultural institutions. State socialist property, which arose as a result of the nationalization of factories, transport, etc., has been enormously increased over the years of Socialist 125 v. M. Molotov, Constitution of Socialism, Articles and Speeches, 1937, page 267. Construction by the labor of the Soviet people. Thus, the main production assets of industry increased in 1953 compared to 1913 by 22 times. State socialist ownership is fundamentally different from state capitalist ownership. When certain enterprises or even entire branches of the economy become the property of the bourgeois state, their social nature does not change. The bourgeois state represents the interests of monopoly capital and is in its hands an apparatus of violence, by means of which the oppression of the working majority by the propertied minority is ensured. That is why the state capitalist enterprises are enterprises based on the exploitation of the working people by the bourgeois class as a whole, and they oppose the people as an alien and enslaving force. In a socialist society, the working class holds power in its hands. He owns the state means of production in common with the whole people. The labor power employed in socialist enterprises is not a commodity, since the working class, which owns the means of production, cannot hire itself and sell its labor power to itself. In view of this, in state socialist enterprises there is no possibility of exploitation of man by man. State ownership is the predominant form of ownership in socialist society. It accounts for about 91% of all production assets in the USSR. Thus, the overwhelming majority of the wealth of the Soviet country, the most important sources of growth in the material well-being and culture of the working people, are the property of the entire people. Cooperative kolkhoz property in the USSR consists of the social enterprises in the kolkhozes and cooperative organizations, with their living and dead implements, the products produced by the kolkhozes and cooperative organizations, and their public buildings. Kolkhozes and other cooperative enterprises operate on land that is the property of the whole people. The richest modern equipment, concentrated in machine and tractor stations and used to perform all the main work in the collective farms, is also the property of the whole people. Cooperative collective farm property is primarily the property of 93,000 collective farms, collective farm buildings, hundreds of thousands of livestock farms, 287 socialized working cattle, agricultural implements, and a large network of collective farm cultural and domestic institutions, clubs, reading rooms, nurseries, rural laboratories, etc. In the course of socialist construction, public collective farm property has been enormously multiplied. From 1940 to 1953, the collective farms, undivided funds increased 2.5 times. The cooperative form of industrial production in a socialist society exists in the form of enterprises of fishing artels. Commercial cooperation is designed to develop the production of mainly consumer goods, using primarily local raw materials for this purpose. The means of production used by enterprises of commercial cooperation and the products produced by them are the property of commercial artels. The commercial cooperation of all systems in the USSR in 1953 consisted of about 16,000 artels with industrial production. The cooperative form of enterprises in trade exists in the form of consumer societies, uniting mainly the rural population. 23,000 consumer cooperative societies own an extensive network of shops, and warehouses. The all-round strengthening and development of state and cooperative collective farm property is the most important condition for the further growth of the entire national economy and for the gradual transition of Soviet society from socialism to communism. State and cooperative kolkhoz forms of ownership, as well as state enterprises and collective farms, are of the same type in their social nature. What state enterprises and collective farms have in common is that both, 1. Are based on socialistically socialized means of production and collective labor, 2. Exclude the possibility of exploitation of man by man, 3. Run the economy in a planned manner in the interests of satisfying the growing needs of the working people, and 4. Implement the socialist principle of distribution according to labor. At the same time, there are certain differences between the state and the cooperative kolkhoz forms of ownership, as well as between state enterprises and cooperative, collective, farms. Firstly, in state-owned enterprises, socialist relations of production prevail in their most mature, fully consistent form. State property is the property of the whole people. In state enterprises, all means of production without exception are socialized. Cooperative collective farm property is group property, the property of individual collectives or associations of workers, agricultural artel, consumer society, fishing artel, on collective farms, in their artel form. The main means of production of cooperative peasants are socialistically socialized. Some part of the means of production, in accordance with the charter of the agricultural artel, is not socialized and remains the personal property of the collective farmyard, the collective farmer's personal subsidiary plot. Secondly, the products of state enterprises are the property of the socialist state and are sold in accordance with the procedure and at prices established by the state organs. The products of kolkhoz production are the property of this kolkhoz. Part of this output is used to fulfill obligations to the state in the form of procurement at fixed state prices and to pay in kind for the work performed on the collective farm by the machine and tractor station. All other products remain at the disposal of the kolkhoz and are used for the creation of the established social kolkhoz funds and for the distribution of workdays among the members of the artel. A certain part of the products of the kolkhozes are sold at purchase prices, which are much higher than the procurement prices, or in the order of kolkhoz trade at prices prevailing on the market. Thirdly, in state-owned enterprises, which are the property of the people, the share of the social product that goes to the workers' personal consumption is paid in the form of wages. The state fixes in advance a fixed rate of wages per unit of product or working time. The kolkhoz worker, being a member of this artel, which is group property, receives his share of the income from the workdays from the fund of his kolkhoz. The size of this share of income depends both on the degree of participation of the kolkhoz worker in social labor, which is expressed in the number of workdays worked out by him, and on the level of labor productivity and the development of the kolkhoz's social economy, which is expressed in the rate of payment for each workday. The better the kolkhoz works as a whole, the higher the yield of agricultural crops and the productivity of animal husbandry in a given kolkhoz, the higher the income of each kolkhoz member. Wages are paid to the worker in cash. The income of the artel is distributed among the kolkhoz workers in cash and in kind, products. While the source of income of the worker is only labor in a socialist enterprise, the main source of income of the collective farmer is his labor in the social economy of the collective farm, and an additional source is labor in the personal subsidiary farm of the collective farm household. The collective farmer sells part of his products, which he received for his work and from his personal subsidiary farm, on the market. Fourthly, the socialist state directly directs the enterprises it owns, managing them through its delegates, the directors of the enterprises, who are appointed and dismissed by the corresponding state organs. The state organs directly plan all the production activities of these enterprises and regulate the basic provisions in the field of the socialist organization of labor. In the kolkhozes, in accordance with their cooperative nature, all affairs are managed by the supreme organ of the agricultural artel, the general meeting of kolkhoz workers, and by the board and chairman of the kolkhoz elected by it. The production and financial plans of the artel, the internal regulations, the norms of output and prices, and the procedure for the distribution of income are established by the kolkhoz workers themselves on the basis of the statute of the agricultural artel, guided by the existing laws, planning tasks, and directives of the socialist state. The differences between state-owned enterprises and cooperative, collective farms are non-indigenous differences. These are the differences between the two types of economy within the socialist relations of production. State ownership is the highest form of socialist ownership, and the state form of production is the highest form of socialist production. Enterprises based entirely on state ownership are consistently socialist-type enterprises. Lenin defined them as enterprises in which both the means of production belong to the state and the land on which the enterprise stands, and the entire enterprise as a whole. 125 in state enterprises, the means of production, the labor of workers and employees, and the products produced by them are socialized on the scale of society as a whole. The state form of production embraces the leading branch of the national economy. Socialist industry, large factories for the production of agricultural products, state farms, are the national property. The state owns land and the main instruments of production, tractors, combine harvesters and other agricultural machines, concentrated in machine and tractor stations. State property, as the highest form of socialist property, plays a leading and determining role in the entire national economy. 125 v. I. Lenin, on Cooperation, Works, Volume 33, page 433. Personal property under socialism. Social ownership under socialism extends to the means of production and to the products produced. Part of these products further serves as means of production, remaining public property. The other part of the product, consisting of consumer goods, is distributed among the workers in accordance with the quantity and quality of the labor of each of them, and becomes the personal property of the workers. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels pointed out that communism does not deprive anyone of the possibility of personally appropriating a certain share of the product of social labor. Communism destroys only the miserable character of appropriation inherent in capitalism, in which the worker lives only in order to increase capital, and lives only insofar as the interests of the ruling class demand it. Describing the foundations of the future socialist society, Engels wrote in Anti-Düring that here social ownership extends to land and other means of production, and individual ownership extends to other products, i.e., consumer goods. 127. With the abolition of the capitalist mode of production, the economic laws of capitalism, which limit personal property and personal consumption of the masses of the people to a miserable framework, the minimum of vital goods necessary for the maintenance and reproduction of labor power, also lose their force. In contrast to capitalism, where production is placed at the service of the self-serving goals of enriching the exploiters, socialism has subordinated production to the goal of satisfying as much as possible the ever-growing material and cultural needs of the whole of society. Socialism not only does not abolish personal ownership of consumer goods, but 127 F. Engels, Anti-Düring, 1953, page 123. Creates the only solid guarantee of the ever more complete satisfaction of the personal needs of all members of society. The right of personal property of the workers of socialist society extends to their labor incomes and savings, to their dwelling houses and subsidiary households, to household and household items, and to articles of personal consumption and comfort. A special type of personal property under socialism is the property of the collective farm household. In accordance with the statute of the agricultural artel, each kolkhoz household has in its personal ownership a subsidiary farm on a household plot, a dwelling house, productive livestock, poultry and small agricultural implements. In the epoch of socialism, the source of personal property is only labor. Under the conditions of the undivided domination of socialist relations of production, objects that are in personal ownership cannot be transformed into capital, i.e., used as means of exploitation. The right to personal property, as well as the right to inherit personal property, is protected by the Constitution of the USSR. Under socialism, private property is inseparably linked with social property as its basis. With the multiplication of social property and the growth of national wealth, ever greater masses of products are used to satisfy the personal needs of the workers of socialist society. The nature of socialist relations of production. The production relations of socialist society are fundamentally different from the production relations of capitalism and other social formations based on private ownership of the means of production. Socialist relations of production are characterized by 1. The undivided domination of social ownership of the means of production. 2. The emancipation of the working people from exploitation and the establishment of relations of comradely cooperation and socialist mutual assistance. 3. The distribution of products in the interests of the workers themselves. Socialist property. In the case of the means of production, it is determined by the character of the mutual relations of people in the process of production, which is quite different from that of capitalism. Whereas private ownership of the means of production inevitably divides people, gives rise to relations of domination and subordination, exploitation of some people by others, causes antagonism of interests, class struggle and competition. Social ownership of the means of production unites people, ensures a genuine community of their interests and comradely cooperation. The predominance of social ownership of the means of production also determines an entirely different character of the distribution of products under socialism as compared with capitalism. Since there are no exploiting classes and no exploitation of man by man in socialist society, there is no division of labor into necessary and surplus labor, nor is there a division of the product into necessary and surplus product. Socialist relations of production necessitate an entirely different division of labor and its product than under capitalism. Since, under socialism, the means of production are socially owned, and production itself is designed to satisfy the needs of the whole of society and of each of its members, the labor of the workers of production is here divided into the following two parts: labor for oneself and labor for society. Accordingly, the product of labor, minus that part of it which is used to replace the expended means of production, is also divided into two parts: a product for oneself and a product for society. Labor for oneself creates a product that is distributed among the workers of production in accordance with the quantity and quality of their labor and is used to cover the personal needs of the worker and his family. Labor for society creates a product that is used for social needs, for the expansion of production, the development of education, public health, the organization of defense, etc. In a socialist society, where the workers themselves are in power, labor for society is as necessary for them as labor for themselves. The product for society, which is used for the expansion of socialist production, multiplies the material prerequisites for the further growth of the well-being of the working people. The product for society, which is spent on the development of education, healthcare, social security, and other public needs, also serves the purpose of satisfying the needs of the working people, as well as the product for itself. The social ownership of the means of production and the products of labor and the distribution of the products of labor in the interests of the working people determine the decisive advantages of the socialist economic system over the capitalist system. All the benefits of large-scale social production, which ensures an enormous increase in the productive power of labor, go to society as a whole and to the working masses, and not to the exploiters, as is the case under capitalism. The predominance of social ownership of the means of production means that socialist production is free from the contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation of the results of production inherent in capitalism. Under socialism, the social character of production corresponds to the socialist ownership of the means of production. For this reason, in socialist society there is a complete correspondence between the relations of production and the productive forces. Characterizing the socialist system, J. V. Stalin writes, "Here the relations of production are in full accord with the state of the productive forces, for the social character of the process of production is reinforced by the social ownership of the means of production. That is why socialist production in the USSR knows no periodic crises of overproduction and the absurdities connected with them. That is why the productive forces are developing at an accelerated rate here, since the relations of production corresponding to them give them full scope for such development. In contrast to the relations of production of modern capitalism, which serve as fetters on the development of the productive forces, socialist relations of production ensure the rapid growth of the productive forces. Having arisen and developed on the basis of certain productive forces, socialist relations of production, in turn, are a powerful engine for their further accelerated development. The complete correspondence of socialist relations of production to the character of the productive forces of society does not mean, however, that there are no contradictions between them. Being the most mobile and revolutionary element of production, even under socialism the productive forces are ahead of the relations of production, and the relations of production are brought into conformity with the state of the productive forces only after some time. The present relations of production in the USSR are passing through a period in which, fully corresponding to the growth of the productive forces, they are moving them forward at a rapid rate. But contradictions between them inevitably arise, since the development of the relations of production lags behind and will lag behind the development of the productive forces. Under socialism, however, in contrast to social formations based on exploitation, there is usually no conflict between the relations of production and the productive forces. Socialist society has the ability to bring the relations of production into line with the nature of the productive forces in a timely manner, since it does not have classes interested in preserving obsolete forms of economy. Brief conclusions. 1. In the USSR, public ownership of the means of production reigns supreme. Under socialism there are two forms of social ownership: state and cooperative kolkhoz. Accordingly, there are two types of socialist farms: state enterprises and cooperative, collective, farms. 2. In a socialist society, state property is the property of the whole people. In the USSR it embraces the overwhelming majority of the country's wealth. Cooperative collective farm property is the group property of individual kolkhozes, artels of industrial cooperatives, and consumers' societies. State ownership is the highest and most developed form of socialist ownership. It plays a leading and determining role in the entire national economy. 3. Under socialism, personal property extends to consumer goods. A special type of personal property is the personal property of the kolkhoz household. The personal property of the working people is growing on the basis of the multiplication of socialist property. 4. The production relations of socialism are characterized by 1. The undivided domination of social ownership of the means of production. 2. The emancipation of the working people from exploitation, comradely cooperation and socialist mutual assistance between people in the process of production of material wealth. 3. The distribution of the product in the interests of the workers themselves. The labor of the workers in socialist production is divided into two parts: labor for themselves and labor for society. By labor for themselves, workers create a product that is distributed among them according to the quantity and quality of labor, and labor for society creates a product that goes to social needs. Under socialism, the relations of production are in full accord with the nature of the productive forces and are the main and decisive force determining the rapid growth of the productive forces of socialist society.